Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
One enemy remaining.
Hold on to your hats. It's our turn.
Alright, good afternoon Internet and welcome to another episode of the GeForce Harbinger Series 2. This is week 3, day 2. Anong ibig sabihin ng day 2? It is the semifinals and championship rounds this afternoon. Mapapanood natin yung 4 na teams na nakasurvive kahapon sa ating group stage, and today they will be battling it out kung sino ang magcha-champions and win the cash prize. So this afternoon, of course, this leg is sponsored by Colorful Technology. Shout out to Colorful. And I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hiro and kasama ko si Jarvis. Beast.
Hello guys, what's up?
Yes, the beast from the east. And before we go into the action and all the shooting and all the post plans and all the lahat yung mga spike traps and all of that, chill muna tayo. This is the pre-show sa mga viewers natin dyan, yung mga familiar names sa ating comment section, yung mga nagko-comment, yung mga nagtatag ng friends nila, like week by week by week. This is the 3rd week. Thank you sa mga nagko-comment dyan. And please do share the stream. Don't forget and tag your friends and cheer para dun sa mga teams na sa tingin nyo ay magcha-champion for this afternoon. So, Jarvis, good afternoon sa'yo. And welcome to the show again.
So, ayun guys, speaking of tagging, guys, meron tayong giveaway for colorful mouse pads for today. So, I think 7 yesterday, 8 today, 15 overall. So, nakalagay lang naman yan sa pin comment natin. May mga nanalo tayo yesterday. Please contact Fulcrum Esports for your for your details para mapadala nila. So, ayun, madali lang naman. Tag to your friends. Include yung hashtags natin for today. Frames Win Games, Colorful. Shoutout pala kay Colorful Technology for sponsoring this leg. And of course, hashtag NVIDIA. So guys, ayun lang naman. Dali, like 15, imagine like naka-XL ka na mousepad for free just by watching our live stream for today. So ayun, speaking of Sir Hiro, walang pumasok. Isa lang actually, isa lang ang pumasok.
Pag-usapan natin yan. Yes, sa bets kahapon. Pag-usapan natin. Go ahead, Jarvis. Ano ba kasing biglang naging failed yung
Kasi I think nagkaroon ng problem dun sa dalawang big teams natin. Number 1 kay Bren, kulang sila ng player. So I think tinamad din si Alpha Esports dahil doon. Kasi parang they're planning to go 1v1 talaga on the first match pa lang. So, ang pumasok lang sa pinili ko is Outplay Outrising. As usual, they outplayed most of their matches yesterday. From the name pa lang, like, outplay talaga. And meron tayong dalawang teams na nakapasok from the same organization, which is Carti Esports. So, isang XRX, isang WAC. I don't know kung ano meaning po ng acronyms nyo, guys. Please put it down sa comment section para at least shoutout sa inyo. Imagine like first time to actually for yung sa mga, correct me if I'm wrong guys, sa mga viewers natin dyan, na may dalawang teams from the same organization na nakapasok. So most likely papanoorin ko to later para at least, di ba, makita natin kung worth it ba talaga nakapasok sila sa semis pati sa championships natin. And of course, may bago tayong name from our Final Four. It's Defy Gaming. So, I have never heard of them before. It's Defy Athletics PH, actually, yung kanilang page. Shoutout sa inyo, guys. Congratulations. Oh, nakapasok agad yun, di ba? You're a new name. So, yun.
Yep, this is actually what's most exciting. What makes this tournament exciting is yung mga rise ng mga ganitong teams, yung mga galing sa talagang grassroots level teams na of course kilala naman natin na yung mga nasa VC, yung mga nasa higher levels na talaga. But this tournament is we're happy na by organizing this, we get to see new talents na parami. Napag-uusapan natin kanina, 'di ba, Jarvis, yung bago tayo mag-roll. kung gaano kung gaano kadami yung nagko-compete sa ranks. I think it's really interesting to share it sa mga nanonood natin ngayon. Could you give us again
ayun.
di ba yung tinanong ko yung ano yung rank mo muna ngayon? I think
So,
mataas,
ayun guys. Actually, I just hit Diamond. Yay, after 3 years of Valoranting. Nakapag-Diamond din ako kasi I now have the time to grind it out. So, sa Diamond 1, which is yung ano ko ngayon, is 1% lang of the whole player base.
how many players sa player base?
Hindi ko sure kasi hindi ni-release ni Valorant for now. Pero at least 1% ang Diamond 1. Pero imagine, like, when you're in the Immortal level, 25,000 lang. So most of these teams na mga kasali is nasa Diamond Immortal levels. Usually, they're nararank down sila due to hindi sila makapag-grind sa rank games natin dahil they're screaming, they're practicing, mga team practice, syempre nakakaubos ng pag-grind yun. And of course, if ever Radiant level is top 0.03 or 0.01% kasi sila lang yung top 500 players of the overall server. So sa atin is Asia Pacific. So imagine like out of like Philippines, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and I think Japan and Australia third. We're top 500 yun out of the players sa APAC region, Asia Pacific. Wait lang, nahanap ko yung yung infographic na nakita ko kanina. Kasi I was calculating kung if ever man na makapunta ako ng Immortal within like 5 days. sana. Pero yeah, wait lang. Rank distribution. So Radiant is 0.04% pala. So the Diamond 1 is 2%. So I am currently sa 2, 3, 4, 5. Top 6% of players sa Valorant.
Sa buong server?
Yes, sa buong server. If maka-reach ka ng Diamond. Pero if maka-reach ka ng Immortal, you're already at the top 1%.
Wow. So, yung sa mga viewers natin, baka may kilala pala kayo dyan sa mga tag nyo nga sila sa comment section yung pinakamataas na rank na Valorant player na kilala nyo. And maybe they should watch this and join the tournament. You know, sa mga legs natin. Wow, Jarves. So, para makarating ka sa mga levels na to, itong, di ba, nabanggit mo na yung mga kasaling teams sa tournament natin this after is nasa Diamond levels. So, gaano katagal? Oo, pataas. And possibly, mas mataas pa sila sa Diamond kasi nasa stock lang sila sa rank, hindi sila nakaka-grind. Pero possibly yung skills nila will be higher than Diamond. Diba?
Yes.
Dahil organized na sila sa team nila eh. So, siguro i-assume na natin na may mga mangilan-ngilan din dun sa mga teams natin dyan na in actual, parang na rin sila, nasa immortal levels na rin. No? Kasi hindi sila nakaka-grind. So, with that, yung mga naglalaro dito sa afternoon natin, gaano katagal bago ka maka-reach ng Diamond level if you're gonna invest time to grind it out?
Gaano katagal? So let's say if
3 years. Sorry na
from the start. Yes, actually banggit ko nila. Pero kasi I started out as plat, like plat 1, plat 2, plat 3 naglalaro ako doon. Then bumabagsak ako ng gold usually kasi hindi ako makapaglaro. Kasi maglalaro, matatalo, then matutulog na ako. Hindi ko na babawiin. So, may time na naging ganun kasi due to work and stuff and some other personal stuff. So, sabihin natin wala kayong work, wala kayong other personal stuff na...
Jarves, na-cut yung mic mo, bro. Mukhang kailangan mag-restart ulit ni Jarves. Naghanga ang PC niya. But as Jarves was saying, yep, it takes some time para ma-reach mo yung ganong klaseng level na competitive level, as in yung competitive level na like this sa mga teams natin na naglalaro sila for cash prizes, ganyan, and not just for the cash prizes, but for the glory and street cred. You're part of the Valorant scene, and you get some street respect from the other Valorant players who know you and look up to you and aspire to be what you are. So yep, for those you're gonna need decent equipment. And for this one, I'd like to give a quick shout out to Colorful Technologies. They are the sponsors of this tournament leg, week 3. And if you are, dear viewer, if you are out to upgrade your PC or upgrade your GPU only, then you might want to check out one of their reliable cards, the Colorful GeForce RTX 3050 NV Duo. It's the
Hello,
entry level.
Mic test, hello.
Yes, Jarvis.
Sorry,
Welcome back.
Yung sasabihin ko, guys. So, wait, babalik ako. Wait, I have to turn on my camera first.
Okay. Well, optimize mo muna. Sige, I was just telling our viewers about the Colorful RTX 3050, yung specs nga. So, optimize ka muna. Tapos, i-shout out lang natin si Colorful kasi, they've worked with us.
Yes.
To make this thing possible. So this 3050 video card RTX is an RTX model, so it has the world's fastest GPUs. Ampere architecture, yun yung pangalan ng architecture ng chip, ng microchip ng video card natin. It allows you to have the most realistic and immersive graphics, lalo na sa mga AAA titles. Those games na 100 gigabyte size, yung ganung kalalaki yung assets na. Well, this line of GPUs or video cards is great for gaming. Kayang-kaya nang patakbuhin yung AAA titles, even though this card is pretty built much for the entry level folks who want to upgrade. So second J ray tracing course. Ray tracing is yung pagpaprocess ng light. Siyempre sa graphics natin, di ba gusto natin cinematic quality, nakaka-move, talagang nakaka-immerse dun sa world, lalo na pag naglalaro ka ng may mga magagandang landscapes like Red Dead Redemption 2, ganyan, or Dying Light. It makes more immersive if you process the lighting correctly. It really gives a lot of value. So RTX card support that. On top of that, meron ding, of course, what makes RTX video card special is yung artificial intelligence processors niya. It's called Tensor Cores. If you're into coding, there's some language, I think, ng pangalan is TensorFlow. So Tensor Cores, when you hear the word tensor, it means artificial intelligence. So yung graphics ng video card, unlike the previous generations of video cards, may capacity na ang mga RTX video cards na mag-integrate ng artificial intelligence instructions para mas maging optimized pa yung graphics nyo. Not just when you're playing, but also when you are creating. Kung nag-3D modeling ka and all, or even nagko-code ka ng basic AI programs or AI systems, then you can, if you can use this basic as for your basic sandbox processor para dun sa artificial intelligence codes mo. For the esports minded naman, all right, and you want to also, talking about earlier, you want to take the grind para makarating ka sa diamond or sa higher levels, then you might want to check this out too kasi this supports NVIDIA Reflex. NVIDIA Reflex, it's being mentioned sa ating mga breaks, but in a nutshell, NVIDIA Reflex is for optimizing your system latency, which means yung system latency na yung pag-move mo ng mouse, kung gaano kabilis yung pag-move mo ng mouse, magre-reflect or ma-activate sa screen mo, sa monitor mo. So, it's very important, lalo na for competitive games like Valorant, na yung pag-flick mo na ganun, dapat pag-flick mo, tanggap agad ng instruction ng PC mo, ma-process yan para maka-headshot or mas maunahan mo silang mag-peak para sa peaker's advantage. So NVIDIA Reflex will also allow you to optimize merong reflex analyzers na makikita mo talaga talagang in numbers how many milliseconds yung lag between your mouse and your monitor. So NVIDIA Reflex, check it out. It's supported by the colorful RTX 3050. For streamers na gusto mag-stream ng Valorant, if somehow you're kind of like me na not really can't really climb the ladders and just decided to have fun with it, and then just live stream Valorant for your friends and family, and who knows. So it's this RTX 3050 vid card also has NVIDIA encoder yung sa OBS and sa XSplit, yung mga ganun. Para sa streaming software mo, mas well connected, well integrated yung software to hardware communications mo para makapag-stream ka ng maayos. Also, NVIDIA broadcast, as you can see right now, yung background ko, this is a background change by RTX video cards and video broadcast. And available lahat itong mga features na to sa RTX 3050. And Jarvis, this is tatanungin ko sa'yo, how much, di ba may promo ang PC Works para sa mga system build?
We can show it on the screen right now, guys. Derek, can we?
May
offerings tayo both sa GPU and sa buong system build. I'm sorry, excuse me. 10% off if you buy cash either sa Shopee natin, which is shopee.ph/NVIDIA GeForce official store, or sa ating PCWorks branches, or you could just order online to our Viber or Facebook page. So, tapos, sa system builds natin, you could also get 10% off if cash, and of course, 12 months, 0% interest if you're going to buy it using credit card. I mean, installment. But ito guys, ang installment promo natin is only for retail. So, kay PCWorks lang available yan. Pero yung 10% off natin if cash is available both sa Shopee and sa retail. So, Derek, can we show ulit yung the PC with the white case? I-discuss ko lang saglit kasi ito yung nag-iisang PC, nasa system build na walang kasamang specs. So, discuss ko lang very quickly yung specs niya. So, unang-una natin makikita sa layout natin is meron tayong colorful NVIDIA RTX 3050 NB Duo 8GB GDDR6, AMD Ryzen 5 3600 desktop processor, Gigabyte B450, meron na siyang Corsair Vengeance 16GB RAM, so it's 8x2, 3200 MHz. For the storage, Kingston 500GB NV1 M.2 NVMe SSD. For your files naman, storage ulit, Seagate 1TB Barracuda 3.5 hard disk drive. For the PSU guys, don't worry. Marami mga nagtatanong if enough ba yung mga PSU. So, no need to think about it. Ang included na PSU for this is a Corsair CV750 watts, 80 plus bronze certified PSU. And for the case, alam na, it's white, it's cute. It's a Sigmatech Oreo Arctic M80X, so it's micro ATX. With included fans na rin siya. So, no need to worry about cooling and all of the stuff. Bibilin nyo na lang guys is G-Sync monitor and NVIDIA Reflex compatible mouse para to take full advantage of our GeForce esports PC.
Ano ulit SRP niya, Jarvis?
It's 57,695. The cash promo is 52,895. So, you save around like 5,000 pesos? Di ba galing sa math? For the 12 months installment, ang babayaran nyo na lang, guys, every month is 4,807 pesos and 92 cents. So, 5,000. Sabi natin 5,000 na, round up na natin. 5,000 na per month, meron ka ng RTX esports PC.
Yup, ano lang yon, part-time job.
Yes, sir. Actually,
Kailangan part-time job.
hindi nga lang pang
Wow.
esports eh. Actually, sa super lakas na nung graphics card and yung desktop processor na kasama na to, you could also use it for freelancing. If kung ano man yung industry mo. Whether you're a VA or graphic artist or a video editor, enough na to for your needs. Especially with the 8x2 na RAM. Kasi alam ko, very RAM hungry ang mga editing software. So, kaya, and of course, mga gaming din. Kaya yun yung pinalagay namin. And of course, it's a Corsair Vengeance, guys. Alam naman natin na Corsair Vengeance is one of the best RAMs that you could get.
And buti nabanggit mo yan, yung mga freelancing, kung gusto mo talaga mag-invest, kailangan din yung gamit mo is hindi lang mabilis. Syempre, dapat reliable din. Lahat to, of course, will get after-sale service. Lahat yan. I'd like to direct this to lalo na yung mga mahilig mag-shop online. Alam naman natin yun, di ba, yung reliability minsan ng mga stores na nakikita natin sa Shopee, gumagaling na yung mga scammer store, gumagaling na silang tawag dito. I mean,
Para
in a bad way. Gumagaling na
legitimate.
siyang nagiging legit. Pero pag binili mo, wala after sales, bigyan ka nila ng bareta ng sabon, ganun. So, what I was saying is, with this, if you decide to have this shipped to you and purchase it dun sa official store, again, reminder lang, punta po tayo sa official store natin para sigurado magkakaroon to ng warranty. So kahit anong, kumbaga kahit mag-fail siya within the warranty period, then you can hindi ka mo kailangan mabahala na, what,
Usually, speaking of warranty, PCWorks has a 1-year warranty and 2 years manufacturer's warranty. Usually, sa mga malalaking items katulad na sa SB nga. So 1 year siya for PCWorks and 2 years for manufacturer usually. Pero with small items, kasi may mga nagtatanong din sa comment section natin, usually at 6 months for PCWorks warranty and up to 1 year for manufacturer. Ganon. So you just have to ask yung salesperson natin sa ating Facebook page.
Well, nabuti na banggit mo yan at talaga napaka-important ng after-sale support natin, lalo na, of course, this is an investment, nakadepende rin dito yung, of course, kung gusto mo nga rin maging freelancer, hindi naman pwede mag-freelancer ka, ang bibili mong gamit, yung napakabagal. Pagagalitan ka ng client mo nun, dapat pag mag-freelance ka, yung deliverables mo, ma-deliver mo siya na talagang in the highest quality possible in the shortest amount of time. So you need this, and this specs, yung computer specs na nakikita mo ngayon, I think this could pretty much run yung mga pang entry level na mga freelance graphic design like Adobe Photoshop, Lightroom, yung mga ganong klase, Unreal Engine kung nasa 3D ka. And if you're planning to run all those sorts of apps on your PC, well, lalo na very very good na NVIDIA card yung nakalagay dito dahil meron tayong tinatawag na NVIDIA Studio drivers. So not just sa gaming drivers, if you plan on to switch and mostly gawin tong PC mo na mas studio oriented, then you can install the NVIDIA Studio drivers and mas optimized na ngayon yung
Speaking of like NVIDIA Studio driver, shout out kay Sir Ken Cubillo. Usually pag livestream ako, I always ask him about more on the side ni NVIDIA when it comes to yung mga rendering softwares 3D, kasi he's an engineer and he's actually using an NVIDIA Quadro for his work. So siya yung naitatanong ko kung para saan ba, more on like the professional side na ni NVIDIA. So shout out sa iyo, sir. Alam ko active ka rin kay NVIDIA GeForce Philippines na Facebook group. Tanong nyo lang siya doon. It's familiar yung name.
Yung mga quadro type, hindi na yun, yung talagang nasa mas higher level na yun, talagang magra-run ka na ng, let's say, some professional animation studio, mga ganong klase na yung target level, mga enterprise level of proficiency na yung mga ino-offer ng ganon. So parang tataas na ng specs nun. And hindi siya built for gaming talaga. Like, you can try, it will run, but
it's not optimized.
may mga gaming optimized video cards tayo. Nandiyan yung GeForce lang, yung mga RTX. Yeah, speaking of which sorry, before we forget, yung mga tawag dito, yung mga maglalabang teams natin this afternoon, napapasarap yung kwentuhan natin. Could we flash it on the screen? At I think the lobby is being prepared and malapit na mag-end ang ating pre-show. So let's take this time to review kung ano yung mga nangyari kahapon. Ayan, so as we know, dito sa kaliwang side si Bren Esports, hindi sila naglaban ni Alpha Esports. Kasi si Bren Esports is unfortunately yung one of their members had an emergency. And so ang mga nasa dito sa left side is si DeFi Gaming versus Carti, and sa right side natin is Outplay Outrising and si Carti Jars.
Gusto ko sa finals.
Champion.
Hindi, just for maging spicy, gusto ko ang mangyari, yung want ko is Carti versus Carti, like WAC versus XRX, pero hindi mangyayari yon kasi for me, sobrang lakas ni Outplay Outrising sa brackets na to. So most likely maybe it's Outplay Outrising versus Carti WAC in the finals. Pero I'm rooting for Outplay Outrising to be our champion for this leg.
Nice choice. Well, as for me, I'm gonna go with DeFi. DeFi Gaming, they're the newcomers, diba? Pansin mo kanina, bago sila. And maybe it's their time. Maybe it's just their time this afternoon, alright, sa ating weekly na makakuha sila ng cash prize. And of course, get plus reputation sa kanilang team. But this is gonna be a great development for DeFi Gaming. So, yep, I wish them good luck sa championships. Alright? And ito na yan. So, mga viewers natin, mga sa Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere, please comment nyo. Sino yung sa tingin nyo ang magcha-champion dyan and why? And of course, don't forget na, just stay here because we are gonna give away some sweet swag from Colorful para sa inyo just for watching, and abangan nyo, kailangan nyo abangan nyo. Alright? And so, here we go. 15 winners, Jarvis. Colorful mousepad. Napakaganda. Talagang
yes, sir.
gamer pati
actually, guys, Colorful. If may extra kayo, please, padala po sa akin. Thank you.
Neon design.
Pero paano flip phone?
Diba? Ang kulit. Napaka-retro. Parang kahawig nung controller ko yung yung controller. Anyway. Parang may cassette tape. So yeah, that's some retro colorful mousepads for you. So stay tuned and tag nyo lang yung mga friends and support this tournament and support this stream by sharing this post. And yeah, that's it. I think this is a good time to stop for now. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, dear viewers, sa ating pre-tournament show. Again, kung nag-tune in ka, this is the Harbinger Series 2, Week 3, sponsored by Colorful Technologies. And yep, before we transition to our shoutcasters for this afternoon, si Honey Glaze at si Sneaky Frog, here's a recap of what happened yesterday and all the action. And as for me and Jarvis,
see you guys next week.
See you next week. Not forever. Goodbye for now. See you.
Against the defender, nice paranoia though. But Jet with a 2K. Oh, he gets one though. But defender, but wait a minute. And so he gets the first again. 2K already for him. But what a shot from Highborn. That was disgusting. And he secures the will catch back bet. Here comes the first gunfight. Lava will take that kill. He will take another no. Back bet. 2K for his name. It's gonna be a 4v5 retake. Lockdown will be initiated. But still, the Celestials will take.
I mean, there was a gun difference there.
All 5 agents of XRX here in A. Swampy gets one though, and Coco Sanity making the upward. It's a
Right heel is going up.
no look at Spike.
Spike is going down. Zephyr is going to find one, perhaps two. No. Or he's going around the other side, but can't get the spike down. That might save.
They're lacking on manpower. 5 make that 2v5. Dino that guilty fluffy. Oh man, what can you do here? They can finish it off with the Sheriff Classic maybe, or a secondary shot with the Marshals if they can get a headshot. Go Zandy, but they'll throw things out. So 1-for-1 trade so far. Here comes Chocolate. The gravity well catching KO there. Chocolate takes
Being able to challenge and take maps off of even. And well, that's a good start.
10 HP. Spectre is doing wonders for DeFi Gaming though. But still, it's a 3v4. And Vanilas will finally take down the very pesky Spectre.
Player standing.
So after he's been stunned, nothing much he can do. Actually anticipating a great transfer.
Oh.
KO flashing towards the heaven side. Simple, he's very vulnerable here, but he swings wide, gets one, gets two.
Quite a lot of utility, making sure that they're very safe when they enter, but Kuyawi found that first goal. There's one, there's two. That's going to be Netflix and Happy shutting down this entire push.
Ooh, they're constructing this mid. And Sana all gets two back. Warma. Nice first kill from her, but it wasn't enough. But decent crossfire in the side. They have a flank just for good measure. Will flash himself, gets one, and get a two. And two.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
One enemy remaining. Almost a fight well.
Oh, hello? Ayan. So yun guys, sa mga viewers natin ngayon, this is again the second day na ng colorful leg of Harbinger Tournament natin Series 2 kung saan makikita natin yung ating mga teams na naglaban-laban from yesterday and we were able to filter out until 4 teams na lang po ang natitira. So nakita natin kanina sa lahat ng mga brackets, we saw a lot of familiar teams and now we are heading on to the last 4 teams na maglalaban na nga ngayon. Meron ng isang ready na dito for our semifinals and nakikita ko ako dito for our lobby is we have so much familiar players na nandito sinasabi Simple, Netflix, kina Kuya Yawi, Dino Bean. Syempre, wag na natin kalimutan dito ang code Sendy. So, drop down in the comments down below kung sino yung mga sinusuportahan yung mga players right now dito sa ating live stream dahil again, this is finally the day kung saan magkakatagpuan na dito kung sino ba yung mahuhuling matibay at sino ang mananalo sa ating tournament. We are just waiting in sa ating mga players na para makapag-ready. So, wait, i-check ko lang din yung live stream natin para makita ko yung mga comment section. Kasi syempre, di ba, bibigyan na rin naman natin dito na exposure yung mga viewers nating patuloy na nakasuporta dito sa ating live and especially sa ating mga players na maglalaro ngayon. I heard they went through a lot. Nakita natin kanina on the pre-show na ang daming mga highlights dito na nakakakabag-kabagabag. Wow, I used the word. Na nakakagulat yung mga players sila at nakakakuha sila ng mga magandang playstyles. Pero Kuya Sneaky, ano ba yung ina-expect natin dito for our game number 1?
I would say I haven't seen itong CX actually at all for the past few times nagcast ako dito ng Palo. So I think nakita ko naman yung bracket. I mean, they really had a deep run dito sa ating semifinals. They beat some teams like, SLA, actually seen some of these teams that they actually beaten. They're not too bad, but I think Outplay Uprising is really another beast to say the least dito sa ating tournament kasi nga ikukumpara mo sila dun sa ibang teams natin dito sa bracket. I mean, I wouldn't say na they're a bit weak, pero at the same time, yun nga, I think Outplay Uprising, just seeing it from the bracket nga, I mean, they had the harder side of the bracket with yun nga, GBP on their side, CDG Immortals, even Empyrean dito sa kabilang side. So actually, Outplay Uprising coming out somewhat of the bracket of death here, and I think the underdog talaga dito sa ating semifinals is gonna be itong Hearty XRX. But maybe yun nga, yung pagka-underdog na might provide some surprises here para sa ating Outplay Uprising. Malay mo, wala pala silang read dito sa team na to, and baka surpresa nga sila with some plays dito sa ating tournament.
Yeah, actually, Kuya Sneaky, na-mention mo nga dito na familiar pa naman sa atin itong mga teams natin, lalo na dito sina Outplay Uprising. I was able to cast them out to previous tournaments that I was able to see them. So, here we have the final 4 pala sa ating mga viewers ngayon. It's Defy Gaming, sorry. We also have here Cartiwak, Outplay Uprising, and Carti XRX. So, dalawang team ng Carti pala ang nakapasok dito sa ating tournament. So, it's a big opportunity for every players na makapasok. Tapos, dalawang teams pa ng organization nila or ng esports team nila dito yung nakapasok.
Yeah, and I think it's a really big opportunity kung makapasok na itong dalawang Carti sa Grand Finals natin kasi that's gonna give some clout to the org. Mali mo mabigyan sila ng something. Maybe Colorful might provide them some graphics cards if ever they do win. Problema nga lang, both Carties kalaban nila veterano na dito sa ating scene. So even Defy Gaming, you cannot sleep on that roster kasi makikita ko pa naman dito pa lang sa Discord call natin. I saw Worship, Eugene S, Nasmi. Those are some heavy hitters para dito sa kabilang side. Pero we are gonna go into the picks. Nako. I do not like that last map, that's for sure. Pero we do have Split and Bind.
Yeah.
Medyo cursed yung last map natin, pero Split and Bind.
Actually, I just learned about Split na parang mas komportable talaga ako dito gamitin yung either mga duelist. So let's see kung ano yung mga duelist na makikita natin dito. Especially the fact na medyo mahirap itong pag-entryhan. Pero ikaw ba, Kuya Sneaky, between Split and Fracture, will you be leaning towards Split more kesa dito sa Fracture?
I would pick any map over Fracture, not gonna lie. Kasi I would say if merong permabans na para sa solo queue para sa mapa natin, I would would uncheck itong fracture real quick because it's such a complicated map to. It's like playing an entirely different game mode of Valorant yung mapa na yan. So yun nga, I would rather take split or bind or breeze or
Actually,
icebox.
I haven't
Yun
also
nga eh.
been
Pero
in some games.
split's gonna be an interesting part, no? Kasi we are gonna see yung mga teams either magpa-practice na sila early before the jet nerf na makakarating nga dito sa ating next patch. What takes are they gonna have dito sa mga maps natin trying to adjust to this new meta where Jet, meron pa siyang dash but she isn't that
Yeah.
effective, no? Na she can just hold an angle for a whole minute then dash out then not get punished. I wanna see more Raze dito sa mga maps natin since she provides quite the fast entry para sa kanyang team.
Yeah, actually, ang sakit kahit hindi ako jet main or I don't even use any kind of duelist para maka-fast entry katulad na lang ni Jet. Pero ang sakit makita nung ganong update na yun. So, no dash after picking in with the OP with split. So, let's see kung ano yung mga kukuhanin nila. And a big factor yung mention mo, Kuya Sneaky, kanina na pwede silang kumuha talaga ng race dito. Dahil nga sa mga entries na to or dahil sa mga mapa na napinili natin dito for both of our teams and even have our decider map kung saan yung parang nilalaruan na lang to ng race once na komportable siya sa mga top sides na pwede siyang makapag-satchel or makapag-entry laban dito sa ating mga defending team. But we have here as our attackers kasi ang Carti XRX. We know for a fact that we see Outplay Uprising play well in this map. So let's see kung ano yung magiging pacing nila dito. Lalo na pwede na tayo pumasok into our game kung saan malalaman na natin ang kanilang agent selections.
And this is where we are gonna see yung creativity ng mga teams dito. In terms of their picks, maybe we will see the Yoru. I know capable itong si Javi Simple and itong si Netflix, I think, to pull out the duelist. Yun nga, the Raze. Maybe something else, pero I really would recommend the Raze. Maybe an odd Yoru kung gusto nila maging a bit more creative dito sa ating map.
I'm liking the KO hovering already for Corty dahil ang laking sagabal nito for Kuya Yawi, especially ang nag-hover sa kanya kasi dito in our picks right now is a chamber. Sobrang laki ng advantage ng isang KO once na makuha niya na may info na siya na nandito na sa site or etong chamber natin ang nagde-defend in the site. Pero we still have here waiting into the other picks na pwedeng kuhanin dito ng ating mga players. Lalo na si Kuya Netflix kasi dito talagang commendable siya gumamit ng mga smokes. Commendable siya gumamit ng mga controllers natin. So let's see kung ano yung magiging picking nila dito pagdating sa ating first map. This is again a best of 3 sa mga viewers natin yun. We still have a lot of giveaways dito, lalo na napag-usapan ng mga host natin kanina that you can win our 15 mouse pads from Colorful. So drop it down in the comments below. Napakadali lang ng ating mga mechanics to win out our giveaway. So yeah, we're going back into our picking phase.
And I really like yung lineup dito ng Outplay Uprising actually. Opting in for the stage but the Raze at the same time. Kaso, this still proves no, yung picks ng Outplay Uprising, yung value dito ni Astra is still pretty high dito sa ating current meta despite na yung multiple nerfs na nakuha niya dito. Kuya Yawi, with the chamber, the new jet, I think every jet main is just gonna turn into a chamber main after ng patch na to. So, we expect to see more chamber picks. Pero, I've seen itong KO be so effective actually dito sa split the map. Especially if the chamber likes to play yung mga common na corners. When you have the right lineups para dito sa KO, like yung naandun sa A where you sit next to the coffee shop and aim up, tapos may building doon, then you get free reign of sight, which is gonna be up to the players kung how creative will they be with this KO. Plus the flashes are so effective when used properly. So, tignan natin.
And now, we're finally going into our game kung saan makikita na nga kagad natin dito yung aggressive push na magagawa ngayon ni Kuya Netflix. We still see here the passive plays na gagawin dito ni na Dino Beam all the way from mid. So, let's see kung ano yung magiging adjustments nila after learning na may makukuha silang info dito all the way from B Tower.
up. And push up na nga. Dito si Bean going into dito sa B-Heaven. Rebound set is out. Shot it immediately, pero yun lang. A bit of a slow mid-control. Galing dito sa side ng party, pero galing dito kay Sana all with the right click. Never mind, it's actually gonna be the innate from the player. Yung mga kamatay dito. The Satchel is out twice. Pero yun lang nga. Told to outplay Uprising 1-0. Good defense galing sa kanila. I mean, Carty, they tried to take a slow peek dito sa mid, but it didn't work.
It didn't work to the fact na ang daming utilities ang katapat dito ng Carty. Nandoon yung ating mga traps given to us by Chamber. There was also the Gravity Well. Followed by it, nandoon yung mga nades. Pain Shells dito given to us by that Ray. So unfortunately, for Carty, they opted up and we acknowledge kung paano pwede silang pumasok doon. But yun nga tatlo ang nakabang sa kanila dito here in B Tower. So most likely siguro na makapasok sila na from our entries in garage or even here in A main. Huwag lang siguro sila tumapat dito here in mid dahil parang ganun pa rin ang gagawin dito ng side natin from Outplay Uprising.
I think the best play here for Outplay Uprising is just to play as far back as they can, and if pwede nga pabayaan sila makapasok ng site and just do damage from there kasi nga there's a really high chance na someone is gonna get swarmed on one side of the map, and I think the stage is the likely victim nga dito, no, unless you really goes for that really aggressive wall. Pero as soon as the jet starts flying, then all hell breaks loose dito sa side.
Tapos followed up baka kaagad dito ng mga blinds. There's also the smokes and syempre yung sage natin. So let's see kung ano yung mangyayari dito. Lalo na it's still a slow push. Pero ang maganda naman dito is magkakaroon ng tendency sila dito mapatay ng mga picks dito. Give it to us by Luminous, followed up by the Gravity Well. Pero look at that. An easy 2K for this guy. Make me followed up for the 3. Pero look at this. Ang dami niya spray and pray dito. Almost going in for 3 and going in for 4. But unfortunately, that is going to be it for the side of Carty XRX sa round na yun.
Yeah, I mean, if nag-move up a bit pa ng onti dito si Luminous, no, I think he would have had a really hard time, but good patience galing sa kanya, not even using the slow orb. Preserving yung abilities lang, no? Hindi ka pwede masyadong bumili dito, especially sa second round pa lang. Kasi nga, kailangan mo tapatan itong Carty XRX with the Vandals this time. I'm surprised na Carty, or rather, teams do not force by that much, no, dito sa second round despite yung pretty high success rate dito. Pero now it is the time for Carty to at least try to protect yung kanilang bonus round dito habang medyo weak pa ang mga barrel ng side ng Outplay Uprising. Pero nakaset up sila ng A dito. Pero sana all nag-push na agad dito sa sewers. Hoy! Bakit ka nandiyan?
One member down ka agad at yung sentinel pa nila ang nawala dito. So by all means, wala sila makukuhang anti-flanks. If in case mag-rotate pa dito to get in back lines dito ang members natin na sina Sana All and also have here Kuya Yawi. Pero they're taking too much time, Kuya Sneaky Frog. Hindi pa sila talaga nagde-decide kung paano sila makakapasok dahil naririnig nila yung mga stars dito ni Netflix. So, it won't be that easy enough to go inside the site dahil ready dito yung dalawa at lalo nang may knife pang kasama, but there will be no info gidayan, but at least alam dito ng side natin from Outplay Uprising na meron yung tao dito kaagad nag-aabang here in A side.
Reaction from the after, though wala pang utility na nakapasok dito, pero Kuya Yawi nakuha na tayo ng Beerman. Idina trying to get itong backside. Kuya Yawi is finally gonna fall and biglang naging 2v3 na ang situation. Defenders with numbers here, pero Netflix try niya mag-push dito, but the Pixel facing the ground, and also itong si Zendy with some damage, and yun na nga when the ring starts to fly. That's where trouble starts to happen. 3-0. Outplay Uprising winning itong bonus round actually, and they get some Vandals. They're in a really good place economically dito sa third round natin.
Feeling ko nawawalan sila ng confidence agad, especially the fact na ang lakas ng, well, ang Wise gumamit ng mga utilities dito ng Outplay Uprising. Imagine yung ating mga setup plays na ginawa nila with those trademarks ni Chamber, ni Kuya Yawi, all the way from A, followed up by the fragments here of that KO. Dagdagan mo pa ka dito ng wise usage din ng mga walls kasi hindi siya simultaneously nilalapag para ma-delay nila dito yung pagpasok ng Carti. But let's see now here, how will this be in favor of the side of Carti? Lalo na mid ang gusto na naman nila Poterian. Pero Sun ang going in for 2, almost possibly going in for 3. Nice follow-up na ginawa dito ni Savvy Simple. But unfortunately with the one-tap dito ni Code Zendi, we are down to 2v3. Oh!
Yep, and Code Zendi collecting another one. Now, this is a possibility para dito sa ating Omen. Chamber at Aston na lang natitira dito sa kabilang side. Chamber going for the push dito sa may Subers na area. Pero si Zendi mag-TP dito, kind of revealing his location, pero mag-play safe lang dito si Netflix. He does not want to overextend. He's gonna try to use the stars para ma-disrupt ang gustong gawin dito ni Zendi. Pero si Zendi, I think he has a rough idea kung nasaan dito si Netflix, pero Kuya Yawi, does he have any idea kung nasan si Kuya Yawi? Oh, but not fast enough. You have to shoot him in the head, or else Kuya Yawi is gonna do that to you. 4-0, and the OE, so far, it's their map.
Good strategy na ginawa dito ni Kuya Yawi to remain in A site habang isa-isa nga natumba dito ang Outplay Uprising here in mid. There was one member left and unfortunately for that one member, na-exhaust pa dito yung kanyang ultimate. He was not able to plant in even the spikes. So now, look at the punishment. Medyo broken pa rin yung kanilang economy. They have enough to buy in their stuffs, pero unfortunately kasi it cannot last for another day if ever na matalo sila dito. Lalo na naririnig na natin dito. Sana all won't be seeing in anyone all the way from mid, but this is a delayed push once again all the way from the side of Party X.
Oh, but yun lang, getting caught out, Habi Simple. Dito kay Dino Beam, pero Dino Beam got it popping up. Na-clear na dito ang Heaven para sa kanyang team. Now it is gonna be Luminous kind of stuck dito sa my screens. Now it is only the Chamber on site. Yeah, we can go with the angle. Nakuha ng dalawa, pero not much else, making it a possibility para dito kay Netflix. Pero medyo mahirap na rin para makapasok ng site. Dalawang stars na lang natitira para sa kanya. Both of them playing the boost angle dito sa may site. Uy, kita niya yung wall. So he has a rough idea kung nasan sila, Netflix. They're gonna play the up-down angle dito. One way. He's gonna use the stars to go into transition actually para ma-cover sa dito. Hoy, nanaan dito sa A-lane. And then yun lang, one tap galing sa kanya. 4-1 Carti. They get the first in the round. Really big plays galing sa kanila.
Actually, it is. Well, pero I gotta commend here Netflix na in-expect niya na kaagad na manggagaling ng A-main dito ang ating Chamber from Party X. But unfortunately, yeah, the numbers advantage. At para siyang rin napaglaruan dito when it comes to the boost. Parehas pa sila nakaboost dito. It was almost a good and sure kill dito kay Kuya Yawi, or rather kay Netflix. But unfortunately, OP ang hawak dito ni Kuya Yawi to begin in this round. Won't be getting in that kill. Kaya naman ang bilis ng follow-up dito ni Luminous walling up A-main. So let's see how will this be able to Carti X na makapasok na nga here in A site. Lalo na't hesitant na naman sila dito after hearing in one shot of the OP from Kuya Yawi.
I mean, nanalo naman sila doon sa kanilang bonus round. So meron pa silang pambili dito sa next round. And Kuya Yawi providing the threat gamit ang kanyang operator dito sa A site. So medyo mag-back off yung Carti. Instead, just going for the orb. And meron na silang tatlong ulti dito. They have the KO Tour de Force plus yung revive pa. So plenty of plays that can happen para dito sa defending side. Pero para naman sa Carti, they have the KO ulti plus yung Blade Storm pa galing dito kay Jet. So they can make a violent entry happen dito sa B site if gusto nilang isang mabilisan na take dito sa B. Pero mid and Habi Simple, yun lang, it's gonna get caught out. It's gonna get the trap as well. Dito si Sana, all good galing sa kanya. He was in the corner dito sa mail room. Now it is a 4v4. Papasok na dito ang Carti XRX. So, Orb, yun lang. What a shot from Xylina. Hindi pa ka nakapasok ng KO doon, but the ultimate is still on. So, pwede siya i-revive dito. Pero Luminous, like a mine, galing sa baba. Sana all in Netflix with the crossfire from heaven. And naandito sa B-side. Carti XRX could not even step foot dito sa B.
Ang ganda na sana ng pag-flank dito ng ating Jet from Carti X. Dino Beam was already here in B tower, but unfortunately, napaglaruan siya ng mga smokes dito. Siya tuloy ang na-pick off agad ni Luminous. And now, we're seeing here so much of a punishment at the deficit. 5-1 na kagad ang scoreline natin. We still have here a lot of utilities na pwede pang gamitin. Ultimates given to us by Carti X. So, tingnan natin kung magagamit man nila ito wisely dahil there's a lot of utilities na dito. Oh no! Naunahan nga lang dito si Kuya Yawi. Twice revive naman for Luminous. It's still a 5v5, so let's see now here if magiging ganado ba dito ang aggressive pick na gagawin ngayon ni Kuya Yawi here in AB.
I think yung si Kuya Yawi is trying to go for the bait dito kay Luminous dito sa A. So, wala naman kumakagat dito sa Carti. Pero Carti at least nakakuha na sila ng isang ultimate dito code Zendi. Malapit na maskan. I think they're attempting to push itong sewers na naman para mahirapan yung Carti na makakuha ng control dito sa ating map. The KO has to go huge para makagawa ng play dito sa Sana All. That's gonna be the first pick galing dito kay KO. But that's gonna be the pick galing kay Sana All. Is gonna get two with one spray. Meron pang isang gusto mag-push dito sa may sewer side. Pero Xylina, yun lang. The spike is down dito sa mid. That's gonna be the KO molly down. Simple trying to go in. Pero yun lang. Running too fast dito, not checking his right side. I don't think na hindi niya alam na hindi pala naabot sa molly. So, ang right side. Pero Xylina, gonna get one more. Pero Sana All sa kabilang side ng map. Kinolekta niya na lahat ng Carti members dito. Si Xylina na lang kulang. And Luminous going for the hunt. Meron na rin isang tao dito sa main room. GeForce not suited kasi meron siyang operator dito. 6-1. And yun lang, Carti using so many ults dito sa round na to. However, hindi pa rin sila makapasok dito sa site. Tapan yung Carti na makakuha ng control dito sa ating map. The KO has to go huge.
Para ni Sana All, si Luminous from behind dito ng ating KO from mid.
That is rough para dito sa Carti.
Hindi natin na-expect na yun yung mangyayari. So now, we will be having here I think this is already the Byron na again for the side of 40X. So let's see kung magkakaroon ba sila ng opportunity makapasok, makapag-plant in ng spike. Dahil aggressive mid na naman ang gagawin dito. Nila Sabi Simple, we also have here Sana All. Okay.
Uy! Flash already out dito sa mid and Sabi Simple. Sana All once again the relentless aggression. Galing dito sa Outplay Uprising. Definitely living up to the name of Outplay because they're outplaying itong Carti XRX as of now. One flash dito sa mid, 4 already dead. And grabe naman yan, they make it another winning situation para dito sa Carti XRX. And once again, it's gonna be up to the Omen para makakuha ng 1v3 dito. And that really has not happened para sa side ng Carti.
Ang dami pang utilities, ang dami pang stores. We still have here the Gravity Well. May contest pa kasama. Gonzendi dito. Using in already. The Paranoia won't be dealing enough though, but that is the finisher na gagawin ngayon. The Netflix, he knows for a fact kung saan nanggaling yung Paranoia na yon. So, now, 7-1, still a good round for the side of Outplay Uprising. Again, they have lived up to our name dahil hindi nila binibigyan dito ang Carti X na para ma-expect yung mga magiging decision-making dito ng Carti, or rather ng Outplay Uprising. Dahil every time na magkakaroon sila ng mid-control, they will still be doing it further dahil nananalo sila nakukuha sila ng mga pick-offs, yung wise usage sila ng utilities is also there. So now, Carti X, they will be opting up to go in B, pero Kuya Yawi dito ang nakatingin kaagad nakapang with the OP, so they will be backing off immediately after getting in that shot. No pick-off given sa Carti X.
Yup, yun pa naman yung favorite na peaks dito ng Chamber, just going for B. Ano namang nag-extend yung TP even inside the main itself. Itself are gonna go down para dito kay Dino Beam, and Dino Beam kakain ng napakadaming bala. Okay, main room at Sana All na naman with a huge play dito sa base, clearing 2 people. Carti XRX always trying to fight itong middle area, pero napaka-annoying talaga ng KO magmaayos ang kanyang flash. Double gadget para kay Sana All with the running Vandal as well. For that extra disrespect. Grabe naman. Outplay Uprising. I mean, Sana All is having a field day dito sa ating mapa, pero Habi Simple really maximizing itong KO natin.
Yeah, once na ma-maximize na kasi dito yung mga blinds niya, yung mga fragments niya, there is a lot of opportunity for Sana All to go in instantly for those kills. And yun na lang din yung nangyayari para silang mag-riding in tandem dito, Kuya Sneaky, na lagi silang magkasama to get an info, either i-waste or magamit nila, ma-exhaust nila dito yung mga ultimates nila. They will be having the possibility for those kills dahil alam nila that they have each other's backs. We have here another showstopper all the way from mid. Wala na naman siya matagtagpuan dito together with Sabi Simple, but at least it's a 5v5 pa rin naman. The wall is not available na para madelay pa dito ang members from Party X, pero kita naman natin dito yung hesitation ng Party to go inside the site.
TP agad, papasok dito sa side, pero having Simple na naman with the right click flash. Galing sa kanya, plus may nice look at this pressure. Galing dito sa KO, knowing na nag-showstopper na sa mid itong si Ring, no? Knowing na meron silang full control and not a single member from Carti is pushing dito sa mid, it allows itong si Happy Simple to move up dito sa A and start just harassing itong Carti, not even letting them in the site. Meron pa siyang ulti dito to stop them from using any abilities. And then yun na nga, 8 seconds of health sa kanya, pero Kuya Yami nakuha na si Deadly. Hoy, makukuha Happy Simple, but the revive is gonna go in. Now it's a 4v5. One ultimate use para sa side ng Carti XRX, pero si Sana All na naandito by ropes. Ooh, I know, B. That's not a mistake. Galing sa'yo. You have to shoot the traps, my friend, or else it is gonna be Sana All playing the ropes area. Pero I think may nakaamoy sa dito. He still has the Ruba of Death in his side. Sana All is gonna get Hoy as well. He is playing the push-pull game oh so well. Just fighting itong Carti XRX.
Oh my God!
With the page cells exploding in the background, and that really means that those dudes do not look at the explosion. Pero grabe naman yun. Sana All. Literally Sana All with Sana All. It's such a it's like the name Hoy. Like you could say that Sana All can actually make this play on tournament. Grabe naman yun. I mean, you just saw him just back off, tapos fight, then back off, then fight again. Medyo nababait yung Carti doon, and I think they bit it a bit too hard.
Ang dami pa mga utilities na nire-reserve niya dito to delay in the pushes after mga trios na gustong gawin dito ng Carti X laban sa kanya. But unfortunately, hindi talaga gumagana ito sa Carti X laban dito kay Sana All. Ang ganda at ang commendable talaga indeed yung kanyang mga usage of utilities and also the follow-ups na sinesecure niya dito with Sabi Simple. It's just good enough na nakaabang lagi dito si Sabi once na makita dito na makakakuha ng mga duels dito, may maipapanalo duels dito. Si Sana All won't be winning in enough duels, but at least he will be able to go in for the trades. 9-1 na kaagad. Sneaky Frog is our scoreline dito. Colorful game indeed for that race to fly away laban dito sa side ng Carti X. Unfortunately for Carti X, parang nakakonfuse ako sa kanila once na mag-wall sila dito here in A main. Parang binabait nila dito yung outplay uprising in which hindi ito fully na-execute ng kanilang team to get inside A main.
Yeah, but look at how scared they are and pushing in dito sa side and Luminous. Just speaking itong A main, no fear coming in from him at all and wala pang res. Itong Carti XRX, and once again, they find themselves in a situation where one person is down para sa side nila and one person advantage para dito sa outplay uprising. Pero naka-pistols lang naman sila dito. I do not think that it is a full-on force buy. It's more of a half buy galing sa side nila. And yeah, I mean, outplay uprising just have to play this normally then get the win at this point to make it 10-1. Pero tignan natin. I mean, Zylina, he has gold. Meron pa siyang dalawang flash dito. Ooh, not the flash, brother. Dapat onting urong pa. Onting urong pa. Pero Sana All, oh my God. You saw the fear in his robot eyes na nakita niya si Sana All in that corner.
Oh, bilis nilang umatras. So, Sneaky Frog, it's a 3v4. Still doable for the side of Carti X. They just need to have enough
30 seconds
confidence sa
left.
mga pasok inside the side. They have enough utilities. Halos pares lang tayo ng mga agents na pinik dito from either of our teams. Pero unfortunately kasi with them,
Spike
parang
planted.
nagkukulang tayo sa kanilang mga execution dito. Fragment dito, sabi simple, sana all gets in one. There's the call-up na ginawa ng ating Jet or ng ating Raze. There goes Kuya Yawi all the way from heaven. Easy 2-digit points kagad for our first half. And
Yup, and I think it's safe to say that the first half of it belongs to Outplay Uprising. 10-1 is a pretty dominant score. Dodging a 9-3 pretty early on dito sa
Last round
ating
in the
round.
half.
But the last round in the half is about to go. And sana all stat line, man. 26, 4, and 3. He's kinda... I think it's safe to say na giyang siya maglaro ngayon.
nakatulog si Sana All. So, Sana All full ang tulog. 26-4, tapos wala man lang nagiging katumbas dito ang Cortex. They don't know how to counter him out. Especially the fact na sobrang hesitant nila pumasok inside the sites. They don't know how to use their utilities wisely. But now, we have here, sabi simple, or Kuya Yawi, missing out the shot laban dito sa mga nag-entry. But still, we still have here the ultimates given. Kuya Yawi missed out another one. Pero nandito naman si Netflix to clean things up. Wala ng controller dito for the side of Cortex.
Oh, and Netflix is gonna keep pushing here despite being the controller for his team. I don't think he needs the stars to be effective dito sa ating game. He just needs his Phantom. And yun na nga, Carti XRX try to pay for it. Pero sana all is gonna try to go for 30 dito sa may middle na area. The showstopper is about to come. That's gonna be
Spike
Kita.
down mid.
Nakita dito sa mid. Yun lang. Naging 2v4 pa nga. Carti XRX to
Last player standing.
100 shares between the two players. Boy is gonna go down. Dino Beam na lang natitira. The divide plus the flash. Yun lang. Javi Simple living in their heads. In their dreams. In everything. And their nightmares.
Switching sides.
Outplay Uprising. You have a choice between yung flash ni Javi Simple or itong si Sana All just literally pushing and try-peeking yung middle area natin.
Isang beses nga lang din ginamit dito ni Netflix yung kanyang Cosmic Divide. At doon nga pa nagamit yan sa final round kung saan it's just Dino Beam. Unfortunately dito for Kita, hindi siya nakadash away. Hindi siya makakadash away dito after ringing the showstopper. Wise usage talaga ng utilities. I gotta say, ang ganda ng bawat lilulungga nila dito at yung mga expectations nila on where and what will be the execution is for Cortez to get inside the site or even have their corners checked in. Pero now, in this half, they will be the ones defending. I think this is more likely a mid-control na magaganap na nga ngayon. And look at this. After smoking in the tower, wala nang ibang gagawin pa dito. Ang Sage from Cortex, they will be backing away for a bit. There's the wall. Together with the smoke, after hearing in the sound cues of those utilities, mukhang ito na yung decision ng Outplay Uprising to just go in A side.
I like ito na iniwan nila si Luminous dito sa B because the Sage is so unlikely na mag-lurk para sa team mo and Luminous maybe getting spotted and naparotate na nga yung chamber dito. That's gonna eliminate one player dito sa A site. And that's gonna give free reign dito kay Kuya Yawi. If Kuya Yawi gets this free kill sa heaven, then I think this site is just gonna go to Outplay Uprising. Just gonna go for the pincer movement. Pero Kuya Yawi, I think may narinig na siya dito sa may heaven na area. Probably merong isa sa ropes, but I think si Dino Bean ang narinig na dito. But the TPs are gonna be available in I think 5 seconds. Pero yun na nga, the wall is gonna go up. And may kita yata yung TP dito ni Chamber and they're just gonna go destroy it. Pero bakit ka nag-TP pa loob? Pero nag-out sa heaven. Javi Simple running into the side. Si Zylina nakakuha pa ng isa. Pero Javi Simple is gonna get that quick trade. Big mistake from the other Chamber dito sa ating mapa. Pero kita with the classic, he's gonna try to do some damage. 3v3 ang situation. Suddenly, naging equal na to para sa Carti XRX. Kaya ba nila bumalik dito sa site to make it an 11-2 at least? Pero Netflix na andito sa may elbow na area. Nakakuha na ng isa. They're gonna play and double up. May elbow instead is gonna go for the push and Netflix gonna get 3 in the round. This Astra popping up sa ating pistol.
Yeah, they have been popping up multiple times dito sa ating laro, especially si Luminous dito. And gusto ko yun na-mention mo kanina kay Sneaky Frog na it's unlikely to see a Sage flanking lurking dito as the one attacking. In this map, especially, this is the map of split na most probably kasi dito is yung mga naglalurks is yung
Watching here.
yung mga sentinels natin. We have here the chamber or even have the killjoy. But with that kind of attraction, nakuha nila tuloy yung advantage na makakuha ng attention here in B side. But look at the utilities being thrown out dito here in A, making it enable for Ultra Uprising to get inside the side. Pero makakapasok nga ba sila dito with all of the attention that they have gathered here in A?
Yep, and I think naka-force by DP ang party XRX. So in terms of weapons, I wouldn't say pantay sila, pero at least meron silang panglaban dito with the pistols, with the SMGs. Pero Luminous and the rest of OE, papasok pa lang yata dito sa A-side and about to take a try dito sa XRX after this split map. Really one-sided. Kita with the one tap, but that's pretty much it. What he can do doon sa round na yun. And it is a very convincing 13-1 para dito sa Outplay Uprising. One smile and no other reactions, man. I feel like medyo expected yata yung result para sa side na to.
Well, it
mean-
just boils down to the fact that ang dami pa rin talaga at ang laki pa rin talaga ng experience-wise dito ng Outplay Uprising when it comes to our tournaments. But yet again, that is going to be our game number 1 dito sa ating best of 3 series. And the map of splits, ang mapa ng bind natin ay ang game number 2 natin. So let's see kung ano yung magiging adjustments dito ng CarTX.
Yeah, and I think it's really important para dito sa Carti XRX no, to actually recognize if you are gonna rewatch itong split no, I think you should rewatch how weak yung mid defense nila dito kasi ginagawa lang naman na Outplay Uprising is harass mid initially, then punta sila sa kabilang side except for the last round where they just straight up went A and rolled over itong Carti XRX. Pero ayun na nga, I mean, other than that, Outplay Uprising just outplaying them in every corner of the map except for that one round na nakuha nila. But yeah, it's on the replay right there. That's the only round na nakuha nila. But yeah, it's just superior gameplay siguro galing dito sa Outplay Uprising. Pero meron tayong dalawang winners apparently para sa ating mousepad. And is it gonna be on screen? Ayun nga, it's gonna be on screen. Ayun.
Yay!
I wonder who that person is.
I wonder why. Congratulations kay Angelica Cortez for winning
Angelica Cortez in the chat. Chat ka na lang, basically. Just chat whoever you know how to chat.
Kaya 15 mousepads yung mapapanalunan natin dito. So, sa mga viewers natin ngayon, just make sure na magawa at magamit yung ating mga mechanics and yung mga hashtag natin to win in our mousepads. Next up natin is the next name na mananalo na nga dito ng ating mousepad. Congratulations kay Eds.
Eds Magalad, okay. That's the second mousepad. So, if gusto niyo i-claim, just PM yung page, I guess. Then, sila na bahala sa inyo. Congratulations to the winners. So, do we have anything else to give away, Derek? Or no? Wala na. Nothing for now. Alright, so yup. More mousepads will be given away dito sa ibang games. Rather, the other game that is gonna happen after this, which is gonna be the same teams. OE pa rin versus Carti. So, we are gonna look forward to the second map, which is gonna be Bind. So, tignan natin, is this gonna be Outplay Uprising just finishing this one 2-0, or is Carti XRX gonna fight back and maybe sagutin yung 13-1 dito na Outplay Uprising? You're gonna know in just a bit. So, guys, we'll take a short break. When we come back, more Valorant action coming at you.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, react.
And yun, hello and welcome back sa ating Harbinger Tournament Series 2, Week 3. Brought to you by NVIDIA Colorful. If you need a really good graphics card and you want it to look good as well, make sure to check out yun nga, NVIDIA Colorful. So also shout out to PCWorks for providing. So if you wanna buy an NVIDIA Colorful the graphics card, just go to PCWorks at this point. They make it easier for you guys. So yeah, just go to PCWorks, buy your NVIDIA Colorful graphics card, plop it in your PC, get 500 FPS in Valorant, and mapupunta kayo sa Radiant. Best way to sell that one. Pero yun na nga, map 2 na tayo sa ating best of 3 outplay. Uprising 1-0 over Carti WRX so far. I mean, that first map was heavy. Nahirapan talaga ang Carti XRX dito. Yeah, we're gonna see map 2. It is bind right on our screen. I think we are maybe gonna see the same lineup, no? Using Raze instead of the Jet para mas mabilis kayo baka entry dito sa site, and maybe a KO once again. Kasi I think at this point, if you're talking about yung modern Valorant meta natin, no, you cannot, hindi ka pwede makakita ng walang chamber, hindi ka pwede makakita ng walang KO. If you are running, yung more modern na Valorant dito. Pero if itong Carti XRX decides to pull a Shersha, then mag-play sila ng Season 1 na agents and maybe can surprise itong Outplay Uprising, then feel free to do so kasi I think the first map, that's kind of a clue, no? If you play it a bit normally, then I think Outplay Uprising, they're just gonna outskill you at that point. Considering na pick pa yun ng Carti XRX actually, or rather, pick pa yun ng Outplay Uprising yung first map. So maybe second map, if they play or if they make itong Outplay Uprising play their game, itong Carti XRX, then maybe just maybe they can pull a win.
Ang laking factor pa naman din kasi talaga kung saan ka komportable with you and your team in a map na pwede nyo makuha nga yung specific agents nyo, yung specific roles nyo to begin with, and also yung mga strategies na ginagawa nyo. Kasi this is a very different map compared dito sa split na sobrang laki ng mga weaknesses mo, especially once na hindi mo na ibigay yung mid-control against your enemy na hindi nila, naging easy ayun for them to penetrate through at makapasok at makapag-plant in ng spike or even have enough control from the backlines. But here we have the map of bind. Again, they can even have their specific strategies dito when it comes to the TPs. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga waiting games nila dito, especially the agent selections natin ay mangyari na nga in a bit. We're just waiting in kung ano na nga ba dito. Mapagdedesisyonan ng Outplay Uprising laban dito sa Carti XRX. Katulad nga nasabi ni Sneaky Frog kanina, this is the map of Carti. So let's see if magiging komportable na nga ba sila at magkakaroon na sila ng enough confidence to get in to get inside the sites na nakita natin kanina, yung very unbreakable defense na ginawa ng Outplay on the map of split.
Bring them to me.
Drastically different take para dito sa Outplay Uprising actually. The Javi Simple is gonna be the one on the race. Netflix, naka-sky naman this time. No chamber to be found para dito sa ating bind for Outplay Uprising, pero I think that's good enough naman para sa side nila, just having the additional support coming in from the Brimstone plus
Alright,
Sky being such a huge factor dito sa bind, no, knowing how open yung Sky ng map dito. That's not a fun at all, pero malaki lang talaga yung I would say the ceiling of the site is pretty high, so yung value ng bird ay napakalaki nga para dito sa ating Sky. And for the other side, they're gonna decide to try to mirror it at least for a bit. Pero tignan natin. Outplay Uprising, I mean, no chamber to be found para sa site nila despite that agent being able to defend two sites at the same time when played right.
Yeah. Ang makikita ko na lang siguro dito for Outplay Uprising is that they have double controllers. Na isa dito, syempre, have is simple. He can still remain an anchor inside the site na kung saan yung Brimstone nga dito ang bahala na for other sides to control in yung mga vision dito ng kabilang team. At makikita na naman natin dito, Carti as the ones attacking. Still not a good decision dahil I really think na maganda pa rin talaga yung ating defensive side dito from Outplay Uprising. Pero let's see pa rin naman, hindi pa rin naman nagsisimula kaagad tayo. Pero this is a good wall exhausted by Luminous here in that. There's the blind, but thankfully enough, naka-assist kaagad siya dito with these low orbs. So no follow-up na mangyayari dito from Bats.
Yeah, I really like this galing dito sa Outplay Uprising though. Just making sure na nag-waste ng utility itong Carti XRX. With that wall, Bird is already down, so meron pa silang onting leeway in terms of the time para dito sa may showers na area. Medyo spread ang Carti XRX dito. I think they're trying to spread out and try to go for the picks, tapos magtitipi yung dalawa, din pumunta sila na A. Then, pag di nangyari yun, then that's gonna be unfortunate. But look at this, the utility usage na naman. Galing sa side na Outplay Uprising, the slow orb plus the paint shells combo. Pero wala naman masasaktan dito sa Carti XRX. So white wing galing dito kay Kita, but the instant trade dito kay Kuya Yawi. Luminous is gonna go down. Heal is already exhausted, so it doesn't matter, I think, kung mamamatay nga dun ang Sage as heal will not be provided for the remainder of the clock. Pero Cold Zendi, but try nilang pumasok dito sa ating B-side through the hookah area. The dash in is gonna go through. Sana All is gonna take down the Jet. Hoy, try na pumasok dito sa side, pero si Sana All na naman ang star ng ating Outplay Uprising with the kill dito sa backside. Pero Cold Zendi is gonna stop him at the end. Kuya Yawi gonna try to run and gun with the Frenzy. And the paint shell's gonna go down, pero galing dito sa likod. Javi Simple jumping down from hookah. And that is gonna be the round going to Outplay Uprising. Pistols para sa side nila. A third pistol round win, I think, para dito sa Outplay.
It actually is the third one. Kung saan scattered na naman dito ang Carti XRX to get inside the site. Dahil nga, scattered din naman dito. All over the place kasi dito yung Outplay Uprising. They don't know how to break through the walls here of Have Simple. Dagdagan mo pa dito ng wise usage, diba, ng utilities pa dito nila Kuya Yawi. Dagdagan mo pa dito ni Luminous na hindi sila agad-agad na nagbabato lang ng mga utilities sila. They know when or whatever is the reason kung bakit nila ibabato ito. Kaya ngayon, hesitations once be implemented dito sa side ng Carti, but they were close enough kanina to get inside, or well, they were able to plant in the spike here in B side, pero wala nga lang ditong what is to follow. So now, will the penetration happen be here in Bats?
They gotta check the feet dito sa gilid. You can see that actually kung may go si Kita dito, but instead they're not actually gonna go for the peak, but the peak is actually gonna come to them. Galing dito kay Luminous. Kita turns around in time, but it does not matter as the rest of Outplay Uprising is collecting itong Carti XRX on their eco. I'd actually really like to see itong Carti to go for the force buy and at least try to force one side of the map to their control. Kaso gusto nila maging safe para dito sa ating third round, but they have to play it really carefully itong third round natin, no? Kasi baka mangyari na naman yung situation where itong Outplay Uprising, they can just get some flash kills or maybe some aggressive plays dito sa kabilang side ng map like hookah, and pag makakuha sila ng pick doon, that's not good news para dito sa Carti.
Basing sa positioning span man din dito ng Outplay Uprising, it's really not a good news. Lalo na tatlo ang nakabang dito here in B side. There will be the sound kasi may bibigay dito sa Outplay Uprising na meron na nga dito nag-aanok na here in long.
Smoke's down.
They will be going in for the sprays, but they are already held back by the smokes and even have here the Trailblazers. So, magde-decide na naman dito ang side ng party. The sprays na ginawa dito ni Netflix. No hesitation given para maka-eliminate lang ng isa. Sa side na nga ngayon ng Carti, but still, the push might happen here in A side. Tingnan natin kung ano yung magiging decision dito ni Code Zendi.
Yep, the Spectre gaming right there. The Spectre advantage with the run and gun, but at the same time, a really good dog galing dito sa Sky na spotan nila na meron isang tao dito sa long. Sana all, I think he's prepping to go for another push dito na meron pa namang stim beacon ng Brimstone and it can instantly take down a player dito sa long. Pero bulag na bulag dito si Code Zendi. Never mind. They're not gonna go for the push. Instead, it's gonna be Kuya Yawi. Missing point land with the Bucky. It happens sometimes, brother. Ganyan talaga ang Bucky. Minsan gumagana, minsan hindi. Pero Netflix na andito pa rin sa side with the Spectre. Popping off. Is gonna get 3 in the round. Is gonna get all 5, actually. Para dito sa Outplay Uprising. And Netflix going huge. The Brimstone is here to play. 5-1-0 para dito sa ating Brimstone na si Netflix. Oh, that's so huge para sa kanila. 3-0 agad and the momentum is gonna swing so far dito sa Outplay Uprising.
Another reason na naman kung bakit sila ma-feel dominated enough dahil sa mga plays mo lang dito na ginagawa nila Netflix getting in that ace. Unfortunately, kay Kuya Nawi, hindi gumana yung Bucky sa kanya earlier as he held one corner from that side from the hookah. So now, mukhang makikinig na sila sa'yo, Sneaky. They will be trying to penetrate to one side. Trailblazer already kicking in here in hookah. There goes the spray. Netflix dito won't be able to go away, pero at least they were able to delay in members from the side of Carti. Pero ang problema dito na dito ng mga satchels, Yawi, they will be getting in those 2 kills. No. 2 members lang din ang matitira dito. Blinded by the light spy. It's all up to Kita na wala na nga dito makikita pa. 3K na ang nakuha dito ni Sana All for that 4th round in the making for the South.
Sayang yun. Nakala ko talaga na makakapasok na dito ang Carti XRX pero Kuya Yawi using the satchels para hindi siya maapektuhan ng slow orb dito, just pushing himself towards itong hookah area knowing na meron siyang advantage with the better shotgun. I mean, the Bucky was not lucky enough para dito kay Kuya Yawi actually leaving one player to 10 HP. Napaka-unlucky pero the judge is here to save the day and now it is a 4-0 Outplay Uprising. So far, it's been only them dito sa ating bind the map and they're doing such a good job. It's Kuya Yawi or actually it's itong Outplay Uprising in general just pushing up a bit sa isang side ng map and pag di nila nakita yun then expect some rotations coming in galing dito sa Outplay pero not just yet. They're actually trusting itong si Sana All and itong si Netflix to defend the site on their own. What an angle galing dito kay Sana All and the cabbages. The cabbages are out, and ayun na nga, they're gonna start to hunt, and the bird is gonna be out as well, pero yun lang, the orbital strike is gonna hit everyone dito sa Carti XRX, pero si Hoy na andito na sa corner, si Sana All naka-cover pa rin, Kuya Yawi nakuha niya si Zendi, pero Hoy with a better angle dito sa B-site. Now it is a 3v3 showstopper available para dito sa race. Kuya Yawi na andito sa likod, nakita si Kita, pero si Kuya Yawi, makikita ni Zai Lina. 2v2 situation. Hoy, nag-pick ng corner. Habi simple. Pero yung pala, si Luminous with a great timing dito sa side. And bago ka makatakbo, na andun na nga si Luminous Zylina. Gonna get shot in the back. And 5-0 Outplay Uprising. Still, it's them leading the cause dito sa ating first half.
So much pressure talaga ang binibigay dito ngayon nila Sana All, especially the fact na na-abuse niya yung angle enough to get in that surprise dito sa ating Jet all the way from the side of Carti. Unfortunately, it's a 5-0 clean of a game, especially sa ating defensive mechanism na ginagawa dito nila Luminous. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga wise usage dito ng utilities nila Sabi Simple, pero that is a good kill. Sabi Simple already down. There's the follow-up of the tag ng ating Aldrone. Pero may follow-up naman din dito ang ating dalawang natira here in A site. There goes the slow orbs and even have in the snake bites. Now it's all up to a 4v5 situation. Pero si Sana All, he just gets in the attention all the way from B.
He stepped too close to the
Teleporter.
door. Yun lang.
Oh,
He stepped too
sayang.
close to the door. That would have been such a good play galing sa kanya. Pero Luminous, once again, hit the wall. I don't think you should waste yung Ibon dito kung kayo yung Sky. Pero yun na nga, the push is gonna go in. The dog as well. And Luminous cannot do anything about this. He can only shoot slowly towards the door. And Javi Simple, sa kabilang side na kuha na ng isa. Pero Javi Simple, mabubulag dito ng Ibon. Eh, mabubulag pa ng isa pang beses. Is gonna try to run away. Is gonna try to dodge everyone into the side. Is not gonna get even one. And it is gonna be on Netflix. It is gonna be on the Brimstone. Whether or not makaka-clutch pa dito ang Outplay Uprising first peak galing dito kay Xylina. Dinobead is gonna try to go for the timing. Nate 6, nakatalikod dito, pero Dinobead with the perfect peak. Nakakuha pa ng one tap gamit ang Sheriff. And 5-1 Carti XRX. They get the first round. Medyo nag-overextend na ang Outplay Uprising and Carti XRX. Are they gonna start punishing these overextensions, no? Galing dito sa Outplay Uprising.
Oh, lalo na't nakita na natin yon for the first time dito. On Outplay Uprising, they might give off the momentum na kailangan na ng RTX, especially the fact that this is already the match point or the match series na ng side natin ngayon from Outplay Uprising after winning in 1 game ahead dito sa ating best of 3. There goes the slow orb and the pain shells, reason kung bakit madadali na naman din forward dito. Pero look at that delay. It gave a lot of time for Sana to go here in Bilong. Gets into Netflix na lang ang natitira dito in this corner. But unfortunately, he won't be able to survive from home. There goes the paranoia. Unfortunately, Kuya Yawi just jumps in front of him. Goes in for the spray. 6-1 ang ating scoreline kagad. They just gave up an outplayed strategy dahil hindi nila in-expect dito RTX yung pag-push ng dalawa from B.
Yeah, and I think kung kayo yung Carti, no, you should actually still expect na magpupush pa rin sila dito knowing na meron pa silang mga rifles sa kanilang mga kamay. And Carti XRX, unfortunately, not expecting itong si Sana All to just push in all the way dito sa Bilong and to just go for the shots. A bit too slow of a reaction galing dito sa Carti XRX, but at that point, it was already too late. Nandun na si Netflix, pushed up all the way sa hookah. So medyo mahirap para sa side ng Carti. Medyo na blindside nga sila kasi itong Outplay Uprising, mas finocus nila ang A push kaysa dito sa B push. But after ng round na natalo nga sila, they just flipped the script and B side naman ang pinush nila dito. But instead, no one is actually gonna push galing sa side ng Outplay Uprising. Never mind, I can see someone lurking on that raise dito sa kabilang side. I think Kuya Yawi naghahanap na naman siya ng kill dito. Naghahanap na naman ng information para sa kanyang team. Pero yun lang, there's gonna be two people facing here. Sana All getting to once again the max value. Galing dito sa Sky. Tihoy nakapasok na. Pero si Netflix na andito pa rin sa side. Si Sana All galing dito sa long. Meron pa siyang Ibon dito. Meron pa siyang Aso. Meron pa siyang buong zoo sa kanyang kamay dito. So napakadaming utility pa rin para sa side ng Outplay Uprising. Xylina nakuha si Luminous. Nag-flash pa nga. Side cabbages available para sa kanya. So much utility getting wasted galing dito sa Carti XRX, but it's gonna provide some space para makaplant sila dito sa site. Base cells. Oh my god, ang tagal mag-plant dito ni Hoy. Nakapasok na dito yung Outplay Uprising. Hoy, nakuha si Javi Simple. Xylina, now it's a 1v1. Nakadik pa nga dito kay Sana All. 39 HP in a dream. And Sana All is gonna play the long route. Xylina, makikita niya pa dito. Does he know na meron palang Sky sa kanyang likod? It's actually the timer working against Xylina dito sa ating 1v1. Pero good plan guys sa kanya. Xylina, I think expecting na malilikuran sa dito. And look at this! What a read galing dito kay Sana All. Just letting him go for the plant, letting him overthink itong 1v1 natin. And yun, nakatampay lang pa sa elbow this whole time. And 7-1. Okay.
Okay. I know what he did just there. Ang dirty na ginawa dito ni Sana All sa kanya. He gave off the footsteps from elbow. Tapos yun na yung naging reason, yun na yung nagpop-up dito na magkaroon ng so much anxiety na si Xylina to get an info kung saan ba dito makakakuha ng pick si Sana All. But yeah, that is our 7-1 na scoreline kagad. Will this be deja vu? Dahil kanina, it was 11-10. And we're close enough for this. 4 rounds na lang ang kukulangin natin. Pero let's see. Dahil may Blazer na kasama dito, Kuya Yawi misses the shot. Will be the follow-up ng ating paint shell. So he will be able to back away. So now, it's still good enough for the side of RTX na buhay pa rin naman sila after the aggressive pick na ginawa dito ni Kuya Yawi. So now Kuya Yawi, he might have learned his lesson kanina na wag masyadong mag-overextend dahil nga they can give up a lot of momentum for RTX.
And Bladestorm out para dito sa attacking side. So meron silang onting vertical advantage dito if ever papasok nga ang Jet dito sa side. Dino Bean still deciding whether or not papasok pa siya dito. I mean, the Brimstone smokes are providing so much delay para dito sa A side, and knowing yung range ng smoke na yan, he can just smoke it from anywhere. Pero Kuya Yawi just wide swings itong showers, taking down si Zendi and itong si Kita. Kuya Yawi doing his best sana all cosplay, just dry peeking everything dito sa ating mapa, and it is a 3v5 once again. Sana all makukuha si Zaidin. And what can you do? You have two choices. Either mamamatay ka kay Sana all or mamamatay ka kay Javi Simple. Galing sa likod with the snake bite kill dito kay Hoy. And 8-1 Carti XRX. Kind of the same story dito sa ating map 1.
It really is close enough to have that same kind of story dahil full on domination na and a lot of pressure given by outplay uprising dahil sobrang linis sa mga paglulur to pag-flank nila dito against RTX na every time na lang try nila makapasok dito, nagde-delay sila dahil lang sa mga usage of utilities dito na outplay uprising, and it gives a lot of overthinking dito dahil nga anytime and anywhere, pwedeng makapatay from the backlines ang outplay uprising. Especially, we still have Netflix and Javier Simple. Pero now, look at the slow and look at the siya gagawin sana dito ng RTX. They are immediately delayed dahil sa mga slowers and Dish. And all of those smokes here in B side. So now, medyo naghihingalo na naman ng RTX. Especially narinig nila Kuya Yawi using the showstopper, getting it until laban kay Code Sandy, and that is a quick -1 for RTX.
Pero Kuya Yawi, he's still somehow alive dito sa ating harap ng hookah. And sana all from long, man. This is just pure domination galing dito sa outplay uprising at this point. I mean, after that one round, I think they just slapped themselves and sabihin nila, okay, let's take this one really seriously. Because our possible opponent dito sa ating Grand Finals is not gonna be a joke at all. Outplay uprising, playing with our food a bit dito sa ating second map. And at this point, if they get the last two, then I think guaranteed na I think this is just gonna go the way of outplay uprising. Kasi, I mean, Carti, they really just can't get in. Like, I cannot word it any differently. But the orbital strike, papunta dito sa short. Is that the slow? Para gumana dito. Javi Simple looking up, looking down, looking left, looking right. Wala siyang mahanap dito kasi sobrang siyang na-flash. Meron pa siyang Viper Spit dito para ma-occupy itong U-Hole. This is actually really good para sa outplay kasi na-provide pa ng space dito si Javi. Pero Hoy, spotting him out, and the Viper Spit is gonna go down. The decay will no longer be available. Pero sana all with the wide swing. Will this be the third win? Or rather the second win para dito sa party, and maybe the second win para sa side nila. 92. If they can get one more on the board, then the curse might help them dito sa ating second map.
Yeah, yun na lang din ang pwede nilang panghawakan dito. Lalo na't it's already close to a double-digit game given to the side of outplay uprising. Pero syempre, magkakaroon pa rin naman dito enough economy to begin with ang ating RTX. So this might be a possibility na magkaroon nga tayo ng 90 curse, pero they need to face in a lot. Yung mga supposed na naman ng Kuya Netflix, there's also sana all waiting into hookah. There's the blind, there's the pick, paranoia para makaalis. Hoy dito, nauna na. Nandito pa yung mga blinds ng isa. They still have here the secret, but unfortunately, for Sarlina, he won't be surviving any further dahil nandito na rin kaagad yung pagraragasan ng 3, 4, 5 from the side of outplay uprising. There goes Kuya Yawi jumping off for his flight, pero 2 members left behind here in B. They don't even have the spike.
Yep, spike is stuck dito sa my short. And I think it's just gonna be pure dry peaks at this point. Galing dito sa outplay uprising now. A 4v2. I think may res pa nga dito yung kanilang stage. So it's practically free for them to go for this one. Sana all just jumping in with the bird. And Sana all jumping in with the Vandal. Luminous is gonna get that kill as well. And Outplay Uprising,
Switching sides.
10-2. A very convincing half para sa side nila.
This, oh my gosh, this is just truly overwhelming for CorteX to have. Ang ganda kasi ng mga bawat decision making dito na ginagawa nila Lateflix, even Javi Simple na nag-aabang lang din in one site. I really like the Viper split earlier dahil it eliminates in the fact na hindi makakuha ng enough territory dito ang CorteX. But now, it's already the second half. They are the ones defending. So, let's hope for the best for this team para turn around nila yung mga ties dito to go in all for their favor. Pero makikita natin kasi dito, no? 3 members waiting into A, 2 members pushing into bats. There's the Trailblazer. Smoke's already down. Pero let's see now here kung ano yung magiging decision making dito nila Korea. After learning in, 1 is already waiting. Here, an elbow. Right clicks given. 1 member down already for Garfield. Oh.
Girly.
Sliding. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Dino Beam.
Right here.
Yeah, 11 is to 2. Grabe, nakakapagbigay ng talagang pressure dito, especially the fact that we have here just 2 more remaining rounds. CorteX dito, opting up to go for the push, pero nandito kaagad yung mga walls. Trailblazer won't be getting an info all the way from U-Hall, kaya naman it gives a lot of pressure and a lot of space for Koyayawi to jump all the way from bats. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha siya ng kill. He won't be, pero Kuya Yawi is still in behind of them. Dino Beam dito, still alive and kicking. Pero let's see kung ano magiging decision nila dahil nandito na kagad yung ating mga snake pa. Kuya Yawi gets in for all the way from the back. And now it's all up to one remaining member. Nakikita niya dito yung ulo ni Luminous. Unfortunately, it won't be enough space to get in those heads. 12 is to do 1 more round. No eco given for the side of CorteX to have enough to win out this game. And now, will this be the finisher game number 1 sa ating series ngayon here in Colorful Harbinger Tournament?
Yeah, I feel like hindi pa to yung end. Maybe meron pang isang round itong Carti XRX to at least fight back since meron silang advantage in terms of the weapons. Pero knowing itong Outplay Uprising, they're gonna find a way to somehow use their utility to their advantage and sila makakuha ng close range na mga fights dito, especially knowing na nakabucky na naman itong si Raze. Oh, and look at this. The stim is gonna go in. This is what I was talking about. The Brimstone advantage. Having these close range fights and despite being stunned, Kuya Yawi is gonna get one. And I think this might be it para dito sa Carti XRX unless itong si Dino Bean has anything to say about it para makapasok sila sa site. Meron pa silang cabbages dito. It's gonna provide some pressure para dito sa para sa Outplay Uprising to actually get back into this. Luminous is gonna get into the site. Dino Bean gonna get one, pero Diffuse is gonna start to go in. Meron palang lineup dito from Laguna. All the way from Laguna. Oh my god, that is so far. This guy is a definite nerd. 100%. That's what we call them dito sa ating game. Netflix just has to wipe wing at this point para makuha yung kill. And that's gonna be it. Almost a Diffuse para dito sa Carti XRX. But that's it.
Oh, finisher.
I
was really curious kung bakit nandoon si Sabi Simple all the way from backside. And that is going to be it for Carti X after losing so much laban dito sa game, lalo na unfortunately isang beses lang natin nakita dito yung lineups ni Sabi Simple, but now we have here a recap kung bakit nga ba fully dominating din talaga dito ang Outplay Uprising, especially from that round na nakita natin dito sa frames natin. It was a clean 4K for Luminous for that aggressive pick and bats at nagpatuloy na yung ganong klaseng aggression, eliminating in the chances dito ni Carti X to win out even more rounds laban sa Outplay Uprising.
Yeah, I think if I would quote yung best friend dito ni Playboy Carti na si Lil Uzi Vert, I know it's hard at times, but you'll get over it. Itong Carti XRX. I mean, it happens no where you just enter a tournament, then dumating ka ng napaka-deep sa playoffs, then you get 13-2. This is just the thing that happens. So hopefully itong Carti XRX, they can pick themselves back up after this tournament and maybe join another Harbinger Tournament Series if ever there's gonna be another week para dito sa ating tournament. Pero Outplay Uprising, I mean, overall, they played super well. I mean, split. Mid was literally theirs. And hindi makuha yun ng Carti XRX. Para naman sa bind, it's just the same thing. Yung superior control na nakuha dito na Outplay Uprising really is just giving itong Carti XRX a hard time. But yeah, that is it. For this best of 3, we do have 2 winners para sa ating mousepad. And winner number 1, Mercy Cogolyodo for our first winner.
Yeah.
Congratulations. If you do see your name dito sa stream, make sure to PM the page and sila na bahala sa inyo. Second winner is gonna be...
Yan, just waiting in for the last name ng ating second winner for today's giveaway natin ng Harbinger Tournament Series. And there we have you, Lester Bersamina. Congratulations po for watching into our stream and also winning out our giveaways dito. Ang ganda ng mga mousepad dito. So yeah, dami pa natin mga pag-giveaways, and that is the first team na makakapasok mga here into our grand finals ng Harbinger Tournament.
And yeah, I mean, lesson learned here is you have to have one of the Javi variants on your team so you can win. So you can either have itong si Javi Simple who plays controller. They have Javi 8K with duelist. Sino pa? Javi 16K? I think I know a Javi 16K na plays another role. Basta when you have a Javi variant, that's what we call him at this point. Yung mga madaming Javi dito sa ating scene. When you have one of the 3 Javi variants, then your team is always a threat pagdating sa ating tournament. Pero yeah, that is it para sa ating best of 3. We are gonna know sino mga kalaban na Outplay Uprising in the grand finals in just a short while. So guys, we will be right back.
Some faster information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
And ayun. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the grand finals of the Harbinger Tournament Series number 2, week number 3. Grand finals na po tayo sa ating tournament. It's gonna be Defy Gaming versus itong Outplay Uprising who we saw earlier. Really put aside itong Carti XRX. And yun na nga yung matchup natin dito sa ating grand finals. And no map picks just yet, guys. Pero let's talk about the matchup, man. I mean, in terms of matchup, I think ito yung pinaka-equal na matchup of today, no? Kasi in terms of talent, I think pantay naman yung dalawang teams natin. I'm not sure kung about yung chemistry ng Defy Gaming dito. Pero knowing yung kanilang personnel no, dun sa team, or also known as my research na looking at their Discord channel and seeing a certain name, I think in terms of chemistry, naandun na rin sila. So, I mean, tignan natin, maybe itong Defy Gaming can actually be the first one to disrupt itong momentum ng ating Outplay Uprising. Pero so far, itong Outplay Uprising coming in from a very, very hot game. Ibig sabihin, warmed up na sila dito. And para naman sa Defy, you could say the same for them as well, no? Pero yun nga, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, this is probably gonna be the close tournament. But just to reiterate to you guys, yung Harbinger Tournament Series number 2, it is the champion who is gonna get 13k.
Wow.
That's a whole lot of Valo points. 5 t-shirts. That's a whole lot of t-shirts and mouse and mousepad. So you don't just win the money. Meron ka pang freebies dito courtesy of PC Works and Nvidia and Colorful. So shout out to them for providing us with these mice to give away para sa mga viewers natin who are supporting dito sa ating chat. Actually, one of the more supportive chats that we have of the day. Pero yun na nga, there's still many mousepads to give away. Meron pa kaming 3 para dito sa ating best of 3 grand final. So if you guys wanna win itong mousepads natin, just stick around. Make sure to share, like everything, Fulcrum, ring the bell at that point. I don't know if that helps, pero you're gonna be at least updated kung may tournament nga ang Fulcrum in the following days. Pero ayun na nga. I mean, look at the colorful mousepads right there. Looks great. Looks gamery. Actually, I actually want one of these extended na mousepads, no? Even though I have an existing one, just to grip para dito sa keyboard. Because my keyboard at this point is that old na the rubber is kind of wearing out. Pero here are the maps. Goddamn infraction.
Well, hindi na siya magiging designer map, kundi second map na natin ito. It was picked already by Outplay Uprising, Defy Gaming. Ooh, very familiar of a map between all of us players dito here in Valorant. So let's see kung ano yung magiging specific agents nila to go into this game. Lalo na't narinig ko kanina, no? This is an equalized place and equalized talent agents na meron tayo with Defy Gaming and Outplay Uprising. Unfortunately for me, this is I think the first time na makakas ko on Defy Gaming. So I might be amused with everything that they have here between our maps na may ilalaro nila laban sa Outplay Uprising. Pero syempre, all throughout respect pa rin naman na may bibigay natin for Outplay Uprising for giving us a quick series. Last time, it was a 13-1, 13-2 laban sa side ng Carti-X. So, will they be able to keep up the momentum dito laban sa Defy Gaming, or will they be able to defy and the outplays na gagawin dito ng Outplay Uprising as we go in forward sa ating agent selection dito sa mapa ng Ascent?
Yep, and the names we do see on screen. So, medyo familiar. If you guys have been around the Valorant scene, no? So, familiar na siguro yung mga pangalan yun. Agador is who's one of the literal best na players or one of the best anchors para sa kanyang team. If ever he does decide to play Sentinel this time. Eugene S. Nazmi, been around the scene as well. Itong si Worship, coming in here from... What was his last team? I'm trying to remember. I really remember itong si Worship, no, for a stint dun sa FEU. Being the captain for at the FIT team for the collegiate side. And FIT has been a force to be reckoned with, always finishing itong top 4 sa mga collegiate tournaments natin. So Worship definitely a factor to consider, and it's disrupt, not disrupt. Disrupt. Yeah. And I would say, yeah, it's pretty equal. No, it's like two anime characters with the same strength. It's just at this point, who is gonna outbrain the other, no?
Nakita ko nga rin dito sa comment section, sabi ni Kuya Marker TV, gato and Netflix story na naman to So, very exciting dahil may nakaka-recognize sa kanila. But we have here our players from Outplay Uprising, chilling. Like a Valley London after getting in such a clean series kanina of 2-0. But will they be able to defy gaming dito sa Grand Finals natin? Na syempre, hindi lang din naman dito yung Outplay Uprising yung nakakuha ng momentum. Kundi sila din from our off-cam game.
Think you can keep up?
Laban sa isa pang team from Carty, but now we have our full-on agent pick in the map of Ascent. There will be another hindrance given to us by the KO, followed up by another initiator pa, which is going to be the Soba for Defy Gaming. But I think we are heading into our game, round number 1 dito sa mapa ng Ascent.
I cannot think of a more annoying combo than Nasmi on Killjoy. Siya talaga yung has got to be one of the more annoying na sentinels dito, no? Kasi he really just knows how to gauge his aggression, especially pagdating sa site. Hindi siya nag-overextend, but at the same time he goes aggressive para sa kanyang team. He keeps it dynamic para dito sa side ng Defy Gaming para kay Yawi. Oh my god, Kuya Yawi with an instant 2-tap dito, getting the 3K and starting things off itong Outplay Uprising. They did not even go aggressive. It was actually Defy Gaming running up dito sa my short area and Kuya Yawi playing the Jenny position oh so well. 46 HP na lang si Nasby dito. And the dream. There's the dart. There's the kill para kay Luminous. 1-0. And Outplay Uprising already with a roaring start dito sa Ascent. I mean, I think the map is kind of made for them, no? Kasi the size of the map is so small, so they can go aggressive, no problem, and rotate around para matulungan nila ang kanilang mga teammates.
I don't know what just happened, Sneaky Frog. It's just the crosshair immediately under the heads of Defy Gaming. Kaya naman Kuya Yawi was able to diminish them 3 members immediately from that round. It was a good amount of strategy for them na hindi sila nag-over-aggressive compared sa mga naging rounds natin kanina. So here we have our second round of breaking for this half. The shock darts and also yung ating knives given to us by KO will be there here in A side. So gives us a lot of info na meron na nga ditong dalawa initiator from the side of Defy Gaming, pero no further actions given ang ginawa dito na Defy.
Actually really like yung double initiator dito ng Defy, no? I mean, the Sofa and KO providing information para sa team. Nothing is really lacking para sa side nila. I mean, you have info, meron ka namang flashes galing dito sa KO, plus the suppress can really delay itong push, or rather, delay itong aggression galing sa side ng Outplay Uprising if they do position it right. Pero Defy Gaming, mukhang gusto nilang pumasok dito sa B. It's gonna have to be off of one flash, off of one dart, off of a single utility burst dito sa ating B side, and that's gonna be the utility burst na kakasabi ko lang. Ngayon na nga yung Ibon, si Sana All mahuhulog dito sa site. He is gonna get one, but will he get two? Eugene S at Nasby mahuhulog dito, pero disrupt na kuha ng isa with the classic, and Sana All coming in from behind, climbing up sa Speedway. Gadores nakuha pa nga ng isa, and Netflix getting it in the end, 2-0. Outplay Uprising surviving itong eco ng Defy Gaming with a pretty easy round using the Spectres.
Good enough for them na dalawa lang yung nawala sa kanila from their lineup earlier sa ating naging aggressive play from the side of Defy Gaming. We acknowledge the fact that they need to use everything that they have, their utilities, para mapasok, but unfortunately may nakaabang din kasi, may naka-ready na sa kanila, and lalo na yung paggamit pa again ni Netflix ng kanyang mga stars dito, sobrang preserved We need to see more of them coming, pero Kuya Yawi dito will be tagged in here in A main. No following actions naman given. There's the one-way smoke, pero wala naman ding magiging kasagutan dito kaagad ng Defy Gaming since they are holding onto their rifles. They need to be careful enough na hindi kaagad sila mabawasan dito by the aggressions na gagawin dito na Outplay Uprising.
And actually, Outplay Uprising playing drastically different, no? Kumpara dun sa first series natin. They're not overextending too much na makaka-force sila ng duels dito. Instead, just taking what they can, gamit ang Sky, pushing up a bit dito sa A and displacing itong Jet sa may A entrance in order to leave one more player dito sa may short. And it's gonna bolster yung defense dito sa A site. Problema nga lang, the B site is gonna be a target para dito sa Defy Gaming, and it is only gonna be Javi Simple gamit ang kanyang Killjoy. Maybe he can do some very good delay dito. A bit premature with the pop dito sa may Swarm Grenade. But at the same time, you can't really blame them, no? Kasi yung knife nakapasok na dito sa side, and that's not gonna allow them to actually pop it. And Javi Simple gonna be the first one down para sa Outplay Uprising. Now it's a retake attempt. And Defy Gaming off of 1 kill, nakuha nila ang B-side dito. Kuya Yawi on the other side trying to collect the orb, pero nakaplant na ang spike. Ooh, but the shock darts are gonna start to fly in. Papunta dito sa Outplay Uprising, and I think they're just gonna try to go for the save or maybe some exit frags, but they have to die dito sa round na to if they want to reset para may rifle sila sa ating next round.
Pero will they be able to get inside the site though? So Yawi is already down. There goes the 0 point. Pasok na kagad dito sana all, pero hindi makapag-pray and pray. Matrix will be getting in those kills. Luminous, unfortunately, walang naging immediate trade after niyang ma-headshot dito ang ating KO. 2 members were down. That was a good eco at least. For the side of Outplay Uprising to deny in 2 members from their rifles. At ngayon, magpapatuloy na tayo for a 2-1 series. Still in the side of Outplay Uprising, pero syempre, we might see here the defiance na gagawin dito nila Gador, especially na ginawa nila kanina yung aggression na kailangan nila at yung mga flash, rather yung mga 0 point na binato niya dito to eliminate in Javi Simple's usage of utilities. And now, without further ado, I think they might have their aggressiveness here in A site, lalo na't may null na kagad dito inactivate ang ating KO.
Yep, now TMB is online para dito sa KO. Gadors is gonna get taken down instantly though. Nate Fix makakuha ng isa, and I think mauubos lang nila yung health bar ng KO actually, pero Worship coming in from under heaven or actually galing dito sa site, nakakuha pa ng isang headshot, and is gonna get many more galing dito sa ilalim. Is actually gonna get Javi Simple after that tag with the drone. Pero makukuha pa nila yung wall bang dito kay Worship, pero the rest of Defy Gaming is defending side also well. Eugene S with the headshot. Luminous na lang natitira. What can you do? I mean, getting wall bagged from every place possible dito sa side. Meron pa siyang dart dito, but other than that, he is not gonna do anything at this point. Ipupush na pa ba ang side dito? Nope, it's gonna be the Phantom staying in his pocket. Defy Gaming with a really good defense dito sa A.
Really good, especially after makapag-tag at makakuha ng info dito. Ang ating Sova Worship was able to eliminate in from just a wall bang all the way from hell. That was a good amount of pressure na binigay nila dito since they have 3 members from the retake na gagawin nila sana here in Heaven, and they gave a lot of opportunity for them na makapag-adjust to the postman scenarios, and now they are denying in the economic advantage na pinanalo kanina ng Outplay Uprising from the first 2 rounds. They will be holding onto their marshals, half an armors, pero Luminous dito still has in the aggression na magamit na dito ang kanyang Phantom, but no pushes given for Kuya Yawi to get in that kill all the way from B-side.
Ooh, pero yun na nga, Eugene S with a huge pick dito sa mid. That's gonna be sana all. The Sky is gonna go down. That means no information galing sa Ibon or the Dog or the Capitals at all. Pero may magpupush dito sa mid. Pero si Netflix mapapabalik dito na as nakuha si Kuya Yawi. I think he was expecting na may magpupush or reaction galing dito sa side ng Outplay. And Gadores, nakuha pa ka ng isa dito sa side. And grabe naman, 2v5 situation. Outplay Uprising, every corner na gusto nilang i-push dito is actually getting punished by Defy Gaming. And Luminous, siya na lang natitira alongside itong si Netflix on that Astra gamit ang Marshall. I think he should just, if wala siyang armor dito or bawas ng kanyang armor, he might just try to die just to get the reset, or maybe just to try to take one more down para dito sa Defy for that economical damage. Pero other than that, not a possibility na ma-retake nila yung site na to.
Yeah, parang ibibigay niya na lang din talaga ito. We need to see at least one popped off dito. Pero kasi dalawa ang nakabang sa kanya with the double picks. So now, no decisions made pa further by Netflix to get in those pickups, and will be the one dying from the spike. We have now here the 1-point advantage na ngayon ng side dito ng Defy Gaming. Dahil nga sa mga naging aggression nila and wise decision making using in their utilities to have enough control inside the sites. Imagine all of those fragments, all of those swarm grenades na binato nila here in A site para hindi makapwesto lang din confidently dito yung ating defending team to at least pop off the heads here from the 5. But now, this is a buy round for the side of Kuya Yawi and his friends. 3-man setup here in B, but unfortunately there goes Paranoia, not really spotting in anyone, pero nandito na kaagad papasok nila Eugene S inside of B side. There goes the space. Most unfortunately for Eugene, nakaabang na kaagad si Kuya Yawi sa kanya. Nowhere to run. Kuya Yawi goes in for 3. Nasmi na lang dito natitira inside the side together with that Omen. But unfortunately for Disrupt, may ibit siya dito in logs. Won't be committing any further pushes dahil nakaabang na kagad dito yung auto that might spot him in that corner. Lalo na ito na lang din ang magiging assistance niya for Nasmi to plant in the spike. But unfortunately, with those sprays, Netflix secures in that kill. 3-3 na kagad na scoreline dito. Easy of an equalizer dito for this half.
Yeah, and you really do realize no na napaka-importante talaga na mabuhay dito si Kuya Yawi if ever he does play steps dito sa may B kasi siya nga yung main anchor para dito sa site mismo. I mean, despite yung knife and a dart from the Sova literally flying into the site. Napakaganda actually ng knife na yun as it does cover most of the site. It lands on the roof dito sa may ating switch and it hits almost everyone. Actually trying to play itong site natin, and despite that, Defy Gaming could not get the kill dito kay Netflix, and unfortunately the trade wasn't fast enough para sa side nila, and we are gonna start to see itong outplay Uprising using their Sky kind of offensively, no? Para makakuha sila ng control dito sa mid, as is their specialty itong outplay Uprising. But now the mid control, Defy, they're gonna try to go for the pop flash dito sa mid. It's such a good pop flash. Si Netflix, hindi niya alam kung saan siya titigin kasi he can only see green. That's pretty much it. That it's green and it's bright. It's the KO flash. I mean, what can you do? 4v5 a situation. Outplay Uprising already down one member, and Defy Gaming taking over dito sa may middle na area. And that's gonna force itong Outplay Uprising to put someone dito sa may base. And it's gonna actually make the Sky stay back pag naka-timing dito si Eugene S ng isa. And that could be huge unless the Sova can over itong base. But I like that Defy is actually playing this really slow, no? Para ma-confuse dito ang mga defenders natin. Gadors going for the entry as the KO, and grabe naman yan. Swinging into the site. No flash needed para sa kanya. Sana all nakuha si Worship. Eugene S getting the trade. Sana all meron pa siyang cabbages dito. Pero the smartest play would probably go for the save as full takeover na dito ang Defy. Dito sa A site, sana all with a bird. 2 birds, a dog, and some cabbages. Yeah, I think this is just a save if ever it goes to sana all dito. Maybe try to go for the damage. Gadors is gonna go down. Is it gonna be one more? Eugene S with the dash. Sana all getting 2. Plenty of time on the spike, so pwede pa siyang makakuha ng diffuse kills dito. Not gonna get the third as Nazmi with the angle dito sa site. 4-3, Defy Gaming with a very good mid take, getting some slow control gamit ang flash ni Godores doon. Grabe naman yan, Godores.
Yeah,
With the
dagdagan mo pa kaagad dito ng immediate kill na ginawa dito ng Eugene S in mid. They were able to control in mid. Tapos yung backlines na nila dito, hindi nila in-expect kung ano yung gagawin pa dito ng side ng Defy Gaming. Ang nakikita ko din dito kasi for Defy Gaming is that it's fully on abuse sa mastery na mechanics dito. Usage of their utilities. They had the paranoia blinding in that Killjoy, so na left behind siya dito, just squimmering all the way from dice here in A site. Pero now, one member already down. Eugene S nawala kagad sa mapa with the aggression na ginawa ni Kuya Yawi all the way from B main, so they still have enough utilities, yes. Pero let's see kung ano yung gagawin nila dito. Lalo na nagkasalisan dito. Have simple and that KO. Pero si Worship dito might just decide to plunge on forward sa ating smoke. Pero nice decision made by Have simple. Backing away. Now it's all up to Gadowers and 2 more members na scattered pa dito. Oh no, blocking side.
just a individual play. Galing dito kay Kuyawi. I mean, pushing all the way up in mid, getting a 3K Netflix with a kill gamit ang judge. That's a flawless coming in from the side of Outplay Uprising. I mean, nothing much happened para dito sa Defy Gaming other than another attempt at the mid take, pero hindi nila in-expect na si Sana All would actually re-aggress dito sa mid. And yeah, Kuya Yawi just doing the rest, doing jet things, the stashing in, Cloudburst, hanap ng kill dito sa may B. And ayun na nga, 4-4, Outplay Uprising, tying it up once again. I mean, Defy Gaming, a bit of a mistake galing sa side nila, no? Kind of expecting itong Outplay Uprising to just give up itong mid without any fight. Pero good on Outplay Uprising to actually try to fight for control here. Pero yun na nga, Kuya Yawi is gonna get a 2K dito sa B main. Eugene S trying to go aggressive, but Kuya Yawi is way more aggressive than that with the play dito sa B. Defy Gaming kind of stuck in this situation again. Kailangan nila mga hanap ng butas dito sa mapa sa depensa ng Outplay Uprising. Pero tignan mo naman si Kuya Yawi, very aggressive dito sa base ng kalaban. Might spot itong Omen, pero disrupt. Knowing that there is a possibility na meron tao dito sa likod, there's gonna be a person in the corner there to disrupt the awareness. He knew that Kuya Yawi would go for that play 100%. Kasi nga, that would have gave itong Outplay Uprising maybe a numbers advantage. Maybe getting 2 dito sa base or disrupt with good awareness galing sa kanya, pero si Luminous na andito sa B. Pero yun na nga, good timing dito kay Disrupt. Actually waiting out the ultimate para mag-pop dito. He has full information doon sa kalaban. Pero the top card is gonna go in and gonna take down Godowers. Pero Worship, that's a good trade actually. A really good use of the null CMD. You should drop him the spike. And siya na yung magpa-plant dito, pero sana all spotted dito sa may stairs. It's gonna be the wide swing. Galing kay Worship, it's only gonna get a tag, and now it's gonna be Godowers with the 1v1. Sana all deciding to go right instead of going left. Right flash and the reaction, but Godores, he has the angle dito sa may speedway, and 5-4 Defy Gaming. These rounds are coming down to very close situations, pero Defy Gaming, they get it in the end.
Yeah, let's go back into the what just happened earlier from the aggression na ginawa dito nila Godowers. Even though na na-tag in siya kagad dito ni Shock Dart, there was always a follow-up na ibibigay dito. Commendable enough for our Killjoy and even have our Eugene S na makapag-follow up immediately. But now, it's already a 4-5. With that 0 point, hindi mo na makakapag-flash dito si Sanol. So, this is a good opportunity still for Defy Gaming to penetrate 2 in one side. Lalo na't ngayon walang Killjoy dito here in A. After tagging in one, ano kaya yung magiging decision made pa nila? Lalo na't ngayon, they are just waiting in for a couple more stars here to activate from Netflix to even use para at least yung delay rather ay mapupunta dito sa Defy Gaming after seeing every utility na iba to nila dito here in main.
Take flight. Yep, and Aldrone probably gonna start things off para dito sa A site, pero wala naman masyadong nakakommit para sa side ng Defy Gaming. But the Hunter's Fury is gonna be out. Will it chase itong si Worship? But look at this, the tracking. Malapit na mamatay si Worship doon. That would have been such a big kill para dito sa Outplay to eliminate the Sova, to eliminate one of the information gatherers para dito sa Defy Gaming. Pero 35 seconds left. Meron pa naman silang flash. They have the KO. They have the lockdown available.
30 seconds left.
Flash is gonna go down. That's gonna be information. Pero now it's be a bit too aggressive galing sa kanya to actually go for that one. And is this gonna plop down itong lockdown? He does not give one. Pero Javi Simple is gonna keep them at bay. Pero Disrupt with a huge 2K dito sa B main. Worship gonna make it a 2v2. Sana all nakuha dito si Godores. Pero Kuya Yawi is gonna peek around the corner. Is gonna go for the flick. Pero Disrupt! This Omen is going huge para sa kanyang team. And is the plant gonna go down? Yes, it will. No delay galing dito kay Netflix. No stars attempted galing sa kanya. It's gonna be the peak. Galing sa may stairs na area. It's a possibility para dito kay Netflix na makuha yung round na to. I mean, 90 HP. Worship is on very low. Oh, but the one way, that's so brutal para dito kay Netflix. Now he has no other way na pumasok dito sa site other than dito sa short. He's gonna use the star to bait, pero dito nga, tignan mo naman, nakapanood dito si Worship plus the dart is gonna go through for the information. It's gonna make them think na magagaling pala short. Pero Worship has that angle down. 6-4, Defy They convert the 4v5. I think that was a 3v5 at one point. Really well. Disrupt. Getting some huge kills dun sa round na yun. Actually taking over itong top frag natin.
It was commendable enough that we had here Sabi Simple na nagamit niya yung turret niya to deny in the confrontation doon sa angle na hinold yun. But unfortunately, the spray transfer nga dito ni Disrupt, getting in those heads immediately open up in the space here. Enough for Defy Gaming to get inside the site, plant in the spike, at yun nga, numbers advantage pa ay pumabor sa kanila. With that kind of execution, mukhang pwede pa itong magpatuloy for another deficit dahil ngayon, we're seeing here an eco round for Outplay Uprising. Unfortunately for having Simple, parang lagi na rin siyang ditong expect ng Defy Gaming kung ano yung mga utilities na gagamitin niya pa forward, and there will be always the follow-up naman ni Luminous. Luminous kanina was not able to get in those kills laban sa side nga ng Defy Gaming all the way from Garage. So now in this kind of momentum-based game, Defy Gaming, they have a notch laban dito sa Outplay Uprising, especially the fact na patuloy pa rin yung kanilang momentum at pagkuha nga nung mga rounds na ito, especially na 2 points ahead na sila laban sa Outplay Uprising.
Yep. And I really like this time out, no, galing sa side ng Defy Gaming. Despite them winning, they're like,
Placing swamp.
naghahanap pa rin sila ng way to actually perfect itong push nila and maybe try to recoup, maybe try to re-strategize kasi Outplay Uprising sa next round natin. Try to go for the hard read, and Kuya Yawi gets the hard read dito sa B side. There's gonna be no one here, and then and actually the other side of the map, nakakuha ng isa gamit ng top. And now it is a 3v5 once again. Wala na silang duelist, wala na silang sentinel, wala silang blade storm dito, so it's gonna be a hard time para sa Defy Gaming na makapasok. Right, it's only gonna be itong Outplay Uprising playing in the mid zone. Up is gonna punish itong Nate for missing, pero the blade storm na manggagaling dito sa heaven, galing kay Kuya Yawi, is gonna try to do some damage, pero Godores once again and Worship. Now it is a 2v2 converted from a 3v5, and Sabi Simple gets one, but will he get a lineup? Almost galing dito kay Worship, pero Luminous with the aim is right there on track kay Worship, and 6-5, the game gets ever so closer as the rounds do come through. Grabe naman the timeout. Despite the timeout, if I could not get the win.
We just had here Kuya Yawi na na-outplay niya kagad dito on Defy Gaming with his aggression na hindi natin expect. He came all the way from mid, denying in the numbers na nangyari na nga dito here in mid lane, at nagpatuloy na kagad yung kanilang observation kung ano yung magiging execution pa dito ng Defy Gaming to get inside the site. They were able to plant it the spike, yes, but with the execution din naman na ginawa dito nila, have it simple, we still have Luminous na nakakuha din ng advantage dito against the planters here in A side. So now, deniance naman ng aggression dito against Defy. We have her the Aldon all the way from mid, not spotting in anyone. Well, he will be spotting in anyone pala dito. That is going to be the KO. Will be chopping away without further casualties dito na bibigay sa kanila ng defending team.
I like what Outplay is doing here, no? Switching things up instead na sobra nilang pinocus yung mid dito. Nag-alarm bot na lang sila for that information and just have the Soba play spawn and be available para sa dalawang sites natin if ever they do need a dart. And itong Defy Gaming gonna attempt to punish itong mga push ng Outplay Uprising, but this time they're actually playing the passive game, not over-aggressing para dito sa control, and it's actually confusing itong Defy a bit. And this alarm bot is gonna pop. Maybe Luminous is gonna go for the punish. Pero he's right to them. Pero the wrong corner actually. It's gonna be Happy Simple trying to defend it. Oh, pero what a stop galing dito kay Kuya Yawi, turning around and getting itong Sigadora is trying to drop. Galing dito sa market area. Now it is a 2v3 situation. Disrupt is gonna get the revive dito kay Gadores, pero Disrupt is gonna try to go huge. Pero pa naman siya ulti dito with the Omen. He can try to attempt to go for an A-side take, but instead he's gonna go for a B-side plant. He is gonna go out. The dog is not actually gonna bite him, but an escape. Galing dito kay Disrupt. He is so slippery para dito sa Defy Gaming, and then that's gonna be the scope para sa right to provide this space. Pero Netflix with the run and gun, getting itong si Disrupt at the end. And 6-6 Pantay ang laban dito para sa ating first half.
Really is. Grabe, who would have thought na aabot tayo sa ganito.
Switching
We were
sides.
expecting here so much deficit of a round dahil dalawa ng rounds na ipapanalo kanina ng Defy Gaming. But without any notice na nagkaroon ng aggression naman dito si Sabe Simple, nagkaroon din naman or rather si Kuya Yawi, nagkaroon sila ng magandang execution dun. And other momentum to equalize things up. 6-6 na kagad. As the ones attacking this time, I think this might be the turning of the tide. Still in favor of Outplay Uprising. Once na ma-dominate nila kaagad dito, sila Nasmi. Especially the fact that we have your Nasmi just waiting and sitting here in B side. At magiging scattered pa yung magiging pushes dito ng Outplay Uprising. I think they might have here the mid control compared sa ginawa nila kanina. Aggression ang gagawin dito ng kabilang team. Kuya Yawi spots in 1. Pero look at this. Eugene S. kagad nakakuha ng isa. Make it 2. Unfortunately enough, wala na naging actions pa dito. No more further ado. 2 members are already down for Outplay Uprising and it's all up to Sana All na nandito na nga here in B-side. Pero yung Spike, hindi pa naman alam dito ng defense team natin. But Nasmi was able to get in another one. Doon sa control na ginawa nila, 5 members stuck here in mid dahil in-expect na nila dito ang magiging aggression nila Kuya Yawi gaining in control of mid.
Yep, and it's kind of the same story with Outplay Uprising doon sa first round where they literally just pushed itong mid and just straight up fight itong Defy Gaming. But now it's the reverse Uno card para sa Defy Gaming. Now going for the push into the defending side. And I think para sa Defy, no, I think they're gonna be way more aggressive pagdating dito sa defender side as it does allow them to have, more control of the side or space of the map itself. Pero gusto ko makita, no, how are they gonna use itong KO plus Soba combo across the map? It seems like itong Soba is gonna go maybe try to harass with an Ares or an Odin through the wall, or KO can do the same thing as well if he switch him para dito sa B side. But instead, it's gonna be the standard A and B for the Sova and the KO trying to flash or anything just to get the play going. Pero Worship na andito na sa side. Luffy is gonna get taken over by the Outplay Uprising beat. Pero yun lang, he is ready and waiting for the kills with open arms gamit ang kanyang Spectre. Nasby na andito there's Worship at the third. Isa na lang natitira. It's gonna be Luminous. Nakuha niya si Luffy, but not much more. 6-8. Defy Gaming with a huge start dito sa ating second half.
Yeah, really is a huge start. Parang naging deja vu pero naging opportunity naman ito for Defy Gaming na hindi pumunta sa Outplay Uprising. 2 rounds ahead na kaagad sila dito. And what happened from the first half, sila man yung nakauna ng momentum. Pero with this changing of the tides, Defy Gaming has a lot to begin with, lalo na't nabulaga nila ang Outplay kanina from the first round of this half with so much of a mid control. Imagine 2 from mid or mid cover, tapos meron ka agad here in mid area na nakakuha sila ng kills. Look at that push na ginawa ni Eugene S. Countered out by the guiding light. Sana all dito may ipit. Kuya Yawi though was able to get in 1. So they will be having the numbers advantage. Pero let us see kung paano nila may eliminate dito. Si Eugene S still hanging all the way from A-mid. But unfortunately, it won't last enough.
Yeah, pero Kuya Yawi na andito na sa site. Fighting himself may under heaven, and pag nag-any itong si Disrupt or si Worship, that could be trouble. Pero meron pa namang darts yata dito si Worship. Kuya Yawi the standing, making sure na walang lalabas dito sa may heaven side. Instead is actually him going for the push, and they're taking full advantage, no, na walang masyadong weapons itong Defy Gaming. Just them having the Spectre is not enough for the range and not enough for the damage. 7-8. Outplay Uprising collecting itong bonus.
7-8. Well, still in favor of Defy Gaming, pero I gotta give it to how composed Outplay Uprising is just to get inside the site. Imagine, we had Eugene S. Medyo na-pin down siya doon sa mga push na ginawa ni Sana All. He was trying to get in those pick-off. But unfortunately, the counter lang din talaga with those guiding lights na blind siya, and it might be unfavorable kung maibigay niya itong pick-off na ito kay Sana All. So now, there's the smokes at immediate dash dito from Eugene S. I think hindi gumana yung pag-push siya kagad dito here in mid and will be retreating back to safety dahil nga scatter na ngayon. They are trying to pick for trades dito against Defy Gaming, especially ngayon na one-way smokes yung ina-execute dito ni Disrupt.
Take flight.
This is kind of rough para sa Outplay Uprising if Disrupt is gonna keep harassing itong A with the one-way smokes. Problema nga lang, naspatan na siya ng drone dito. Him smoking from wine, so that's gonna expose yung position na dito, so he's gonna have to get out with the TP.
Oof.
But Kuya Yawi, once again, he's already all the way in dito sa A. He does not have a dash Pedagosaurus. He's gonna go for the peak, but Kuya Yawi is gonna win it for his team, and Outplay Uprising looking to collect itong third round in this second half. Kuya Yawi getting a third in the round. And Nazmi na lang natitira with a Guardian. What
30
can he
seconds
do? Ito
left.
1v5. You're a Killjoy. Wala kang offensive na abilities other than
Spike
a
planted.
Storm Grenade. And yeah, it's gonna go the way of Outplay Uprising once again. Will this be the momentum swinging back in their favor?
That is the question that we need to see, especially na maganda yung panimula dito sa ating game number 1 ng Outplay Uprising, and now they are out for the hunt. Blinds won't be connecting as much, pero that is a good situational pick na ginawa dito na sana all after using in the blind all the way from market and not getting an info na meron nga ditong nag-aabang. So that is an 8-8 scoreline. Easy enough for them para mai-equalize nila kaagad dito yung mga nangunang rounds ng Defy Gaming. Pero as the trend goes, I think nauna ang Defy Gaming pagdating sa kanilang domination rounds laban dito sa Outplay Uprising. But again, this is the deniance dito ng Defy na baka sakaling magkaroon din sila ng momentum dito as the ones defending.
Oh, but I don't know, yeah, Asmi magpupush pa. It's actually gonna be the Killjoy pushing dito sa my B side. They're gonna attempt to make some damage. Captain UTNet is gonna get scanned once. And now they are pressuring itong B side. How Outplay did the same thing then dito sa ating last round, but I think they're gonna have to play this more careful than usual. UTNet is up in the corner now. He's gonna get right ball on way. Yeah, he once again getting the kills. He's gonna have to up trap para maiwasan ang dart, but he's gonna get hit anyways. The dash dito sa may middle area, pero meron ng tao dito sa may top mid. Omen is gonna react with the DP. Pero Omen, worship na dito sa gilid. Pero kita yung cape mo! Nakikita ang cape mo, my
Oh
friend!
no!
Not like that! You did not listen to the person that designed Mr. Incredible's outfit. No capes. No capes!
No cape!
No capes. Pero Nazmi, dito sa mid, oh my god. Premier Valorant gameplay. Shooting through a wall. Very nice. Pero Disrupt. I think this is rough para sa Defy Gaming. I mean, at this point,
Last player standing.
is there a way na makapasok pa sila dito sa site? I mean, Hobby Simple, he's just dry peeking in the middle of everything. And Luminous, galing dito sa likod. Outplay Uprising, they snatch the momentum back galing dito sa Defy.
Clearly is a statement na patuloy pa rin naman dito yung aggression and dominating plays by Outplay Uprising, especially the ones na nakita natin dito na hindi nila basta-basta binibigay yung aggression dito. No achievements found yet for Defy Gaming after trying to execute in what Kuya Yawi and Have It Simple is doing from the defending rounds. So now mukhang eto na yata ang magiging counter na kaagad ng Outplay Uprising laban sa Defy. Medyo hate at scattered na yung kanilang economic advantage. I think mostly sa kanila dito makakakuha man ng kanilang rifles and full-on armors, but not much on the utilities, which will be the main reason kung bakit madedelay pa dito sina Kuya Yawi. But Kuya Yawi already draining toward a 23k for this half. I think this might be the this might be the momentum na kailangan nilang ma-shift towards them dahil they have been dominated and truly by Defy Gaming.
Yeah, and I think para sa Defy Gaming, I mean, they really needed that timeout just to recoup kung ano gusto nilang gawin dito. Kuya Yawi has been walking up mid unpunished. And every time he walks up into a site, there's like, walang nag-beneath sa jet na to. So Kuya Yawi is just having free reign whether or not na merong defender doon. I mean, they still can't win the fights when they're going up against Kuya Yawi. So they need to find a way para ma-punish ang jet na to very early on dito sa ating round. And Defy probably having talks with their coach. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Mark, dude. Coaching the best teams. in PH right now, coming in from Oasis. Now Defy Gaming. I think that's a pretty good asset para dito sa Defy. I mean, you can point out the mistakes habang nandun sila sa timeout, guys. You did this, and this wrong. Why is Kuya Yawi able to walk in lang dito sa site without anyone punishing him? Pero look at it's the same thing. Kuya Yawi is already in the site. Pero Defy Gaming, they're actually gonna play the long con. They're gonna play both in both house, and they're gonna bait itong outplay uprising into pushing itong B side, but instead it's a different idea para dito sa outplay uprising. Instead magpupush na lang sila dito sa A while Kuya Yawi is gonna try to harass itong B side. And with the way na nakaposition dito ang turret, it's not gonna activate until Kuya Yawi turns his back dito sa may stairs na side. Come out, the cabbages are gonna be in para dito. Sky Hunter's Fury is not gonna tag anyone actually, but look at this, the patience from Kuya Yawi. He was waiting there the whole time. Habang nagtitig sila ng A, pero the Jet advantage, the Jet triple is right there, pero Hobby Simple with the kill. Kita na naman ang likod dito ni Nazi.
10 seconds left.
And Eugene S, it's gonna be him trying to get some frags dito sa B side. And Sana All is just gonna jiggle peek dito sa may B-Bane. I don't think that if I can actually get this retake, as it is a bit too fast galing dito sa outplay uprising, but it's the same mistake na nakita natin for the past few rounds as Kuya Yawi entering into the site and nakapunish pa siya doon sa Sova, who was trying to rotate papunta dito sa A because of the utility being thrown by the Sky.
I think they were just baited out by the commitment of utilities here in A side na potentially it might be a push here in A, pero yun na nga nangyari. Mas na-bait sila dito. It was a double-edged sword na mag-antay sila all the way from both house. Pero unfortunately nga, yun ang naging pick-off dito nila Kuya Yawi. Just getting an info kung paano yung magiging actions dito ng mga tao here in B side. Dahil alam niya na merong killjoy dito here in B, pero hindi niya exactly know whoever is with him. So now, that is a deficit of 2 rounds agad against Defy Gaming. Just enough to make those outplays come from the side of outplay uprising, especially that we had here Kuya Yawi na he took advantage talaga doon sa round na iyon. And now, the punishment is just surreal. Another eco round, pero meron pa rin naman sila operator to be a big of a pressure. But there was the pop all smoke here in Cubby just to make sure na makakapag-adjust sila dito in case they try to rotate around the mid.
And oh my god, Defy Gaming, I mean, tingnan mo si Kuya Yawi from from aggressing so much na onto the site. Now, medyo na-train na yata yung utak ng Defy Gaming. Okay, naisip nila, Kuya Yawi is gonna try to go for another cheeky push, so let's try to play angles na pwede natin siyang i-punish. Instead, Kuya Yawi just changing things up. Instead, camping with his team. And I think he's gonna be the definite entry, no? Para dito sa outplay uprising. He's gonna be the first one into the site as Jets 2. Pero yun nga, 3 people huli sa CCTV dito sa my B-side. And tignan natin, is this gonna be the B-side push coming from them? Once again, Kuya Yawi providing space para sa kanyang team, but he's gonna get revealed by the start. And yun lang, disrupt to the good timing. Nakuha na pa kasi Kuya Yawi dito, pero Worship getting one with the Hunter Fury as well. Using nest in the air is to get one. Netflix na dito sa gilid, and it's gonna have to be Hobby Simple going huge. He's gonna have to get at least 2 picks, 1 in market and 1 sa may area. Pero Hobby Simple punishing with the coordinate, pero Godores with the border with the operator, and yun na nga. That operator was basically an all or nothing buy para dito sa Defy Gaming, no? Pero nag-work out para sa side nila. And outplay, I mean, I think it's a good job galing dun sa Defy Gaming, no? The setting up for, I wouldn't say it's a normal push, pero hindi sila na-caught early on dito ni Kuya Yawi.
Na-stuck sila Kuya Yawi dito sa switch at hindi na sila naka-further push in pa dahil nga sa recon balls na binato dito ni Worship. Dagdagan mo pa ng kanyang Hunter's Fury kaya hindi na fully na-occupy nila dito yung B site. Even though that it's just one member here inside of B, the usage kasi talaga ng utility ang magiging reason kung bakit magkakaroon pa sila ng enough ng enough deniance of going into B site, pero look at that bait. Hindi kumakagat kagad dito ang members natin from Defy Gaming. There is one, pero with that Cosmic Divide, I think masasayang yun kaagad, pero nandito naman din kaagad din ang mga smokes here in A site. We have the finisher laban kay Disrupt. They will be getting in B site, planting in the spike, pero there's one already here in mid top. Makakakuha ng info dito yung dalawa. They were able to get in Cadowers out of the map, and now it's all up to the Jet with that OB. Eugene S. Will he be able to get in one? But unfortunately, that is a no from that warning shot na binigay niya kay Kuya Yawi.
Yep, I think it's just gonna be an 11-9 para dito sa Outplay Uprising as they try to save itong operator para kay Eugene S. But I mean, 11-9, Outplay Uprising. Once again, just a fast take dito sa A site. Nakuha nila si Disrupt agad. Salamat dito kay Kuya Yawi with the entry once again. And 11-9, I mean, Outplay Uprising 2 away from taking yung map pick actually ng Defy Gaming dito.
Well, nice decision made for Defy Gaming na mag-save na lang din. For sure, they need and the funds to commit to another few rounds dito laban sa Outplay Uprising since we're already reaching in the match point. One more ahead of Defy. Magkakaroon na kagad tayo dito ng one game for Outplay Uprising. Now, with the positioning that they are committing, I think Outplay Uprising decided to have their stock here in B site dahil alam nila kanina na it's just one member, it's just Nasmi here in B. So let's see if they can try and rush it out dahil nandito na kagad yung mga pop and smokes. Kuya Yawi dashed in, there's the shock darts immediately closing in that gate. That is a good decision made. Pero naman dito si Nasmi, Natix though gets in that kill laban kay Gadowers, and they will be having enough space and utilities para madelay pa dito yung pag-retake at pag-cancel out ng pagpasok dito ng Outplay Uprising here in B.
Yep, and it is gonna be the push galing dito kay Worship, so at least makakakuha sila ng isa dito. Defy Gaming will attempt to go for the retake, and a well-needed retake indeed kasi nga this could swing the momentum back in their favor if ever ka makuha nila to, but the double lockdown is gonna go down, and tignan na nga, it is the ECQ. It is no longer GCQ. There's two lockdowns going on right now. Oh my god, sabay pa nga sila ng lockdown. No one is attempting to destroy each other's lockdown, but that's delay created, no? Para sa side ng Outplay and Defy Gaming, but it can benefit Outplay more as Zombie Temple nakakuha pa siya ng dalawa dito. The delay is gonna be enough and not gonna be enough to get the defuse because of the double lockdown, the ECQ situation dito sa B. Everyone's dead except for Disrupt. 12-9, nakuha nila yung off-back, but still, Outplay Uprising, match point na tayo dito sa Ascent.
Out of everything, siguro yun ang pinaka-favorite kong round na nakita dito. Imagine all of the pressure onto the shoulders dito ng Defy Gaming. Pero natumbasan lang din yon ng execution dito ng Outplay Uprising. I'm just talking about no more outplays dito na ginawa nila here in B-side. Kundi yung mga crossfires na lang din. It was a commendable recon bolt, but I gotta say, kasi nakuha nila kaagad dito si Sana all the way from Triple Box. But unfortunately, yeah, yung crossfire lang din and no time given for them to defuse in the spike dahil sa double lockdown na nagkasabay pa silang i-execute at maggamit. But this is a lot more pressure than the previous one. 12-9. Match point already for Outplay Uprising, pero nire-respeto ng Outplay dito yung lahat ng capabilities kasi ng Defy to win out this round kapag nagkaroon ng overextension dito or over-aggression naman ng Outplay Uprising against them.
And Sana all swinging a bit too far para dito kay Eugene para makuha niya ang first kill of the round para dito sa Defy Gaming. Pero Kuya Yawi, makakahanap pa na naman ang entry ba dito sa short. It's gonna be Gador. It's kind of afraid to full fight ito, no? Itong Jet. I mean, he's been winning everything for the past few rounds. Itong Happy Simple. I like that they're poking several sides of the map. And Kuya Yawi, this is so important para dito kay Kuya Yawi. Yung nakapasok na dito sa short, nakapasok na siya dito sa garden, and he's gonna get the kill. The knife is not actually gonna tag him, and that's gonna be a bit of trouble para dito sa side ng Defy Gaming. Mag-isa lang dito si Kuya Yawi, pero meron tao dito sa may wine. They know the meron tao dito sa wine. Yes, they do. The dart is right there. Oh my god. And Outplay Uprising seems like they're on their way to winning itong first map
Spike
natin.
planted.
Not me. And si Worship na lang natitira dito sa ating last na round.
Remaining.
And it's gonna go down. Kuya Yawi is still gonna win. He's gonna get the third. Is he gonna get the fourth of the round? He's gonna dash in. Worship is gonna welcome in through the stars. But I think despite
Oh
everything though,
no!
Worship is gonna
Attackers
die.
win.
And Outplay Uprising taking yung pick ng Defy Gaming dito, and they are gonna go into Fracture with a 1-game advantage. And this is big para dito sa Outplay Uprising to have the advantage early on, especially considering na map pick pala yun ng Defy Gaming. So it's gonna be a bit of a hard time para dito sa second map if ever Defy Gaming is actually gonna try to come back into this one, kasi feeling ko sinasabi ko, you're literally playing another game mode of Valorant, no? So if Outplay Uprising did not do their research or play ditong map natin na Fracture, then they might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think so. Since the momentum is already into the favor na Outplay Uprising, talagang mind games na lang din ang lahat ng mga nilalatig nila dito laban sa Defy Gaming. Imagine all of those pushes na ginagawa dito ni Kuya Yawi. He is not lurking just for kills. He's just giving a lot of space dito for him and his friends para makakuha ng info and those dominating kills para makapasok inside the site. And that is very commendable indeed for Outplay Uprising dito sa ating grand final sa Best of 3 series. All in favor na ng side ng Outplay Uprising. So, with their map pick and the map of Fracture, will they have enough momentum naman dito? Or ito yung double-edged sword na sila man yung pumili ng mapa or sila yung mabibigyan dito ng mga heavy her burden or punishment na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila dito ng Defy Gaming.
Yeah, and I think yung with the way that Outplay Uprising is playing right now, no, it's not similar to the Carty game na nagpo-push lang sila every round knowing na they can actually just out-aim itong kalaban natin. They're actually playing it a bit more careful, switching it around just in case na, you know, mag-iba yung plano dito ng Defy Gaming. And yeah, Ascent really just going to the way of Outplay Uprising. I wouldn't say superior players, I would say superior teamwork galing sa side nila. I think itong Outplay Uprising, no, being together longer than itong Defy Gaming, I think helps them a bit, no, knowing their teammates' tendencies and yun nga, yung mga ibang player dito sa Outplay Uprising, just knowing what to do instantly pag may na-punish nga dito sa kabilang side ng map. So that's such a huge thing para sa side ng Outplay Uprising. But yun na nga, that is it para sa ating map 1. Meron pa tayong may giveaway na mouse or mousepad. We're gonna give 3 away at the end of the stream, so stay tuned. Stay tuned, everyone. So once again, shout out to NVIDIA and Colorful para dito sa sponsors ng ating tournament. PC Works as well. If you want to get an NVIDIA Colorful na graphics card, make sure to go to PC Works. You know, it all comes together in a very, very nice gift for yourself. Why not give yourself a 3060, no, habang the prices are actually going down, and Colorful has some really good options doon nga sa PC Works. So make sure to check out PC Works as well, guys. But that is it para sa ating map 1 Ascent going to the way of Outplay Uprising. Can Defy Gaming fight back dito sa ating Fracture? You're gonna have to find out in just a bit. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster, and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016, and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click on or on Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster. And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
And ayun, hello and welcome back sa Harbinger Tournament Series 2. Week number 3, Grand Finals na po tayo sa ating best of 3. Actually, one map going in the way of Outplay Uprising after a really good overall ascent galing sa side nila, which was the pick of yung Defy Gaming dito. But now, we will go into Fracture for our second map. Defending side ang start dito ng Defy Gaming. So, I think we're gonna have a small recap doon sa ating isang game. And you know, I think this is the game that we
individual
didn't
play.
see. I didn't see this game actually. Yung pala. The game 1 recap brought to you by Colorful. Ayun na nga. I mean, overall, this game, I would say, pinaka-importanting part talaga para sa side ng Outplay Uprising is etong si Kuya Yawi. I mean, without Kuya Yawi, this offense would just fall apart. para dito sa side ng Outplay Uprising, him heating up at the right moment para sa kanyang team really is important para dito sa OE. But I think yung mga wins dito ng Defy Gaming really just came up to yung mga 1v1s or 2v2s. So rarely na nakita natin that they just straight up eliminate itong Outplay Uprising because, ayun na nga, I mean, Kuya Yawi is just really a problem para
Yeah.
dito sa side ng Defy Gaming. And can they neutralize yung problem na to, no? Dito sa ating second map? I think maybe they can, knowing na I think if they decide to go for a Jetcom dito sa Fracture, I'm not really a fan of that. I think Kuya Yawi capable naman siya mag-raise dito. So if he does go for the raise, then he's gonna be another dangerous factor para dito sa ating second game. So ikaw, Honey Glaze, what do you think Outplay did right dito sa ating first map?
Well, sa Outplay kasi, they know how to adjust themselves once na makuha nila yung info from the recon bolts. I think, ang big factor din talaga kung bakit ang laki ng mga spaces na binibigay nila Kuya Yawi for the rest of the team is yung mga recon bolts nila, napakalaking factor ng ating mga Sova players from either of the teams, kaya nahirapan din dito halos ang Outplay Uprising to go up against Defy Gaming. They were once in the deficit of few rounds dito for the first few ng second and first half, dahil lang din nagiging adjusted din dito ang members natin from Defy Gaming to how to control and members from Outplay Uprising. Ang yun lang din talaga si Kuya Yawi dito na nakakapagbigay ng surprise attacks, kaya naman ngayon 1 game ahead na sila dito laban sa Defy Gaming, lalo na Fracture pa. Mapa ito ng Outplay Uprising. They might be comfortable with this or this might be a win pa for Defy Gaming para ma-eliminate nila dito yung 2-0 laban sa kanila in our grand finals, dahil they are battling it out against a whooping prize pool of 13,000 and a lot of freebies pa given to us by Colorful and PC Works.
Yep. And yeah, I think it's so important, no? Especially with the upcoming patch that we have, yung 12.8. I mean, it's actually gonna be so important to have a duelist na hindi lang Jet exclusive ang nilalaro. So I think we are gonna see, just like I said, we're gonna see more Raze, we're gonna see more Yoru para dun sa mga agents that can really create space para sa team with those aggressive entries. And yeah, it's really just an underrated thing to have. Kasi we've had it for so long, no? From what I can remember,
No one beats me.
yung
Want to play?
Jet
Let's
as
play.
a role itself.
Think you can keep up?
Kasi Jet has been in the meta for
Ano?
so long that
Clock
some
ticking.
players really just made the factor
Prepare for
exclusive.
hellfire.
Kaso, yun nga, nagkakataon
Prepare
nga
for
that
hellfire.
Riot has to fix one of the
Want to play? Let's play.
agents that has a 100% hit rate sa mga ibang mapa
Actually.
natin. So,
Think you can keep up?
No one
mix with
beats
the Jet.
me.
I'm not a fan of that. Actually, Neon, I'm a big fan of that. Sobra. Dito sa side ng Outplay Uprising. Neon is such an annoying thing. Dito sa may Fracture kasi she can just rotate all around the map in just a span of like 2 or 4 or 5 seconds, and meron ng backup agad ang kabilang side dito, knowing how fast she can rotate nga. I mean, it can feel like 3 people are playing the site instead of 2 because of the reaction na pwedeng gawin dito ng Neon. So Outplay Uprising, are they gonna be rewarded with their creativity dito sa draft, or is it gonna be the traditional lineup para dito sa Defy? I mean, they
Yeah.
don't seem to look too shaken, no, after yung first game.
Actually, they are in a close fight kanina, diba? It was a 13-9. Almost nilang makuha dito yung momentum laban sa side nga ng Outplay Uprising. I think we are going into our game
Right there.
kung saan hindi pala Jet ang gagamitin dito ni Natrix, kundi si Have Simple pala ang gagamit ng Jet and Kuya Yawi with that Neon. Still annoying, pero mas pumapabor siguro sa akin na agent dito as a duelist is a Raze, lalo na't ang laki ng space na binibigay niya with those satchels in and out laban dito sa mga defending team. But speaking of defending, we have Defy Gaming as the ones defending this time. Yung Outplay Uprising dito, yung magbibigay ng momentum kung ano yung pakikitungo nila here in the map of Fracture. Especially that the fact that we have here their push and stock here in draft.
Mm-hmm. I think medyo nag-facepalm yung dalawang breaches from both sides. I think they expected na may killjoy na labas dito sa ating graph. But that did not happen. But Nasmi, bumasta nga dito sa ating A side. Nakakuha ng dalawa dito sa site. Worship getting one as well. Kuya Yawi, you have to be faster than that. That is for sure. Netflix gonna get into the site. Habi Simple, meron siyang angle dito. With the Frenzy, definitely has the advantage if everyone push up. Hope it's gonna be used in S. With the Frenzy, meron din siya noon. Pero Netflix is gonna try to push out on the side. I think that's what Netflix nakita yung balikat mo, my friend, and that's gonna be Defy getting the first round on the board. Defending is gonna have a very easy time na dito sa ating map, no? Knowing na meron silang chamber that can just TP from both sides very, very easily, or he has the choice of going aggressive in one of the angles as well. So, I mean, Defy really just, I wouldn't say outplayed, pero I think if you catch out Kuya Yawi early on, may hirapan talaga yung outplay Uprising sa pagpasok ng side.
And they did have a hard time. We had Nasmi here. I think napaka-OP lang din talaga to see a Viper in this map with all of those walls and all of the usage of her Poison Cloud kanina. He just stood there getting in those 2K para mabawasan nila dito yung pagiging aggressive ng outplay Uprising. Pero, ito na yung hinahanap natin. Nandito na aggressive nila Kuya Yawi. Was able to go inside the side. Not to hit the spike potentially, but unfortunately with the Spectre at hand, Eugene S. Have your 2K. Pero makakakuha pa sila ng isa. Another head pops on to the Sheriff dito. Headhunter did disrupt and now 2 rounds in the making na kaagad dito on Defy. Laban sa aggression, full on rush ng outplay Uprising inside of B.
This is the must-win round, no? Para sa side ng... or actually, it's gonna be OE. I thought na naka-eco sila doon with the way that they died so quick in that round. Pero yung pala, they went for the force buy. I'm a fan of the force buy. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work out. And this happens, no? Where you have to give the third round dito sa side ng Defy Gaming. But despite that, you're gonna have guns anyways going into the third round. And Sheriffs versus Spectres is not too bad. If you hit your shot, yun nga lang, that's the caveat. You have to hit your shot. Na if you don't, it's gonna be it's gonna be the noise of that gun spraying you down relentlessly. So it's gonna have to be a must hit for many of the teams. Ooh, Worship down to 67. I like yung aggression galing dito sa Chamber and the Jet. I mean, they can dash away, but Habi Simple not fast enough on the letter E on his keyboard. Pero 5v4 situation. The door is nakita yata ng shadow dito. And Kuya Yawi, once again, struggling to get into the site. 3v5 situation. Nasmi just gonna peek wide, knowing that he gets a free kill dito kay Netflix. And now it is a 2v5. I mean, no HP dito si Worship. That means he's not gonna push this one at all. Sila na bahala ang mga teammates now with the Spectre. But he still peeks anyways. He's gonna die to Sana All with that Spectre. But I think this is just a waiting game whether or not na magpupush ang outplay the Torres. And Nasmi with the swing. Nasmi getting through in that round, and it is a 3-0. Meron ng pambay dito outplay Uprising, and now this is a must-win para sa side nila kasi pag hindi nila napanalo to, then that 4-0 is gonna be weighing at the back of the head dito ng outplay Uprising.
Lalo na't kanilang pick pa naman ito na mapa. And they know for sure how to play for contact. But unfortunately, mas pumapabor yung mga angulo dito given the fact that we had here Defy Gaming with the utility setup pa ng ating Viper. With that wall, it gives a lot of space for this lady na mag-crawl lang onto that annoying wall para magkaroon siya ng mga surprise kills dito laban sa outplay Uprising. This is a good kill. Okay, immediately for Kuya Yawi, he knows na magkakaroon ng aggression dito for Defy Gaming. So immediately maglalatag na kagad siya ng wall dito para makapag-plant na kagad sila na spike. And there goes the blind. No further action style. Luminous is able to get in that kill. Gaging is Kadowers. It's a 2v5 and a winnable condition now for the side of outlet.
Yep, I would say that was the right time to go aggressive. Galing dito sa Defy. Punishment talaga. Kuya Yawi peeking under with a Vandal. They were ready for the push, pero, you know, they weren't ready for Kuya Yawi. Really just wide peeking this one. And Yun na nga, pag nakakuha na ng kill dito sa Kuya Yawi, that means sight is gonna be green lit para sa kanya. He's just gonna run in. Basically, yung strat dito ng Outplay Uprising is put Kuya Yawi on something fast and siya na bahala mag-entry para sa team mo. And for that time, it actually worked out.
Yeah, yun lang din ang kailangan nilang ibigay dito laban sa Defy Gaming kung saan it's always up to Kuya Yawi to open up those spaces and get in those hands. We have here the blinds. Aggressiveness might be there but no info given kung ano yung gagawin dito ng Outplay Uprising. There's still the wall and the smoke. Fortunately for Outplay, mukhang blocked off na kaagad yung A main nila. So without further ado, I think this might be a good place for Kuya Yawi na lumungga na naman all the way from tunnel. Let's see if makakakuha nga ba siya ng pick of data since Bladestorm is there available for Eugene S to go in for those push.
If he can get in the corner, then that would be huge. That could be a bait play para sa kanyang teammate na andito si Nazmi. He can be the ones doing the peak, and as soon as Javi Simple goes for the over-aggression and doesn't check the corner, that might be a kill. And especially with the economy dito ng Defy, they actually really need this to happen para sa side nila. That's what Eugene S with the push going in, but he's
Nice.
gonna stun anyways, and gonna get away in time para sa Kuya Yawi. Tumatawag dito papuntang side, but he's gonna stun himself. That's a big mistake galing dito kay Kuya Yawi. He's gonna have to use the run once again, but he runs into worship with a Phantom in his hand, and Gadores gonna back up his brother dito sa A
30
side.
seconds left.
And it's gonna be a 3v2 situation na andito sa B side pa rin ang Chamber. So it is going to be basically a 2v2 para dito sa A. Ooh, good orbital strike para may auto
Spike
space sila
planted.
para mag-stand dito sa A. They're gonna have to play this one
Right here.
really well. They're gonna have to defend two bases at the same time, and para naman kay Luminous, it's such a wide angle para sa kanya. If he gets punished here by the Chamber, that would be such bad news para sa side niya. And they're gonna have to double beat para dito. But a really good aftershock galing dito kay Luminous. And sana all is gonna go down as well. Well played galing sa side ng Defy Gaming. He's playing it patient, making sure that they're gonna get the win in the end. And the aftershock helping them clear the corner. Dito sa second floor, 4-1. Defy Gaming so far, dito sa defending side, they are just on top of the game.
They had two factors, numbers advantage and even have wide usage of utilities. Ang laki ng mga angles na kailangan bantayan dito ng Outplay Uprising after planting in the spike. But unfortunately for them, hindi nila in-expect kasi dito yung pag-push ng dalawa all the way from doors going into A main, and that is another round in the making for the side of Defy Gaming for this half. Unfortunately kay Kuya Yawi, parang nagiging reckless ka after dashing in or after sprinting in side to side. Pero there's the wall, there's also the Viper Spit. Magkakaroon naman dito kagad ng Molly. There's a lot of damage and the reason kung bakit mawawala na kagad sila ng duelist dito. It's all up to the remaining members here from the side of Outplay Uprising. Ano yung magiging decision nila? Lalo na't ganito wala silang duelist na. Eugene S dito unfortunately is down. There's a trade-off immediately from Nasmi. Two remaining members. It's all up to these guys. They still have here the third force, but unfortunately it won't be activated as Gadores was able to go in for the kill. Isa na lang ang natitira. That's Brim. Wala na rin siyang halos utilities dito. Molly, yes, but I don't think it's going to go enough para makakuha ng apat na miyembro dito na natitira from Defy.
And it is only going to be Luminous on his own with the glitch pop Vandal. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, you're just waiting for something to happen at this point. Maybe my overextension
30 seconds
from
left.
any of the members, but I think Chamber can just overextend any way he wants. Meron namang siyang TP dito. As long as he plays within the limits of the TP, he's gonna be fine, but it's gonna be 20 seconds of us staring at an angle. So, safe to say, Defy gets the round 5-1. Map, kinda defender-sided,
10
pero
seconds left.
you can also say na attacker-sided din yung mapa na to kasi there's so many entrances para makapasok ng site. It's just that it's so easy to hunker down kung kayo yung defender side dito. It's so easy to just play the site knowing na napakadaming angles na kailangan isipin dito ng attackers.
Lalo na yung mga smoking points sila dito, no? Ang little din kasi ng coverage area dito ng kanilang smokes. We have your brimstone. Yes, triple smokes is also good. Pwede niya pa madali dito yung last smoke niya to deny and the post plant and the retakes na gagawin dito ng defending team. But unfortunately din kasi, mas pabor talaga sa akin dito yung mga walls given to us by Viper. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga additional mollies niya to deny in the helpers and make them
You
vulnerable
want to
once they
play?
go
Let's
and try
play.
to penetrate in one side. But now with that tour de force, it gives a lot of hesitation kung paano ka makakapag-push and forward para may deny mo yung numbers dito sa ating attack or ating defending team, especially that we have here. OP rin naman ang hawak dito na disrupt.
Yep, like a certain TikToker did say, if you hear the chamber ulti pop off, you better steer clear of any angles na pwede niyang quickly take over with that tour de force. Pero yun na nga, tumakbo na sila paloob ng side. It seems like everyone is in. Nasby instantly annihilated. He saw 3 people pop out dito sa may drop natin and he did not know who to aim for. Pero yun na nga. In a blink of an eye, OE, meron na silang A-side dito but the retake is there an attempt galing dito sa Defy. There's gonna be a peek around the corner pero Habib Impulse gonna get caught out lang. Pero Orbital Strike pasok dito sa side. So many utilities from Linkflick. Hinapon niya na lahat and the kitchen sink as well. Gadores nakuha niya na si Luminous dito but being planted para dito
Oh,
sa
no.
Gadores. Oh, that's a bad time para sa kanya. Gets hit by the Rolling Thunder habang papasok dito sa A-main. And OE using so much ultimate and utilities para sa side nila but it is well worth it. They can just buy up once again and they end up actually on top in terms of yung ultimates nila on the board. Defy Gaming, now all they have is a Hunters, or rather a Rolling Thunder para makastop sila ng push dito. Pero Outplay, they have the Blade Storm and they have the Neon Ultimate as well. So that is looking rough para sa Defy Gaming but they can easily fight back if they can get the pick.
Get out of my way!
Annoying pa naman ito. And there we go. We have here the Blade Storm already activated by our my Kuyawi, or rather from our jet here Outplay Uprising. We still have here so many smokes na pwedeng makapag-deny dito ng entry all the way from drop. Dalawa na lang sila dito nagkakaabangan eh. Kuyawi dito just making sure na wala pang magpo-push through from that smoke. And Eugene S just making sure na wala din makikipush sa kanya. But there we have the concuss stealthy waiting game na gagawin nila dito. But with that blind, no follow-up, no more kills. Linkflick dito on the other hand gets in one. Together with Luminous, we're down to 3v4 immediately. Pero 1v1 pa rin dito ang ginawa nila Kuya Yawi. Eugene S wins out that headshot. Now, it's all up to Sana All with the operator. 3v2. Meron pa rin naman silang, meron pa silang orbital strike dito so they can play for ulti. Pero unfortunately, nasa loob dito ng side. Luminous gets in one. With that orbital strike, makakapag-reposition pa dito si Luminous and wala ka-idea dito yung dalawa kung ano yung pinuhold nilang angles. So, with that,
one enemy remaining.
It's just Sana All.
But not the diffuser. That is tough para dito sa Outplay Uprising, man. I mean, imagine you're just this far away. Hindi nyo makikita yung camp ko, but I am making a gesture na it is a very small chance or a very small chance for Outplay Uprising to get back into this one after certain amount of players did go down. Pero yun lang. That is rough para sa Outplay. They really wanted the streak dito, no? Especially, they really want to cap off itong first half natin at least with an 8-4 or maybe at least a 7-5. Pero wala eh. Defy Gaming with some really good utility usage galing sa side nila. I mean, Outplay Uprising without those ultimates na nakita natin that one round, it's really hard for them to just get in general.
Parang nagiging reckless lang din talaga dito. Sinasabi simple, once they get inside the sites, unfortunately, hindi magiging advantage ito sa kanila after dashing. But, with those utilities, oh no, Nasmi na naman dito ang hindi nila napantayang hanapin. Nasmi who gets in two. Unfortunately, sa mga nakapag-entry dito from the side of Outplay Uprising, it's just too risky. na nakapag-dash in nga sila. Yes, they had the smokes, they had the wall, but no pick off given for Nasmi, and still Nasmi lives.
Yeah, that looks so good, no? Initially, yung push na yun. I mean, Leon just running in, closing the distance dito from that Viper. Would have been really good if he did not turn around in the last second kasi hindi niya in-expect na si Nazmi na andito pala sa ating first floor, just staring at the angle the whole time. And all hell broke para dito tayo na outplay after that one. And Worship gonna get the easy 2K para makakolect ang dalawa dito sa may A main, and 7-2. This is way better, that's for sure, para sa Defy Gaming that they started as defending side dito sa mapa na to. Pero they still need to stop itong Outplay Uprising 3 more times before they can at least be sure na kaya nilang i-close out yung mapa na to.
But how can they be sure to close it down? Oh my gosh, Outplay Uprising dito. Parang basa-basa na lang din silang bumira dito after hearing in the blind from that from the breach. Instantaneously, parang hindi na nila hinahanap dito. Well, they tried, pero sobrang certain na lang din siguro ni Nasmi dito, waiting into those corners na hindi binabantayan at hindi makita at hindi sinecure kaagad dito na Outplay Uprising after dashing inside the sites. 7-2, heavily in a punishment laban dito kina Outplay Uprising, kina Sabi Simple, but at still, they can push it down for a 7-5 standing. If hindi ako magkakamali dito na pwedeng magkaroon pa rin ng momentum dito ang Outplay Uprising, but ang heavily burdened din kasi dito is that they are down to an eco round. Easy enough for Defy that they can lose in few more rounds, pero syempre mas malaki ang lamang for the first half, mas maganda yung run nyo in the second one to give up a lot of pressure laban sa Outplay.
Let's fly.
And tignan natin, I mean 7-2 can definitely be turned around in a span of 3 rounds kung kayo yung Outplay Uprising dito, but you're gonna have to play it smartly each time, especially now na naka-sheriffs lang sila dito, and
Got the spike.
if they can get a single punish out of anyone galing sa side ng Defy Gaming, especially itong Chamber, then maybe they can start the round off, pop the Neon ulti, then pasok sila sa side, and whatever happens na lang kung ganun yung mangyayari kasi I mean, limited weapons. You really have to be the ones taking the risks para sa round na to for your team. And let's see, it's gonna be kind of a lopsided push papunta sa may kabilang side, dun sa may tower. And if they do get the proper kills, then pwede naman mangyari ang control dito. Problema nga lang, sounds like someone is pissed on the other side dito sa Outplay Uprising. The stuns are gonna come in. Eugene S. Kung wala dito sana all, pero Kuya Yawi tumatakbo na papunta sa side, pero disrupt, a tap to the head, you are gonna be dead. And 7-2 is gonna look like an 8-2 most likely Outplay. Nakuha nila ang spike plant, pero hindi nila nakuha ang numbers advantage dito. Aftershock is gonna force 2 players back, and that's gonna be the Rolling Thunder as well, pero hindi na-apektuhan yung mga players dito. Go forward, Eugene S. At least up to dito sa my B main, and just like that, in a blink of an eye, Defy Gaming get an 8-2
right over them.
Clearly has it all for Defy Gaming. Commendable usage of utilities, and unfortunately dito for Outplay Uprising, they were able to get inside the site, plant in the spike. Numbers advantage, it was not in their favor dahil nga din nadagdagan pa sila ng pressure na nakapag-rolling thunder pa dito si Gadovers. Unfortunately for Kuya Yawi, is already in tower. Nakakuha na siya ng space control dito. Unfortunately, that popping on the head with the Headhunter was not in his favor. So now, with their buy round, I think this is a good one for the side of defending team dahil they are pushing through all the way from B. But unfortunately, with that push, -1 na kagad sila dito. -2 dahil Kuya Yawi hindi pa rin na lang talaga matitigil dito. Pero nandun na rin naman yung trade-off na ginawa ni Gadowers. There's the following outcome na 3 versus 4 na kagad ang ating system ngayon. Dahil nga sinasabi Simple was able to get in.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay, maybe this is now the time para sa Outplay Uprising to actually snatch the momentum back before it turns right back around para dito sa Defy Gaming. It's only gonna be Nazmi with a 1v3. And Actually, dito ni Luminous, and 8-3. If you really believe in superstitions, no, you are gonna let Defy Gaming win this last round. And if that happens, then at least the curse is on your side.
Ang laking pressure nung 9-3, no? Dahil there are times talaga na it's the battle of mentality kung ibibigay or makakampante ko na ba talaga sa rounds na yun or sa following half na yun. Dahil you have the 93 score. Pero ang magiging problem na talaga dito is yung kabilang team na magiging composed naman na makapag-push in pa for those rounds na ibinibigay mo na lang against the enemy team. So now, this is the 8-3 pa na scoreline natin. Still respect given for either of the teams dahil they are just pushing in very, very slightly, not getting in info, not getting in those heads. Pero with the positioning sa kinokomment na kagad dito na Outbreak, I think they are most likely to rear towards into A site once na ma-eliminate nila dito si Disrupt.
Yeah, they need to find out kung nasaan ang chamber na to. What part of the map itong si Disrupt with that tour de force can really be a threat. An amazing eco gun, an amazing gun by gun, amazing gun in general, no? I mean, it's faster than an op and more effective, actually, kung if you really master itong weapon na he's playing within the means of it. And what a quick Yawi! No matter how fast you run into the side, it's not gonna work. Defy, they are gonna try to defend it, but they can have a simple nakapasok na nakuha na si Tigadores, pero si Worship, nakabalik pa ng isa dito. It is a 3v4 orbital strike. It's gonna land onto the side. Eugene Estas, patan si Netflix. And it is gonna be the plant is in the corner. He's gonna have to not use that at all. And Eugene Estas is gonna drive to the right and all this not happening. And he cannot turn around in time. And the man that we were talking about at the start of the round TP'd out into safety and now is gonna give his team the win in this 1v1. And it is a 9-3. You have one thing going for you. Outplay Uprising, which is yung curse nga. Pero still, what a defense galing kay Disrupt, man.
Good momentum talaga ang Defy dito from the first half, especially usage of their utilities. At sabi nga natin, diba, before this game even started, what if ito na pala yung double-edged sword against the side of Outplay Uprising. It is their pick map, pero lahat ng ito ay pumapabor for Defy Gaming after nilang makuha yung mga magiging momentum dito nila Kuya Yawi and even have simple to get inside the site, immediately dashing at immediately dying into the hands of Nami, but there will be no other more controller para makapag-defend in A, so we have your 3-man set up to defend in A, one initiator, and also have here Kuya Yawi na makakapag or have simple gets in that kill immediately laban kay Nasmi.
And that's what you need. Galing dito sa Outplay Uprising. Those initial picks in the early stages of the round. Good job galing dito kay Javi. At least eliminating the Viper, which is the most important part para dito sa attack. It's gonna provide less space for the attackers. They're gonna have to rely on the Cloud Burst just to try to cross para dito sa site. And Eugene S, you're gonna have to go huge. You're gonna have to get Javi simple as well. But he is gonna try to play the off angle dito sa site. Pero naspatan ng kanyang balikat dito. So he's gonna have to back off this. Stun is gonna come in. It's only gonna get the dink dito kay Worship. Pero Netflix is gonna try to go aggressive just in case that he can get Gadores here. Dito sa corner is gonna eliminate this breach. Eliminate one of the more annoying na agents para dito sa team. Pero Luminous, he still has the Molotov sa kanyang kamay. There's gonna be a dash in. And will this be any answer from this one? Oh, Luminous! Sana all done. Great reaction galing sa kanya. Watching the site the whole time for his teammate and getting the jet. That could have been a disaster easily para sa Outplay. That could have been a 2K para dun sa jet. Pero sana all is gonna turn around. 13 seconds left, is gonna get stunned itong si Gadores. Ready and waiting for that one. Wala na talaga magagawa at that point. 9-4, and could this be the start of Outplay Uprising taking advantage of the defending side dito sa map natin?
Yeah, could this be the reign of Outplay Uprising after seeing them dominate in mostly the Habs na sila yung defending and now they are the ones controlling this time kung paano yung maging execution dito ng attacking. It was good numbers. Ball in favor of the Fi Gaming after getting in those heads. They were able to control and have a simple from the pick-offs that they gave from A side. So now with that push, mukhang nagkakasalisihan dito ang Outplay Uprising laban. Sa side nga ng Defy Gaming, wala sila makikita from side of Spawn. Lahat sila dito na suck from the other one. So now they are retreating back. Let's see now here kung nakaramdam ba dito Defy Gaming dahil mukhang hindi muna pa sila makakapag-push in forward pa. And any sides that they want to control and dahil nga dito sa ating ginagawa from Outplay Uprising that they were not able to get an info from that other side of the map.
Yeah, kind of disappointed, not gonna lie, na Defy did not go for the force buy dito sa round na to just to try to snatch the momentum back in their favor, knowing na medyo malaki pa yung leeway nila dito sa map. I mean, it's 9-4, it's still quite a big lead. That's 5 rounds, that's 2 gun buys, then possibly 3 ecos, including this one. Pero Outplay actually full buying an operator dito sa round na to. That's gonna be a bit dangerous, especially when itong Defy Gaming, they are taking the side like this. They're going for the pincer instead of the straight up push. Netflix nakuha dito si Eugene S, but instead they're gonna try to get more control dito sa side. And that's gonna pressure itong si Javi Simple whether or not he can hit anything. Pero that is not a problem anymore. Outplay Uprising with the backup. Kuya Yaoi with the 2K sliding in. And Outplay Uprising averting the crisis dito sa ace side. That would have been a disaster, no, if namatay dito si Luminous. Pero Luminous fully aware of that situation na gusto pala kunin ng Defy Gaming itong tower control.
Unfortunately for Defy Gaming, action time and the follow-up sa ginawa dito ng Outplay Uprising is also there para mabawasan sila ng control after getting inside the side. They have here the Viper, yes, para ma-control nila yung vision nila with those walls. It is okay enough to control in the defending team, but unfortunately, iba kasi yung tinutungo ng kabila, kaya naman Kuya Yaoi, easy enough to get in that kill laban kay Disrupt all the way from the other side of the map. So now, nakaramdam na dito ang Outplay Uprising kung ano ang tunguin ng Defy Gaming after those sprays. Okay, 2K immediately for Netflix. Fortunately, kina Eugene S, they weren't able to close enough their gap here into the side. Kaya naman ngayon, they have heard that the spike was already down here in A.
Last player standing.
Grabe.
Early on,
Netflix!
grabe naman, Netflix does not even need to see the opponent para makakagawa ng damage dito. Stun dito kay Nasby, he is on his own. Pero na position at this point. Wala ka na magagawa other than get the kill dito kay Netflix. At least get revenge for your friend. Pero 9-6. And not just that, no, you can feel the momentum shifting back to the side of Outplay Uprising dito sa defending side. I mean, this map is made for the defending side if you play it right. Especially, they have the chamber, they have the neon na pwede mag-rotate nga between the sides in such a quick manner na it's like playing 4v5 permanently pag magte-take ka ng sides dito. And the timeout from Defy Gaming, can't really blame them kasi this defending side is getting a bit out of hand na napanalo pa nga ng Outplay Uprising ang kanilang third round dun.
Yeah, exactly. 3 rounds ahead na kaagad sila dito in this half. So, potentially, yung momentum ay sumishift na in favor of Have Simple after losing so much of a deficit nung first half natin. Nagiging control na nila dito kaagad yung pagpasok ng side nga na Define Gaming, especially Eugene S, almost not getting in those heads dito sa Outplay Uprising after giving in a lot of space dahil nga there are a lot of times na, well, most of the time, 3 rounds na making in this half, napapatay at napapatay lang kagad sila dito ng Outplay without even trying to defuse in the spike. So now, in this buy round, or well, still in a good eco for the side of Outplay Uprising. Eco round na lang din pala ito for Defy Gaming to try and penetrate in heads na Outplay.
Yep, and they are gonna try to go for 2-3 formation. Maybe this time it'll work out in their favor that they're more spread out. Pero yung breach na dito sa kabilang side is actually gonna set up Eugene S for any of the kills here possible. Pero sana all not actually playing the tower position is gonna use itong trap natin for that information just in case they wanna go in. Pero kung if Gador is gonna flash high dito, that's gonna be the gadget destroyed. Actually, it's Sana all is gonna get punished just like that. Actually playing with the trap, making sure that they actually get the bait. Pero Kuyawi playing in the faces of Defy Gaming here. Baka makakuha pa siya ng isa dito, but nope, he's gonna decide to actually just back off as maglaland sa kanya ang snake bite plus the aftershock. Gonna lose control of the life of early. And yun na nga, naging 3v4 situation. Defy Gaming with a really good push onto the site, actually separating themselves, not picking up any of the rifles just yet, except dito kay Eugene S. 21 HP. Pero meron silang rolling counter dito, so that's gonna be good news para dito kay Kuriyawi. If he can even run into the site, and yes, he can, he's gonna run into Eugene S and crosshairs, and Matrix is gonna try to go in, pero na-thrifty pa nga ang outplay uprising dito. An unfortunate event para sa Defy, or rather, para sa outplay uprising. And ayun lang, I really thought that they had the round in their hands, pero Eugene S playing that corner oh so well.
Rolling thunder din sila dito ni Natrix. So unfortunately, there was no retake happen in favor of those utilities and the ultimate. So now 10 points advantage for Defy Gaming. We're seeing your full-on buys. Sabi Simple dito will be holding onto that operator, not seeing in anyone all the way from DAS, all the way from Disc. And now, it's all up to the members defending in B-side para makontrol nila dito kaagad yung pagpasok ng Defy Gaming. Lalo na't ngayon they are just crawling all the way downstairs. So let's see kung magiging favorable ba ito for them to go, or it won't be, since we have the traps and even have in those TPs ng ating chamber.
Yep. I think sana all they should really play this a bit more passive, no? I mean, medyo ridig siya dito sa site. Does not have any TPs down actually, which is a bit worrying to say the least. Pero hindi pa naman pumapasok yung Defy dito. Not just yet.
Off your feet!
Ayun na nga, the Rolling Thunder is gonna start to go in and no TPs for the chamber. A bit too late from him, no? Kasi na-stun na siya. And dun pa lang siya nag-TP. Nung time na yun, Kuya Yawi on his own. And a bit of a mistake coming in from the chamber. Now Defy is gonna go for the plant after to prevent that from happening, but it's not gonna matter as Worship is gonna stick. And Destruct with a punish. Tumatalog ng ating next stone, and will this be the play that
Last
they can enter
player
the site? It seems like in the outplay uprising, they got figured out really early on by Defy Gaming, and maybe we will see a map 3 in this one. Unless outplay can really think of another round after this one. Pero grabe, I think that Thrifty kind of broke them mentally. Dun dito sa game na to. Kasi if that Thrifty did not happen and everything went the way of outplay, I think naging different yung story natin. We might even see an 8 to 10 dito sa game natin.
Could have been. Dahil nga outplay uprising dito, they are starting off strong sa second half. But unfortunately, hindi ito nagpatuloy dahil lang doon sa thrifting na yon. At doon pinakawakan din ng Defy Gaming na there will be no curse implemented dahil they are the ones securing in the 11-point advantage. 5 more rounds pa ang kailangan habulin dito ng outplay to make this equalize. But look at this. It's just commendable for Kadowers to use in those concuss. Tapos sabayan ng mga spray and pray sila dito. And the trade-offs. Unfortunately for Kuya Yawi, he won't be surviving in for another day. Sana all using in the shorty. Yan na lang din ang angulong pwede niya mapanghawakan dito, since again, he does not have enough firepower para may panalo niya yung mga duels dito. Laban kina Defy. So now Defy still in the number lead, but they are respecting in the chances of outplay uprising. Nabadanay sila ng entry here in B.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to milk the time as much as they can para ma-confuse yung outplay uprising dito. That's gonna cause a rotation dun sa dalawang players. They're gonna have to be forced to play itong 2-2. Medyo deep nga dito ang jet ng outplay uprising. So, it's gonna take him a bit of time to actually go for the rotation. Gusto niyang pumasok dito sa likod ng mga kalaban, which is gonna get treated, or rather greeted, by a trap. Sana all, why did you cock your gun at the wrong time, my friend? You were looking at the wrong angle as well.
30 seconds left.
Pero yun lang, outplay uprising. is gonna get hunted dito sa ating mapa. And ayun lang, that's all they can do is just watch the spike explode at this point. Kasi hindi na sila makapasok dito. It's only the Jet and the Breach. And the numbers don't really add up para dito sa Outplay Uprising. It's the second time na all 5 members dito na Defy Gaming really just running over itong site.
Oh man. Ito lang din talaga yung power of the double controller setup dito ng kabilang team. Defy Gaming just enough defiance dito of their visions of their usage of utilities. Pero ngayon parang hindi pa rin talaga sila natitigil dito with all of those pushes. Buhay pa rin naman si Sammy Simple pero with that headshot, with that Guardian, oh my gosh. But unfortunately,
TikTok edit, slow-mo, dash to the right.
yeah,
Alam mo na
tamang
yan.
ano lang. Tamang hospital flick lang.
Yeah, the hospital fit audio as well. I mean, 12 to 6. I can't really think of a way na makakabalik pa yung Outplay dito. They're gonna have to play 6 perfect rounds at the same time, considering yung pa rin nila. Ayun, I mean, sana all he has the tour de force, but after that, there's not much choice para sa side ng Defy Gaming in terms of firepower, but that's gonna be the straight and push galing kay Eugene S with the help of the Steam Beacon. And Javi Simple is gonna go down. Meron na silang control ng site ulit dito. Outplay Uprising. Popping everything that they can. Just use everything at this point. Orbital strike papunta dito sa site. No one is gonna get hurt that much. Kuya Yawi. Look at the Saber. He's just there. He's just standing, ready and waiting para dito kay Kuya Yawi. That more time, he probably stunned himself with his own utility or his human utility stunning air map. Eugene in the air. Gotores getting the last kill. And it is gonna be Defy Gaming trading maps with Outplay Uprising in this one. And yeah, I think para sa Defy Gaming, I think you can see it in their eyes, man. They could have played that a bit better. But I think they're happy with their performance now, considering the fracture yung map. It's not really played that often. And yeah, and now it's a pretty good map to say the least. Kasi from what I've know historically, both yung mga players dito ng Defy and ng Outplay Uprising is really good this map. So we are gonna see some really good duels pagdating dito na map 3.
Yeah, gotta give it to the members of Defy Gaming, especially have it to Gadowers. Every time na magpa-flashpoint siya dito and even have his utility setup para ma-stun yung mga following members natin from Outplay Uprising is just there. Yung timing and the on-point angles na i-pick nila together with their Viper and also have their smokers. And yun pa yung gusto kong point na pag-usapan dito is the controller setup. Sobrang daming mga visuals dito na hindi nabigyan ng opportunity for Outplay Uprising to secure in those skills and those sites. So that is our welcoming factor para makapasok na tayo into our game number 3, Icebox. Very familiar indeed.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point no that double controllers are being used so well kasi I think na recognize dito ng Defy actually na okay, we actually don't play this map pero using the draft of the agents will give ourselves as much of an advantage as possible picking Viper and Brimstone at the same time. The vision denial was on point, and also just in case na mamatay dito si Nazmi, there's gonna be worship on the other side on that Brimstone just to smoke off lahat ng kailangan na i-smoke off dito sa site. It's really nice to have a plan B, and also at the same time two controllers are just so destructive when pagpareho silang alive dito and basically you can't see anything. Pero yun na nga, we have the recap on the screen brought to you by Colorful. And yun na nga, I mean, what can you say? It's really just etong Outplay Uprising. I expected a bit more, no, coming in from their side kasi nga, yun nga, map pick nila to. Pero after, yun nga, the Thrifty round happened, the Thrifty incident, as we are gonna call it now, hindi na sila nakabalik. Momentum was too hard to snatch back galing dito sa Defy Gaming. But good job on Defy Gaming, just closing it out dito sa attacking side really, really quickly, not letting it get out of hand. And ayun na nga. I mean, you can see it on screen. That's the moment. That's the moment right there. That's the moment that ruined yung momentum dito na Outplay.
Yeah, dagdagan mo pa yung mentality nila na nakuha na nila yung first 3 kills eh. First 3 rounds and those half. We were hoping for the best. O yun pala yung TikTok click pa dito na you have it simple, but unfortunately it did not last longer. So that is again our map from Fracture picked by Outplay Uprising, pero the following end natin dito is just the wise usage of utilities and the follow-ups. Yung play for contact pa dito ng Defy Gaming was also there to deny in so much aggression na nakita natin from the map of Ascent, pero wala itong naipinindigan for the side of Outplay Uprising dito sa mapa na ito.
Yeah. Just to confirm lang, direct na ban yung split, di ba? Okay, good. That's good. Okay, that's a good point. Galing nga sa side ng Defy Gaming, just banning out itong split, eliminating yung best option ng Outplay Uprising dito. So, I think Defy is really playing the brain game right now, and Outplay Uprising is really just, as the name suggests, trying to outplay ang mga players dito sa Defy Gaming side. But that is it para sa ating Game 2 and its analysis. You guys saw what happened on screen, pero ayun na nga, just to recap, Defy Gaming pulling it out in the end. So, we're gonna go into the map 3. It's gonna be Icebox. Both teams are really skilled dito sa mapa natin. So, you are gonna see some more Valorant action in just a bit. Once again, shout out to NVIDIA, Colorful, and PC Works. If you want to buy an NVIDIA Colorful card, might as well go to PC Works to get the best graphics card and the best designs on the market as well. Make sure to check out Colorful and NVIDIA and PC Works. So, yep, that is it for the map 2 at the moment. So we are going to take a small break, and when we come back, more Valorant action coming at you. It's going to be a best of one. It's going to be a banger, so don't go anywhere.
Hello there, my name is Jaeger. I'm a professional FPS shoutcaster and on occasion, I'm a streamer as well. I've been casting since 2016 and when Riot announced Valorant would be coming out, I knew this was the chance for Asian players and Asian talents alike. As a shoutcaster, I believe seeing your best pro players play at the very pinnacle of their ability is what makes it most exciting. That doesn't mean just skill-wise, but technical dominance too. When pro players are showing us their skills, we're not actually getting there 100% because of something called system latency. System latency is the delay in between what you do with your mouse, your monitor, and your keyboard and what happens in the game. This means you may be reacting in real life and clicking as soon as a juicy headshot presents itself, only to get shut down and not know it was because of system latency. That's where NVIDIA Reflex comes in. NVIDIA Reflex reduces system latency, meaning that your reactions will actually reflect in the game. You'll be shooting faster, reacting faster to information, and the entire experience just feels that much more responsive. You'll feel all the excuses you used to have no longer exist, and Valorant just feels so much better to play. To turn it on, simply go to your video settings, look at NVIDIA Reflex Low Latency, and click On or On Boost. This doesn't just apply to the pro players as well, but it applies to you at home as well, and of course, me. I'm no professional, but playing the game and learning how to play at higher levels, I believe will make me a better shoutcaster.
And the Yon. Hello and welcome back sa official broadcast ng Harbinger Tournament Series 2, brought to you by NVIDIA, Colorful, and also PCWorks. So just like I said kanina, if you want to get your best colorful NVIDIA graphics card, make sure to go to PCWorks na lang and check out how good the graphics card looks, no, guys. Kasi nung break time nakita ko, I was actually looking at the prices dun sa lower left, and those are some really good deals. So if you want more FPS and also NVIDIA boost, which helps a lot, by the way, sa FPS ng Valorant. So if gusto niyo makakuha ng FPS boost sa Valo, might as well get NVIDIA and might as well get Colorful. And yun na nga, we are gonna go into our map 3, Icebox. I would say the most equal map between sa dalawang teams natin, but at the same time, it could be a lopsided game. Depende talaga kung sino mas mainit dito sa mapa na to. But what do you think's gonna happen here, Honey Grace?
It might be a battle of mid-control again, Sneaky Frog. Imagine those lurks na pwedeng mangyari dito for Kuya Yawi, lalo na't nung mga nakita natin in Ascent. Nagaganap yung mga scenario na yan once na hindi mo mabantayan yung mga certain places na alam mo pwedeng pagtaguan ng isang agent na ito, pero hindi nyo nabantayan since there are a lot of attention being gathered from the other side. So, it all boils out to the fact siguro kung ano yung magiging agent selection nila dito. And Chamber might still be good here in the map of Icebox, pero I gotta say na mas reliant siguro ako dito sa ating controllers pa once na makita natin siguro magkaroon sila ng either Viper or again a double controller setup for Defy Gaming.
Yep, I think napaka-importante talaga ng Chamber dito sa mapa na to, kasi nga yung traps really cover so much space in order to at least spot out itong information. Maybe sa mid, I think mid has got to be the most important trap para sa side ng defenders, because you really have to counter itong push na gustong gawin ng Outplay Uprising. So Chamber is a must, and if you want to take mid control dito sa game na to, Viper as well is a requirement. So makikita natin Disrupt with the Viper in his hands, and Nazmi
Think you can keep up?
with the classic Sage. Okay, so gonna be walling off one side of the map most of the time, pero other than that, I think Nazmi is gonna be a frag machine and a heal machine to say the least. Pero a different take actually. Netflix back on his comfort pick, which is itong Killjoy.
Double Sentinel setup naman dito for the side of Outplay Uprising. They have been good when it comes to defending. Fortunately, from the last one, hindi ito naging sagana. So, hi sa mga members natin from Defy Gaming. Let's see if this is going to be a reverse sweep in favor of them after getting in their momentum dito sa ating game number 2 in the map of Icebox. Will it be all in favor of Kuya Yawi and his friends, lalo na't sina Netflix dito. Again, as you mentioned, this is their comfort pick. Yan, sina Sana All, we had Netflix. So let's see, gather around in our first round na making for the final and do or die match, the map of Icebox, dito sa Battle of Harbinger Tournament natin by Colorful and Nvidia.
I think para kay Netflix, no, like picking that Killjoy is gonna make the difference whether or not yun nga, mas magiging fluid yung kanilang rotations dito on the defending side. But para naman kay Netflix, I think he's more concerned about hunkering down one side of the map kasama itong Viper and just to try to defend it with as much utility as he can before makapasok nga dito ang Defy Gaming on the attacking side. But Defy Gaming has more of a more modern lineup, no, with Chamber being that moving sentinel para sa team mo. And only Viper to be used as the controller for both sides. But the biggest difference lang talaga is the choice of the Sentinels. But other than that, not much of a difference to be seen between these two teams. But are we gonna see the same story, no, from that first map where it's gonna be a hard entry lang para sa side ni Kuya Yawi, and he's gonna get some picks while he is walked up here. Look at the timing on Hobby Simple. He's on 410. He is on 410 and ready and waiting for anyone to look up in this one. Hobby Simple on the rope. He is just swinging around. Grabe naman to si Worship ang unang biktima. And Eugene S and Nasby, though, nakakuha sila ng dalawa dito sa side. It's gonna be Hobby Simple stuck on the other side, but he's gonna get pushed in. Gadores is gonna go down. That's gonna be the Chamber. Not a factor anymore. But now the one is Hobby Simple. Wait for Eugene S. Plenty popping up in this one, defending ang backside. Dito ng A, and Eugene S with a huge frenzy 3K despite a really good play galing dito kay Hobby Simple. Outplay could not capitalize.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Almost went in good and smoothly dito for Hobby Simple to go in the smoke, in the poison cloud, get in that pick-off. Unfortunately, hindi na siya nakadalawa doon, and any more chances of getting those pick-offs is that mabigyan pa nila ng pag-counter initiate dito ang Defy Gaming, in which nakapasok na sila kagad in the side at napigilan pa nila dito yung pag-rotate na yung pagpo-close plant dito ng Outplay Uprising. And then we're seeing here the double divide of our walls. Let's see now if paano makaka-atake dito ang Defy Gaming, lalo na't may Phantom na kagad na hawak dito. Si Eugene S might see here one, but unfortunately with that pop of the head, Kuya Yawi was not able to survive himself further sa angle na hinawakan dito ni Disrupt. We're still in the 4v4, pero unfortunately dito nabawasan pa sila ng isa dahil lang nakapatay na nga dito si Disrupt. It's all up to Sana All to hold on to B.
Yeah, if Netflix got one more right click my B side, that would have been one more rifle down para sa side ng Defy. But it is only going to be a single person down, which is going to be the Jet. Expected naman. It's the entry. It's going to probably die pretty easily. And Disrupt just going to go for the plant. Luminous going to try to harass with the darts. Ooh, gets Sage down to 1 HP, pero meron namang siyang heal dito, so Disrupt just gonna chill in the corner and wait for the rest of OE to just walk into the site, and maybe they can pad their stats a bit.
Layo pa ni Hobby Simple dito, no? Pero Gadowers dito might just have the vision and the pick-off laban dito kay Luminous, pero timing lang din at hindi niya naabutan dito si Luminous. Hobby Simple, Luminous is also in a very cheeky corner, but I gotta say, hindi ito magiging worthwhile. There's the time of the spike being popped off. Nandito na yung mga TPs. You can potentially get in one kill, but there's no time intended. So now, with that being said, 2-0 na kagad na makukuha na ngayon ng Defy Gaming laban sa Outplay Uprising.
And napakaganda, no, kung ma-convert ng Defy Gaming ang third round na to para yung momentum para mapunta talaga sa live nila. I mean, getting this third round would be such a game changer para dito sa Defy Gaming. They can actually start their own streak, and maybe kagaya ng ginawa nila nung last game, which they were kind of on fire dito sa defending side. It's actually the attacking side which they are gonna try to threaten itong third round, and brave by, no, from Disrupt only opting for the Sheriff, pero si Eugene at hindi man lang nag-dash or lumipad dito sa mid. He just straight up walked, and it is a plant para dito sa mid. Sana all masaspakan na si Eugene S. Eugene S is gonna try to go for the spam. It's not gonna work. Luminous galing dito sa gilid. Nakuha na si Eugene S. through the window coming in from spawn. Pero Netflix, you're gonna have to hit this shot instantly. Nasty kind of worried about two angles at the same time, which is not what you want from nag-hold ka dito. But that's gonna be sana all peeking around the corner. Gadores. Ay, masaspatan ba siya dito?
One enemy
Gadores with the
remaining.
really good angle. No one knows where he is. But the miss, the whip. Galing kay Gadores. Pero yun lang. 0 to 3. Gone. The dream of that potential third round going in the way of Defy Gaming. Instead, it's gonna be Outplay Uprising. 1 to 2. I mean, good round galing sa side nila. They didn't really dare to straight up fight itong Defy Gaming. Instead, opting for the retake.
It was a really good retake, lalo na't mayroong vision kanina. May napanghawakan dito si Sana Hall kanina na vision and even have the info na pwedeng may mga lumugana all the way from mid after planting in the spike. Unfortunately, parang this is another time na nakita ko may nakapag-push through, nakapag-rush all the way from mid going into B. Then the Jet plants in the spike with those cloudbursts and even having the dash. But unfortunately, yun na nga, nagkapagbigay tuloy dito ng momentum sa Outplay Uprising to secure in those rounds. 1 to 2 is still our scoreline, pero no info given pa kung sino may nagbabantay dito here in yellow. Gadhowers gets in that kill. Fortunately kay Kuya Yawi, he didn't expect it fully dahil Gadhowers dito just waiting into that cheeky corner in case meron pang maging aggressive dito from Outplay.
And Outplay Uprising, yeah, the aggression is right, but didn't hit the shot. So, unfortunately, they're gonna have to play with a one-man disadvantage. Dito sa A site, it is only gonna be the Viper trying to peek for info just in case may magpakita. And baka naman makareact dito si Netflix with the Storm Grenade. Baka delay man lang kahit paano. If ever gusto nila mag-plant dito. Pero Eugene S gonna dash through the Swarm Grenade and is gonna try to get more control of the site. But I think that is enough para sa side nila. Habi Simple with the lineup.
Oh
Maglaland
my
ba to?
gosh.
Oh, actually the plant on the second floor with the help of the wall. That's gonna make it super difficult para dito sa Outplay Uprising na makakuha ng retake. So Gadores up in 4-10.
Oh my God,
He's gonna get
Gadores.
to it. Actually, his third dito sa ating round. Netflix is gonna try to push. But I think it's gonna be in vain. I mean, it took them a while to get 4-10. So dito, pero Netflix can do it. Pero Eugene S from the bed side. Now it's suddenly a 1v1. Meron pa namang lineup dito si Nasmi. And I think he already used the said lineup. And that's gonna be the jiggle peek galing dito kay Nasmi. Will he use the lineup? Will he use the big? Will he use the wall bang? Nope, it's gonna be a straight up drive peek. Galing dito kay Nasmi. He gets the 1v1 in the end. 3-1 para sa Defy Gaming and great start to convert itong fourth round natin.
Really is a great start. Unfortunately for Outplay Uprising, kasi namuntikan na nila maipanalo yung round na iyon. But they had the lineups para ma-cover up nila dito yung pag-plant ng spike in default. Pero they changed the plans. Alam at nababasa dito na Defy Gaming that they have a lot of tricks on their sleeves. So Defy Gaming went in with the strategy on their own, gathering themselves third round in the making. Pero look at that rush. That Jet just immediately dashed in forward, all on top of Tube. Unfortunately, wala sa kanya dito. Yung spike won't be planting in immediately, but they will be getting in that kill. Laban dito kay Sana on a wide space given here in B site. So, bukod sa eco advantage nila dito and the rifles advantage, they have enough good lead para makapag-plant at para makuha nila dito ang post-plant.
Kuya with a good start dito sa ating offense. Pabalik dito sa ating site. Getting the first kill. And it is on the Sova of all people. No info gonna be made. No lineups gonna be possible para sa side ng Defy Gaming, but instead it's actually gonna be Nazmi with the snake fight trying to prevent it from happening. Look at this stuff. And Nazmi with the snake fight. And 4-1 disrupt with a really good play, and overall Defy once again displaying their side of the map oh so well na hindi makapasok yung Outplay Uprising doon. It's like B side was split in two kasi nga that wall was so effective. Galing dito kay Disrupt. Grabe naman yun.
Grabe talaga. In fact, hindi ko rin inasahan dito na magkakaroon ng advantage na ang Defy Gaming after makakuha ng Outplay Esports ng isang round. But here we have them, defying all odds. 4-1 na kaagad ang scoreline natin. They are just making use of the utilities and all of the info they have. Once na makapag-switch na dito yung Aldron natin. But speaking of the Aldron, Yawi will be tagged in by the Aldron, quickly retreated back. But with the OP, I think we need to see Yawi get in their heads of Defy Gaming. The Recon Boat will not be spotting in anyone. Luminous naman dito with the counter drone para madali pa dito forward ang B-side takers natin. Defy Gaming won't be opting to go in B, pero with the walls, parang they are just getting in the attention. Pero parang yun na rin din ang nababasa dito ng Outplay Uprising. So they are retreating back to A.
And Defy Gaming, once again, Eugene S trying to crawl his way into A site. No, I think this is a good way to defend it, right? If you are, if you cannot
left.
deal yung initial push dito ng Defy Gaming, is to just go for the retake, and a good shot galing dito kay Disrupt, pero Disrupt, he cannot stand. He has to use the heal. Tinatamaan na siya ng lahat ng posibleng utility na pwedeng itapon dito na Outplay Uprising. Get the kill as well. That's going to be the spike down within the Viper's pit. And isa na lang natitira dito. That is going to be Nazmi trying to go for the 1v2 situation. Meron pa naman siyang Viper's pit dito. Plenty of leeway to do so. That's going to be one. That's going to be the snake fight as well. Makaka-defuse pa dito. See Javi Simple. Yes, he will. The decay does not matter. The snake fight did not even hit. And good play galing sa Outplay Uprising. Just playing, kagaya nga na sinabi ko, yung retake lang. Since they cannot deal with the initial push, might as well wait for any overextensions papunta dito sa may rafters and sa may screens na area, and it worked out for them.
Really worked out for them, especially even though that they were facing a lot of utilities. Commendable yung lineups dito given to us by two agents, Luminous, and even have here Netflix na ibigay nila yung mga storm grenades nila. And suma pa natin dito, Happy Simple, diba? Na ibato niya rin yung snakebite niya dito to eliminate and disrupt opportunity to plant in the spike. Half or rather non-decent amount of economy ang nakita natin dito ngayon. Sheriff's at hand, but look at that recon spotting in almost everyone dito. Netflix already crawling, pero we're still the doors already in kitchen. We'll be facing in the utility of our Killjoys. So now hesitant siya kung ano pa yung ipupush dito. Lalo na ngayon. We have the full stock, 4 members, Defy Gaming trying to go into A site. Let's see if they will still be able to get inside the site. Since there's the wall, there's also the sound ko na naibigay na dito ng Aldron. At least they were not able to spot anyone, and they will have a simple dito, just backing away. Let's see if they will still be using in the lineups dito. Nagagawin nila heal si the stop. Ay, makapaglalaro na.
Oh no, that's
nice follow-up.
Bad news para dito kay Gadores. Good thing nandun si Sana All to actually peek dun sa may entrance ng kitchen, but damage has been done. Defy Gaming using the Viper para hindi ma-identify ng alarm bot, but still that's gonna slow down the push. Oh, this is gonna be the push actually using S! Sort of overextending dito sa my second floor, and the rest of OE just filing into the site, running into Defy Gaming and just outgunning them with the Vandals. 3-4 na ang ating scoreline dito. Outplay Uprising, they still make this one really, really close.
Ganda na ng pakikitungo dito ng Defy Gaming in the early stages of this half. But with the amount of execution din na ginawa dito ng Outplay Uprising, parang unti-unti na rin na lang na i-crawl ito to have the equalizer round. Pero yet again, wag natin kalimutan that is again the eco round dito ng side ng Defy. They were able to plant in the spike, eliminate N1. Unfortunately, ang advantage din kasi dito ng side natin from Outplay Uprising is that they have the rifles, they have the guns, utilities, pero they have a lot of mind games dito nilalatag from Outplay. Defy Gaming dito, after getting in attention all the way from B side, even exhausting in their walls, hindi sila natitinag dito. The fact na kahit na nasayang yung wall nila dito on the other side, hindi naman din masasayang yun once na mag-gather nyo yung attention ng kabilang team to have their lead here in other side para makapag-roll lang kayo dito here in A side. At yun naman mismo yung nangyari. Kung hindi lang siguro advantage ng outplay uprising dito yung eco and yung rifles nila, siguro they can still win out that round and have the deficit of 2 points dito laban sa outplay uprising. But now, this is good enough lead for outplay uprising to at least have enough push na mangyari dito since it's already 4-3.
And ayun na nga, Defy doing the same thing, just assaulting itong A site. And kasama na naman nila yung Chamber dito. Actually, it's no longer itong si Chamber na naghahanap ng pick dito sa may kitchen side, as they no longer need to do so, as retake na naman galing dito sa outplay uprising. And Javi Simple once again tossing some snake bite para ma-delay yung plant dito, but it's the same plant galing dito sa side ng Defy, but Luminous with a really good drop start. Nakuha pa nga si Disrupt dito. And Eugene S is gonna have to be the one doing the planting duties para sa kanyang team. Only a single ice ball defending him from the dangers of outplay uprising. Tignan mo naman, paulit-ulit na may naglaland na snake fight dito. They cannot have space. Try look at how high is galing kung sana. Oh, what? Bruce Peregadores is gonna pop him out. Kuya Yawi, good operator, spotting itong si Worship and Luminous with a big 3K lead sa round na to.
Oh my gosh.
What a retake once again galing with outplay uprising, only having to use 2 snake bites and 2 shock darts para hindi makaplant ang Defy. And it's gonna be up to Defy, no, to use all their utility para lang mababa yung spike na to.
Yeah nga, ayun na lang din talaga ang nagiging hadlang ng outplay uprising laban sa Defy Gaming is yung mga lineups na ito. Gumana siya for a bit na nakapag-plant sila in the second floor, but unfortunately it did not work out fully since Luminous has other plans. Ang daming sagabal na nakaharap nila dito, especially the fact na may vulnerable ka pa at may shock darts pa kasama. So sobrang deadly ng combo dito nila Luminous, and even have Simple na talagang kontrolado nila yung mga lineups nito. And now, with the amount of execution that they have punished and fully Defy Gaming from their eco. We just have here Eugene S holding onto the Vandal. Tapos, Sheriffs na lang din ang mga kasama niya. So, now let's see kung magpapatuloy ba sila dito pumasok here in B-side, since Sana all was able to get info and gets in the head. Almost getting into, well, it's not an almost, goes in for Disrupt as well. 3 members remaining from the side of Defy.
Kung kayo yung outplay dito and you are trying to play itong B-side, pero Sana all with the pure ADS headshot plus the spray galing sa kanya. I mean, I think the nerfed ADS shooting rate from this Vandal is really helping him control the spray. It's a bit easier.
One enemy remaining.
Gives you so much room para makakuha dito. Nazdo, nakuha si spray Yawi, pero Sana all with a big 3K dito sa B-side, only ADSing his way through this round, and that was a full buy, I think, galing dito sa side ng Defy Gaming. So that's not good news, because meron ng possibility that outplay uprising can get a 2-point lead dito sa ating next round.
Grabe yung lead na ito, especially napangunahan sila kanina na Defy Gaming pero hindi nagiging fortunate yung mga events dito na lagi nilang nakakatapat yung mga lineups dito by Luminous and even have your service info. So, once na makapasok kayo ng site, make sure na mapapatay nyo kaagad dito sila Luminous or even have your service info, either of the two, para mabawasan man lang yung pag-deny ng pagpasok nyo or pag-deny ng pag-plant nyo rather of the spike here in A. So speaking of A site, ito yata ang decision made na ng Defy Gaming to gather here in A, try to penetrate through. They have the wall, kaso they have gathered enough attention na para ma-deny sila dito ng outplay uprising once they do get inside of it.
Stay down.
Oh my gosh, Yawi gets in that kill.
Oh, yun lang, overstaying dito sa may second floor natin. He doesn't know that nakapush up na pala ang isang player dito sa may 410. Is the spike plant gonna go down? Worship making sure na walang traps or any nades meron dito sa side. But there is one on the left side. Is it gonna get popped? Nope, it's gonna be the snake fight once again. Pero nakababa na yung spike dito. It's not good news para sa Outplay Uprising. They have the res, but the body is out in the open. Hindi sila pwede basta-basta mag-res dito. But they have to take down the doors. They have to take down one more player dito sa 5-5. But the wide swing galing kay Nupix. Not gonna work out para sa kanya. And Outplay Uprising gonna try to go for the retake. Pero Godores once again being so annoying dito sa may 410. And Outplay Uprising is gonna have to concede this round. Papunta dito sa Defy Gaming. No matter what to do, it's gonna be them just running over the rest of Outplay Uprising. And Defy Gaming once again making it close itong game natin 5-5. No one wants to give an inch.
Talagang hindi na natin makikita dito yung advantage ng isa't isa. It's just all fully unequal. Imagine, may ginagapan na ditong lead ang kabilang team, getting in 3-0. But unfortunately, with the momentum change and with the composure of the mentals dito ng kabilang team, Outplay Uprising just went on the early lead na din. Nahabol nila ito for 8-4, 5-9, or 5-4. And now, it's finally at 5-5. We have another different story dito. Here in B side, decisions made by the side of Defy Gaming to gather themselves out here, use in the wall, pero sana all nakabang na dito in case nag-push to pa ang kabilang team dito, lalo na ngayon they are almost separated from their positioning since we have your one in A main, one in belt, one also in mid in case na set up ng rotation.
Defy Gaming na makapasok dito sa B-side. And sana all gonna be in the most annoying angle para dito sa Defy Gaming. They're actually gonna double up dito sa likod ng yellow. Kuya Yaoi is gonna be the one dashing away. And sana all is gonna be the one staying dito sa likod ng yellow. And if he can catch anyone here and play with the slow orb, then that could be huge para dito sa Outplay Uprising. Pero Defy Gaming just taking their time, making sure that they eliminate the wall slowly but surely. They have to double peek it just in case na naka-wide peek dito si Kuya Yaoi and he wants to go for something really, really aggressive. Pero yun ang masisira na yung wall na nasa harap nila. And will this be the one that will trigger the push? The wall is up and the operator is not the one to do so para mabutasan ang wall na yan. Pero sana all taking too long to actually beat around the corner na capitalize na pala yung Defy Gaming with the plant and Outplay Uprising. Naku po, the slight timing is gonna come back to hurt them dito sa ating game. And
Nice
but the lockdown
counter.
is gonna be an attempt, pero Hunter Fury agad. Great reaction galing sa Defy Gaming. And that's
Oh my
great
gosh.
move galing kay Kuya Yaoi. The pick is gonna go down. Nasmi is gonna go down. Gonna disrupt. Is still at the back of this one. Zabi is one is gonna disrupt. Nasa loob ng Viper Smoke. And Worship getting the last one in the end. Defy Gaming displaying itong
Last
B
round
entrance.
in the half.
Papunta dito sa side. Oh so well. Not letting Outplay Uprising get too much control of the site. And man, sayang yun galing kay Sana All. Imagine if he got the timing right, he would have gotten two.
Actually, it is indeed. Parang nandun lang din talaga yung hesitation na binigay at inilatag dito ng Recon Bolt after seeing in there was one already from yellow. Hindi na siya kaagad makakapag-fully pick pa. But yun nga, sometime in case... Oh, but hold on muna. We have Eugene S already down from the hands of Netflix. Executing in the Viper's Bet dito here in A side. Denying all entry. Pero tingnan natin kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng different story dito dahil OP versus OP yata ang makakatumpas dito ni Kuya Yaoi since Gadowers is opting up to push in him forward. Oh! The timing lang din dito na mali yung angle na tinututukan niya dito kay na Kuya Yaoi. So there will be no space given here in B side. It's a 4v3 situation right now. Pwedeng may ihabol ito ng Outplay Uprising to secure in their 6-6 scoreline for this half. Pero tingnan pa natin dito since this is still winnable pa for Defy Gaming. If ever, napapatayin nila dito si Sana All here in mid.
Yeah, if they can get itong si Sana All, then that would be a huge pick para dito sa Defy Gaming. Now, they have information kung nasan si Sana All dito and they actually hear him running back dito sa my kitchen side. So, Now this could be
Oh my god.
something
30 seconds left.
Yun lang, Kuya Yawi has to pull out the Blade Storm, but it's not gonna be enough.
Scanning ahead.
Disrupt getting the kill dito kay Kuya Yawi, but the wall is actually gonna help them cross the
Oh,
ward side, and it's
no.
only gonna be Luminous,
One
and it's
enemy
the Hobby
remaining.
Simple. Hobby Simple has to go
Oh,
huge, and
okay.
it's actually gonna be Sana all from the back. Rotating from kitchen back to mid, and gonna be helping with getting this win. Luminous getting the easy kill dito kay Disrupt. 6-6. It's still practically an
Switching
equal win.
sides.
Clearly is a game of back and forth and a tag of war. Di ko pa rin talaga masabi dito kung sino yung may fully edge. Pero I gotta give it to Defy Gaming na compose pa rin sila even though na iba yung habol dito ng Outplay Uprising up against him. We all know and hail Outplay Uprising with all the momentum that they have been setting up dito sa Icebox and even back in Ascent dahil nga sa mga opportunity na miniwindang nila dito ang Defy Gaming with their pushes. And now, speaking of push, they will be the ones given the opportunity na makapag-push sila as the attacking for the second half. Let's see kung sino na nga ba yung mauuna dito makapagbigay ng pressure at makapagbigay ng ibang klaseng starting off dito sa point na ito na nakita na kaagad nila dito sa the worst here in
I mean, how did Kuya Yawi get there so fast na hindi siya nag-dash doon? It's actually really surprising, but I think it's a bit slow of a push galing dito sa chamber. He still has the TP, so he can overextend a bit dito sa may middle na area just to try to investigate what part of the map na gusto palang kunin dito na Outplay Uprising. Pero it is gonna be an A take. It's gonna be Disrupt and itong si Eugene S trying to defend itong A site, and Storms are gonna have to come into effect. Pero Eugene S with a very close angle, na-tradean niya pa dito si Disrupt. Disrupt is gonna go down, and it's a 4v4. I think it's a retake para dito sa Defy Gaming. Ready and waiting na lang para makapasok sila sa site. It's actually gonna be Sana on the next victim of the one tap with the dash, and yun na nga, full pasok galing dito sa side ng Defy, and Defy with such a huge round, just running over itong Outplay Uprising. Luminous has to play this one in terms of the timing. Is it gonna be the two shock darts on the diffuser? Nope, it's actually gonna land on Eugene S. Pero bawas lang ang kayang gawin doon. Hindi kaya mamatay. Defy Gaming get one. And that's the pistol, and could be early momentum to the side of Defy, which is really important no, para sa defending side, which is a bit easier to play into sa Icebox.
Yeah, it is completely easy. Lalo na they have chambers to give in with. Meron silang pang deny dito na mga entries at sa mga TP areas dito ng ating chamber. They also have here, just gotta commend here, Eugene S sa mga play cells niya and also the aggressiveness of this guy. Lalo na't napatay niya kaagad dito immediately si Sana All after planting in the spike, taking down the numbers advantage, pero hold on to their thought dahil Kuya Yawi dito using the advantage of that poison cloud to push. Oh no, unfortunately natag-in siya dito na Recon Bolt. It was a good of a timing nga lang dito na pwede na siya makakuha ng backline pick-ups all the way from backside, but there we have it, 4v5 against the side of Outplay Uprising, still a lead for Defy.
And this is so hard para sa Outplay, man. I mean, losing a member so early, and of all the members to lose, it had to be the Jet. It had to be Kuya Yawi. He didn't start ang entry para sa kanya. But considering that this is an eco, so I think bibigay na lang ng Outplay Uprising ang round na to. I mean, they have sheriffs. Maybe they can get one or two picks dito sa mid. Maybe dito kay Worship. They can cut off guard. But the whiffs galing dito kay Sana All is gonna come into effect. Luminous gonna look for anything. Yes, maybe.
Flawless.
Didn't work. 8-6. Defy Gaming with the first 2-point lead after a while. Pero yun nga, makikita natin the Vandals are gonna be out para dito sa Outplay Uprising. How is Defy gonna counter this one? They're gonna go for this mostly a save, no, knowing the third round probably gonna have, you know, gun advantage itong Outplay Uprising. Pero kung makuha nila yung round na to, then that's gonna ruin itong Outplay Uprising and their momentum that was built up dito sa ating first half. But we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, in terms of utility, I think everyone has everything naman. As long as Outplay is smart about this one, then Gucci pa sila dito. But Windstorm is alive yun lang. Eugene S hanging around. A bit too long. I think think he was expecting yung kanyang teammate na mag-clear ng dark zone actually, and the rest of OE is just gonna file in, worship. Nakandito pa rin sa likod ng wall, it's gonna be some damage dito kay Sana All, pero Nasby na lang natitira. And what can he do? A Spectre and a Dream, and I think Outright Upriser recognizing na kaya nila mag-aggressive dito, knowing na meron silang advantage in terms of yung mga baril dito. I mean, Vandal and Spectre usually goes the way of Vandal unless the Spectre does get the first shot out. Pero if I think he's gonna lose this one, that's gonna be the two. It's gonna get Hobby simple, and 7-8 Outright Uprising. Let's see, can they get this next round? Kasi ito talaga yung pinaka-importante na round, whether or not they can counter itong buy ng Defy Gaming.
Yeah, it really is. It matters fully on the fourth round na making for the half. Kung kanino ba talaga ito mapupunta. Yung momentum ay doon nakabase kung kanino na nga makuha ng mga pick-ups and also those dominating plays. We gotta give it to the side of Defy Gaming, was trying to hold on to one side, but unfortunately hindi ito naging enough dahil nga there was a recon. Si Eugene S dito, matatagin na naman. We have heard the thinking na rin dito ng side ng Outright Uprising that they can dominate in one side. The fact that they were able to eliminate and Eugene S from the early stages from the previous one.
And on top the burst fast out of one, instead he's gonna burn it right now para makaalis sila dito.
Gadowers!
Bro! Someone communicated to that guy na nakapasok na ang Outplay Uprising dito. Poor Gadores couldn't even TP out in time. Under pressure from the attacking side, I think medyo nag-overthink siya dun sa kanyang angle. And the Defy has to win a basically unwinnable situation. Kuya Yawi makes it infinitely more unwinnable, pero Nasby making it a 1v3. Nakakita siya ng isa dito, pero yeah, this is not looking good. They know exactly where they are. The snake bite's gonna land. Not even letting him step foot within 10 feet of the spike. Eh, hanggang haras na kaya niyang gawin dito. Maybe take 1 or 2 rifles down, but 8-8 Defy Gaming, they do not win the round. That would convert the lead para sa side nila. Instead, it's gonna be Outplay Uprising tying up the score with 8-8, and it's Defy with the eco.
Parang deja vu lang din agad ulit na nangyari na 5-5 yung naging scoreline. All in favor the side of Outplay Uprising kanina sa first half natin, pero we're going down for the momentum naman. Still sailing from the side of Defy Gaming. We're seeing here Outplay Uprising naman na magkakaroon ng kumpulan na here in Garage. Eco advantage naman ang mayroon sa kanila, so they need to get a chance to not be eliminated by the sheriffs by the headshots na gagawin dito ng Nasmi. Gadowers dito, TP down immediately. Now it's all up to Nasmi. Mapapalibutan siya kaagad dito ng 4. Kuya Yawi gets another one. It's all up to Kuya Yawi to eliminate end members, pero sabi ni Sana All, ako na lang. 2 members remaining. Ang layo pa ng ikutin dito na disrupt. It's all up to this guy. Gadowers dito will be walled out. Wala na siyang ibang makakasaan pa dito mga
Spike planted.
Have no rifle na mababato sa kanya dahil we still have here complete members from Outplay and a huge headshot from each other. Gadowers, oh my gosh.
No way that you can rope galing doon. I mean, there's a wall right in front of you. Headhunter is out. Para kay Gadores is gonna do any damage. Fine. At 100 credits minus from your money, my friend. Pero 9-8. Outplay Uprising snatches the lead back para sa Defy Gaming. And is it gonna weigh on to Defy Gaming's head na, okay, naka-lead na dito yung Outplay Uprising. They might take the second one as well. Knowing yung kanila economy dito, they're gonna have 2 gun buys in their arsenal. And Defy, now it's up to them to turn the round back into their favor immediately, no? They should really just keep it as close as they can. And it's been Sana All doing the work para sa kanyang team despite some mistakes from the past few rounds. 20-12 para sa kanya. Kuya Yawi with the most nets, but that's just it. No, but the door is go for the counter play. Oh, get Kuya Yawi and Nasby getting itong si Sana All, and I think it's gonna be Outplay Uprising getting control dito sa B-side unless Godores has anything to say about it. Meron pa naman silang drone dito, so it's gonna expose itong Chamber dito sa may yellow side. That's gonna be the tank towards the side dito sa may Sova, but do they know? Do they know, or will they just go back into sa A? That could be the smarter option para sa side nila. And I think that's gonna be the decision, pero naaamoy na yata ng Defy Gaming na merong magro-rotate papunta dito sa may A site, and I think instead they're just gonna go for the full retake and everyone just regroup as much utility as he can.
With all of the utility setup, mukhang dito sila sa second floor makakapag-plant in the spike. The retake balls
Spike planted.
won't be enough help dating sa retake na gagawin na nga dito ng Defy. They will be moving out of the way na nakapag-plant na nga sila ng spike dito. Pero good enough for them that they still have here Harvey Simple with the possible lineups pa dito all the way from aiming. Netflix dito having the advantage of the swarm grenade. There's the recon. There's the push aggressively laban dito kay Nakadowers. And unfortunately, there's still one remaining alive. Nakabu! Why pa rin dito surviving it from these sprays, from Worship? It's a 2v1 situation. It's very low in HP, but unfortunately, he did not survive for another day dito. Living in simply dito, si Sabi Simple after just the lineups at ang hinahayaan niya na lang din. Following the rest of the members niya dito to defend in the spike, 2 rounds ahead na kaagad ang outplay uprising.
Yun talaga yung advantage, no? Pag alam mo yung limits talaga ng agent mo. Just like this, you see Netflix making the play, jumping around the swarm grenade, knowing that it wouldn't damage him too much kung na-strafe niya ng maayos, papasok dito sa ating site mismo. And just like that, he made the play happen. The possibly game-winning play happen na ginawa niya doon, just defending the site and Defy Gaming. Wala na silang counter at that point. There's one person left alive and there's 2 people going for lineup. So it's not really nagsisyntax error yung calculation na yun, I think, para sa side ng Defy Gaming. But, I don't know. Pero Outplay Uprising, they seem to have a grasp of what's happening dito sa mapa natin. No? And since namatay yung 2 or 3 players yung namatay dito sa Outplay Uprising, may have the option para mag-upgrade para dito sa operator. So Kuya Yawi is gonna be another entry threat unless he just sticks to the Vandal, then it's gonna be the same thing para sa side ng Outplay Uprising. Just nest ball one side of the map and then pag hindi nag-workout yun, then look for another way to get the plant down dito sa A or maybe dito sa mid, they can harass.
Pero mukhang sa position nila, harassment ang mangyayari dito here in B side. Recon, nice recon dito given to us by our Sofa. There's the OPO, no third of force. It's not going to connect. Kaya naman magpo-follow up dito si Eugene S. Unfortunately, that is no answer for the trade. Dito pa rin naman si Nasmi, pero alam na rin naman na dito ng Outplay Uprising that there will be someone to be ready for those spec-offs. 1 member down na ang side natin from Defy. All of them almost here in B side. Kaya naman it takes some time para maprotektan kagad nila dito yung A. So probably they will be opting up to the retake. There's the smokes. I think this is a second floor plant once again. Nice recon. Unfortunately for Gadowers, it did not react in time. There's still the shock darts not connecting into anyone, pero disrupt dito with just the sheriff. What else can he do next? Kuya Yawi gets in that kill. Kuya Yawi dito na nakaabang. He knows for a fact where disrupt it, but unfortunately for his head picking off in the crosshair of disrupt, it's just him going in for 2. Pretty off the shot. Pero look at that. We still have here the Vandal na pwede niya ma-pick up dito. The rest, he can still get in 1. But unfortunately, with that wide swing na ginawa dito ni Netflix, 11-8 is our scoreline after getting in so much composure from the first half. Mukhang nakakasagot na kagad dito with all of the counters given. I'll Outplay Uprising with 3 more rounds in the making.
Yup, and it's so important though to actually point out that na-force lang Outplay Uprising itong Defy to actually play the situation that they had early on. So nga dito sa A site where they were still defending to actually go for the retake. But the difference is, alam nila yung weakness, that it is susceptible to those fakes and naparotate lahat ng players dito sa B side and said retake na lang sila sa A, which is what you don't want no kung inferior yung pa rin mo dito.
Oh my
Pero
gosh.
yun na nga, the Avengers dito sa base, but Worship takes the head off of Sana on trying to go for the biggest risk just to get some mid control. Pero slow orb, shock darts are gonna start flying dito sa mid, but Viper is gonna place the Q para merong daan dito sa B side. And look at how passive Defy is playing itong mga sides natin, no? They're not really pushing too hard, just making sure that they play the spawn side of the map. Yeah, if you can see one, that's gonna be big.
Oh
Dasby's
my
gonna go
gosh.
down. Nako po, that is the Viper down plus the trap down as well. Pero Kuya Yawi extending way too much, not even pressing E because it's not available para sa side niya. And now it is a 3v4. There's so much pressure to commit. Alvin Simple, what a shot from him! The double kill with one spray, and suddenly it is an equal situation. Teka lang. Now it is the Hunter Fury. Luminous has to have some happy para maiwasan yung Hunter Fury, pero it's actually gonna be Eugene S getting itong si Luminous. Nateflix has to have the round of his life with this 1v2, and the timing
my
is
gosh, he
real.
knows.
It's gonna be him crawling into this one. They know na nandito na pala siya, but that's going down. Worship with a better angle dito sa side, and Nateflix gonna go down. 1v2, not gonna work out para dito sa Outplay Defy Gaming, playing super passive. The spawn side of the map actually working out para sa side nila.
Almost off a match point. Gotta say, napakaganda na sana ng positioning, diba? Ni Nateflix dito, but unfortunately, he went for another level. Umakyat pa siya dito for another box, and that gave him a reason. That gave us a reason kung bakit siya nakapag-whiff on sa ating Sova. Mahabol pa rin naman na tumihinga dito ang Defy Gaming after losing in 4 rounds, or rather 5 rounds in the making. But unfortunately for Alpeo, I think this is not going to be unfortunate for them dahil parang gugustuhin pa rin nila talagang sumicure dito here in A-side since they have the lockdown. They don't have any counters dito. But look at those sprays na ginagawa dito ni Worship. He won't be able to destroy in that lockdown. Kaya naman papasok mo lang dito. Give it the opportunity. Kuya Yawi. Fortunately, the cover-up naman dito ni Gadowers is there. 4v5. They will be able to plant in the spike. Gadowers goes in for 2. Eugene S for the counters. Sana all gets in Worship. But unfortunately, we have her Sana all still open for the rest of the members here of Outplay, and they haven't even planted in the spike. How will they be able to secure this further with 8 bullets pang natitira dito for Nateflix? And unfortunately, numbers advantage, yes indeed, is still in favor of the side of Defy Gaming. And now, mukhang madedenay pa sila dito sa kanilang match points since Nateflix dito ipinahari sa tapo.
Double stack para dito sa corner, and it is gonna be Defy Gaming getting it back, and the passive play is actually working out para sa side ng Defy Gaming. Finally a counter to this very, very fast take from the other side. Grabe naman. I mean, good adjustment galing dito sa Defy Gaming, and now it is 11-10. It is really a game 3, and man, it just gets closer and closer, no? Itong match point natin, but still it's a possibility for Defy to just make it a 13-11 if they just win 3 straight rounds dito. But Outplay Uprising, they burn a timeout. They haven't really burnt any timeouts, no, sa first or second game, other than an odd 1 or 2 timeouts lang. Pero ngayon, I think now is the time to maximize yung mga timeouts nyo, kasi kailangan nyo talaga na sure ball na strat na gagana dito sa especially sa next round, no? Kasi next round, it's gonna be an eco if ever matalo dito yung Outplay Uprising. And it's gonna be tong Defy probably getting another round. And if hindi pala nag-eco dito yung Outplay, which I think they
That's a good spot.
then meron ng opportunity dito yung Defy Gaming na at least to make them a bit more broke. Pero yeah, medyo healthy pa naman yung economy dito ng OE, so they have plenty of money to buy going into our next rounds. And pag mag-force buy sila dito sa ating Thrifty, then maybe they can pull an odd round out, catch itong Defy off guard.
Oh, yung aggressiveness dito ni Worship, talaga nasagutan na kaagad ng Recon Ball. So he will be positioning himself away from casualty. Ang daming na isasagot na ngayon. Hunter Fury also there. Kuya Yawi already there to get in Nazmi. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to react on time. We have your 3 members remaining. A good opening for Outplay Uprising to plant in the spike at Kuya Yawi. Kahit ako na lang bahala dito inside the site to get in the following members. Ditong gusto. Pabag-retake. Nice low orb. There's the dash. There's the head. Unfortunately, the spray given us by Disrupt was able to eliminate and Kuya Yawi out of the map. Still a 4v4 situation given to us by Disrupt.
Oh, but Netflix.
There's Netflix with the flank all the way from backside. Gets into dito naman yung mga trading me
Lineup.
worship. That the lineup
One
na lang dito
enemy
nila.
remaining.
Simple is also there. Unfortunate enough for the side of worship. They don't have time to defuse in the spike. 12 to 10 is our score line. Napatikim ng win condition
Match
dito.
point.
5, but unfortunately, outplay of pricing ang makakakuha ng match point.
I think that was the time para sa Outplay to just finish this one off. Meron pa naman silang Viper Spit, meron silang Revive dito. They can play as aggressive as they can, no, knowing na meron pa namang silang res dito. So that's gonna give the green light para dito kay Kuya Yawi to just literally go in and provide space para sa kanyang team. Eugene S, meron siyang Bladestorm, but he's gonna risk it all of that Bladestorm gamit with the armor actually, but it's not too bad of a buy ganing sa side of Defy Gaming if you do get the shot right. Pero Outplay Uprising already getting control dito sa may yellow na area. Gadores has to get his first pick and then TP out. Well, makakasal pa nga siya dito para sana all nakuha si Eugene S. But do they know na nandito si Gadores dito sa gilid? And that's gonna be the double kill with one way. That's gonna be the triple. No, the one-man defense. Gadores making it happen para dito sa Defy. Now it's a 2v3. This is gonna trigger the rotation. Papunta dito sa kabila. Nazmi with a really good angle. Pero pag naspatan siya dito ni Nateflix, then that is such a bad idea. Pero Nazmi with the off angle, getting itong si Nateflix. It's up to Kuya Yawi, the guy who usually dies at the start of the round, but now he's gonna have to clutch it up para sa kanyang team. And look at this. Nazmi is not even gonna dare duel itong si Kuya Yawi. Instead, he's gonna let him plant, let his teammates get back in to the site. Instead, ito pala si Kuya Yawi maghahanap ng isa pang pick dito. Look at the B side. They're not actually moving at all. And it's gonna be up to Nazmi to stop
30 seconds left.
whatever Kuya Yawi is gonna try to do here. I think he's trying to figure out kung anong part ng site na gusto niyang i-plant dito, which will make him have the highest chance of winning. Pero 20 seconds left na lang natitira dito. Ooh, probably nakita yung Vandal. No, he didn't actually peek all the way in. That's such a bad spot. Oh my god, Nazmi walked. Oh my god, Nazmi walked. Yun lang nakita ko doon. He pressed shift, pero Kuya Yawi, he needs one more kill to get the dash back
Oh
online.
my gosh,
And
alam
pag
niya na.
makakuha pa siya ng dash dito, then this would be huge para sa kanya. Oh, the dash! Oh, it's not even gonna be a kill para sa kanya. And Gadores with a huge play dito sa may yellow, getting 3 with a single Vandal clip, 12 to 11, and we are 1 point away from an OT dito sa ating third map.
Ang bilis ng mga naging pangyayari dito. I thought for a fact na magiging simula na to ng pagtatapos ng Outplay Uprising here into our tournament after getting in that kill laban kay Eugene S. But it went on a miracle and composure kasi dito for Gadores to get in 3 heads all the way from garage. So that is huge plays, lalo na they need to raise it up to 12 para magkaroon tayo ng overtime, and they have the possibility na makapag-plant or makapag-overtime nga rin sila since we have here the sound cues. Kaya we will be facing a lot of slow orbs dito and also the wall. So let's see kung ano ang magiging sagot nila dito since Luminous will be checking every corner na meron dito. Here in yellow, we'll be facing a lot of utilities. Yes, tingnan natin kung i-agresibo pa rin ba nila Kuya Yawi ito after facing every wall and every slow orb dito ang binato sa kanila.
Here.
Yeah, I love this from Defy though, no? Like, sobrang passive nila maglaro lang dito sa B side. It's not gonna be an instant take. Ooh, but Netflix, that's a huge lockdown. That's gonna force yung mga ibang players dito ng Defy to actually just try to back off the doors. It's gonna try to go aggressive para makuha dito yung lockdown. But he's gonna get killed, but he gets the lockdown down. But still, it's actually gonna be Gadores, the most important kill traded para dito sa Defy. And it's gonna be Kuya Yawi going huge with the kill. And it's gonna get traded despite yung gas Kuya Yawi.
Oh my god.
And Defy is actually gonna be the one going down. The jets are popping off, but it's not gonna matter because Outplay Uprising closed Harbinger Tournament Series to Week 3 with a win dito sa Icebox 2-1. And what a big win, man. What a big win. I can't see what your boy is. I think that's a smiley face. That's pretty much it. That's a smiley face. I would say Netflix is pretty happy, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm really happy with that ending. Oh my gosh, it's all due respect to Defy Gaming. They give up a lot, pero it was such a banger finisher dito. Give it to us by Outplay Uprising. They have been popping off so many times in this tournament. Tapos dito natin nakita yung full potential nila to eliminate in the momentum na binuo ni Gadowers kanina. Huge amount of play dito from Defy, but unfortunately, standing out strong, Outplay Uprising wins out our 13k and a lot of goodies from PC Works and even have here NVIDIA Colorful.
And a little bit of a recap that we have on screen yung nangyari nga dito sa Icebox. It was such a back and forth dito sa first half and no one was really getting the definite lead, no? And that also continued dito sa second half natin, actually finishing this game 13-11. Pero that was a little paano ba sabihin to? Medyo delikado to. Para dito sa may ending side for Outplay Uprising kasi nga Defy, they had a really big play galing dito kay Gadores, and if they got better shots or better angles dito sa B, instead of playing and forcing, getting some forced mistakes, kasi that lockdown has got to be the most unexpected play na naisip ko, kasi I was like, how are they gonna get into the site na may nakaharang na wall? Kasi that's such a good play galing dito sa Defy, but a way better response galing dito sa Killjoy. Just Netflix plopping down the lockdown, not scared, and walang choice yung Defy doon. They need to get the lockdown para hindi makakuha ng control itong Outplay Uprising. They have to sacrifice itong si Gadores, and Gadores nakuha niya yung lockdown, but still they lose the anchor dito sa may B side. That it was just curtains para sa side nila. Kuya Yawi just getting control dito sa may side, just dashing in, even getting an easy kill dito sa mid. And after that one, Defy, it was really unfortunate. But we do have a giveaway, 3 mousepads this time para sa ating grand finals. We have our first winner na. First winner is Rome Leonard Santiago. So if you're in the chat, message nyo lang yung page, and they will be coordinating with you. I think we have 2 more mousepads, no? So we have 1 more.
Yes, with the next name natin dito. Thank you so much sa lahat ng mga nakasuporta dito. Especially yan kina Krambat na. Congratulations dito kay Mark Fiesta for winning in our colorful mousepad. Back to our shoutouts nga pala. Thank you so much for supporting in the live, and especially sa ating mga casters dito. CDG Immortals, thank you so much for dropping by dito sa comment section natin. And last but not the least siguro is our last winner for our colorful mousepad after doing the mechanics dito for winning in those mousepads given to us by Colorful. None other than si Dael Egolios.
Yeah, and at this point, we are just seeing yung recap and just getting a little bit of a replay of the game. Just like I said, second half was just as spicy as yung first half. It's pretty close, to say the least. And nagkaroon nga ng onting lead itong Defy Gaming dito sa ating second half, but after na-figure out na yata ng Outplay Uprising kung anong gustong gawin dito ng Defy Gaming, they really just took over itong game natin. And the only thing that was stopping itong Outplay Uprising na pumasok dito sa site is either the retake galing dito sa side ng Defy Gaming, or ito nga si Gador is playing B solo on his own, overextending a bit kasi because he is on that chamber.
Yung mga TPs in and out niya pa, even though that it was very, very risky of a play, he makes it worthwhile para at least yung retake na magaganap dito will be in favor of the side of Defy Gaming. Pero, syempre, yung naging momentum na rin kasi ay nag-shift forward sa side ng Outplay Uprising with all of the outplays na ginawa nila, na mga pinupush na ginagawa nila dito to deny in every amount of control dito ng Defy Gaming. So, yeah, it just makes sense na sila yung nakakakuha ng advantage in the defending side. Pero in this half, na sila yung naging attacking, nakita ko yung full potential nila Kuya Yawi, and even have here Netflix para mabigyan sila ng assistance throughout the rest of the rounds.
Yep. And yeah, that is it para sa ating map 3 dito sa Icebox. We're just gonna let the recap play out. But once again, shout out to NVIDIA and Colorful for powering itong tournament natin. Of course, if you want the best looking graphics cards and the best performing graphics cards, make sure to check out NVIDIA and yung kanilang Colorful na series. And PC Works, of course, where you can buy said Colorful na graphics cards and the best convenience if you want to buy some PC parts in real life. So make sure to check out yung kanilang branches all over Manila and the Philippines. And yun na nga, that is it para sa amin dalawa ni Honey Glaze. It's been quite a tiring one, but at the same time, tournament went by pretty fast. Pero different story para dito sa Grand Finals. It was a close affair. But at the end of it, congratulations to Outplay Uprising once again for winning itong Harbinger Tournament Series 2 week number 3. So yeah, that is it. So guys, if you want to check out our socials, it's Sneaky Frogcasts on Twitter and Twitch. Honey Glaze.
Yeah, mine is just at Miss Honey Glaze in every social media, in TikTok, Twitter, and even have Instagram, and here in FB.
Yep, and that is it para sa aming dalawa ni Honey Glaze. So guys, we are gonna see you in the next Harbinger tournament. So see you next time.
And I think with NVIDIA Reflex, I'll be taking in more information and applying it faster too. With NVIDIA Reflex on, I could feel my counter trades were perfect, my headshots felt faster and more natural, I was never dying thinking I had ducked into cover already, it all felt as close to real time as it gets. At the end of the day, frames win games, and what better way to match those frames than with a low system latency to accompany it.
PC performance for competitive gaming is about responsiveness. How quickly your display updates after a mouse click or a key press. This is called system latency. Until recently, system latency has been very difficult to measure, requiring complicated setups with expensive high-speed cameras. With NVIDIA Reflex Analyzer, you can easily measure your full system's responsiveness, giving you the ability to optimize settings and confirm PC performance. Using the analyzer is easy. Simply plug a Reflex mouse into the designated USB port on your Reflex monitor, install GeForce Experience, and hit Alt-R. While playing a Reflex-enabled game, you will see system latency reported each time you click the mouse. Check out the latest additions to the Reflex-compatible family and stride confidently into battle.